Yo Shinobi fam, welcome back to Just a Shinobi. Today, we're diving into one of the wildest what-ifs. What if Naruto Conqueror of the Shinobi world? Part 7. Check the playlist. This is the final part. So buckle up for some serious action and twists. If you're new here, smash that subscribe button for more mind-blowing Naruto scenarios. Check out the other videos on the channel, share them with your ninja squad, and don't forget to drop your thoughts in the comments. Your support keeps this Shinobi going strong. Gasping in surprise, she stumbled, nearly dropping to her knees. Her eyes darted frantically, scanning the surroundings desperately to locate his presence, yet he remained invisible to her. Instead, all that met her gaze were the towering buildings stretching endlessly before her, their shadows blending with the relentless downpour outside. No, my butterflies would have felt his presence in the village, she thought. She was certain that no one could enter the village without her knowing about it. But as she channeled her chakra, she used every bit of paper in the village, trying to see if she could catch sight of someone new, someone who wasn't supposed to be here. But eventually, as she checked every little corner possible, she came to two conclusions. The person that just talked could somehow hide himself even from her. Perhaps it was Jiraiya-sensei, but she highly doubted it. The man had no reason to be in the village hidden in the rain. And even if he was the one who had entered, she was certain she would be able to see him. The only other likely option was this person was much further away, perhaps even outside of the rain village, but that was highly unlikely. She knew how telepathy worked, and it was almost impossible for someone to speak to someone from such a far distance. She heard him say that he was talking to everyone around the world who had their chakras unlocked, but how could Rinnegan? This man said he was talking to us through his Rinnegan, but how this sounds similar to Nagato's six paths, how he uses their bodies, but no, this one was different, in a much larger scale, global scale. But not even Nagato can't do something like that. Without thinking, her physical form metamorphosed into an exquisite array of 1,000 delicate paper birds, each one fluttering through the expansive sky above the city. As these avian creations soared over the towering buildings below, their vibrant lights casting a mesmerizing glow, she remained unfazed by the relentless downpour, employing her inner chakra to ensure that not a drop marred the precious letter in her possession, allowing it to glide off effortlessly, unscathed by the cascading rain. Soon, the letters all came together, reforming her body in a small room on top of the tallest building in the village, 100 meters tall. In front of her sat Nagato. Her heart sank every time she saw him. It had been years since, but the sight of him still broke her heart. Nagato had pale white skin and straight red hair. He sat in a mechanical walker where he spent most of his time. 6 long black orbs were on his back, the very same that he held in his body since he used Geto's statue for the first time. Unlike the other members of the Akatsuki, Nagato was the only one who didn't wear the cloak, leaving his upper body naked. He was skinny, his rib cage was visible, and he looked as if he was starving. One would think he was sleeping, but his eyes opened when he heard her footsteps. Purple eyes. The Rinnegan. The glory of their village, looking at those eyes, reminded her every time that not all hope was lost. She knew everything they did was important and would ultimately lead to a better world. But the message she had received in her head, she was certain she wasn't the only one. She was proven correct when Nagato opened his mouth to speak. "Since you are here, I take it you heard it too, Conan." She nodded as she approached him. Her body shuddered a little from the cold. "Yes, has someone entered the village? I checked everywhere, but I didn't see anyone," she said briskly, hoping that Nagato would know who could infiltrate their village right under their noses since he could control the rain. He knew someone entered the village the moment they stepped one foot inside. No one could enter without getting hit by the rain. No. This Naruto Uzumaki truly meant it. Somehow, he was able to talk to everyone who had their chakras unlocked. "Is not a trick. I'm willing to bet he is probably in Konoha right now," he said with a faint smile, but unlike him, Conan's eyes widened in shock. "That shouldn't be possible. How can someone do that? Nagato, do you think you can do that?" "This Naruto said that he has the Rinnegan," Conan asked, trying to make sense of this. She knew the Rinnegan had many abilities, even some that Nagato had never used. Madara had told them of his abilities, but being able to talk with everyone like that wasn't something one should be able to do. Nagato could talk and control his 6 paths, but only because his chakra rods were connected to them. "I'm not sure, I heard him say that. I don't think he had any reason to lie. Through my research, I have found out that Mangekyo Sharingan has different abilities from people to people. Perhaps Rinnegan is the same, but I'm not sure since me and this Naruto are the only ones with the Rinnegan. As far as I know." He stopped talking, his mouth left hanging up as a sudden thought entered his head. He looked down on Conan. "Did you see anything strange?" "See who?" The time froze, and I heard his words in my head. Conan answered with a look of growing confusion. Her answer widened Nagato's eyes just a little, realizing the absolute genius behind this message to the world. But instead of getting angry and even furious, a smile formed on his dry lips, taking her by surprise. She couldn't remember the last time she had seen him smile, but it wasn't one out of joy or happiness. It was more like he was impressed. "This Naruto is more than he seems. And did you hear about his last name? It seems my parents weren't the only Uzumakis left in the world. This is Kushina. She was the former Jinchuriki of Kyubi before Madara decided to attack Konoha," Nagato said grimly as he coughed out blood. Conan was by his side, but he dismissed her with a wave of his hand as blood poured out from his mouth. "Yes. Tell me, was there anything different for you?" They both turned their heads upon hearing that voice. Conan stepped forward, her eyes narrowing at Madara stepping out of the shadow. Clad in the customary attire of the Akatsuki, a flowing cloak enveloped his form from neck to toe while black shinobi sandals tread silently beneath him. His countenance was concealed behind an orange mask, atop which sat a tousle of jet black hair framing a lone eye-hole that revealed a Sharingan eye radiating a crimson hue. Conan didn't like seeing him. She never fully trusted him, and she didn't know his true goal. She knew his goal wasn't the same as theirs, but they needed his service until they decided to get rid of him. "Yes, tell us, did you see something different?" "All I saw was the time freezing. That's something new, even for me." Zetsu's voice reached their ears as he grew from the ground like a plant. Half of his body was white, and the other half was black. The two Zetsu were easily distinguished by the two-like extensions that emerged from their sides, enveloping their head and upper body as a shell, which they were able to open and close. Beneath these extensions, white Zetsu had short green hair and a single yellow eye. Black Zetsu covered the right half of his body. Under their Akatsuki cloak, they wore blue pants and sandals and wrapped both legs in bandages. Zetsu's green Akatsuki ring bore the kanji, and was worn on Black Zetsu's little finger. Unlike Black Zetsu, White Zetsu has human-like facial features, proper eyes, and unusually rounded teeth. Not much difference, I'm afraid, except for me. I was in a different place when I heard his voice in my head. Nagato explained. The 6 paths reached the roof of the building, and they all were ready to step in if Madara decided to cut him loose. A different place? Describe it. Madara demanded as he approached Nagato, but Conan stepped forward, making it clear not to get closer to Nagato. Not much to describe, it seemed as if I was floating, and everything around me was bright. I don't know why I was transported there when he started talking to me, but I think it has to do with me also possessing the Rinnegan. Nagato explained, and from the way Madara's visible eye narrowed, he knew he had come to the same conclusion. This message was sent for a different reason. While the first one might have been to inform the whole world of his intentions, his second reason was to know if there was anyone else out there who possessed the Rinnegan. Nagato ended up in a different place, unlike the others. He was certain that Naruto Uzumaki knew someone else out there who also possessed the Rinnegan. The only question remaining was how much he knew. Did Naruto know where he was exactly right at this moment? Or maybe he knew his face and that he had the Rinnegan but not his location. Nagato hoped it was the latter. He didn't know what to make of this Naruto, yet his words echoed in his head like bells. He knew one thing for certain. He couldn't underestimate him. This one meant every word. They weren't the words of a man who was born lucky enough to have the Rinnegan, but he was a man who could become his biggest ally to fulfill his dream, or his biggest enemy. Only time would tell. Madara, what about the other members of the Akatsuki? Should we hold a meeting? Conan questioned, turning to look at the masked man while Nagato seemed deep in his thoughts. Yes. We should hold a meeting right now. Zetsu, find all of them. I don't care what they are doing, we need to talk with everyone. Madara ordered the Zetsu and nodded right away. Conan expected him to sink into the ground like he always did, but it seemed Black Zetsu had something to say. I understand we need to talk about Naruto, who is also the Jinchuriki of Kyubi, but what exactly should we do? He might be in Konoha right now, but if everyone in the world heard his words, then it is safe to assume that by the time we reach Konoha, he's either dead for treason or he has already left Konoha. Not to mention that we are not ready yet to capture all the Jinchurikis. We still need to know the location of Gobi, Rokubi, and Nibi. Black Zetsu asked in a deep voice as he looked mainly at Madara. We can't capture Naruto right at this moment. I'm afraid we can't do anything for now, but he's our biggest target right now. We need to capture him as soon as possible. His Rinnegan is a threat to us all, Madara stated. Black Zetsu nodded. He seemed to have reached the same conclusion as Konan. Zetsu started sinking down when a voice interrupted him. Wait! Nagato suddenly said with a hint of slight panic in his voice. What's wrong, Nagato? Konan quickly asked, concerned, turning on her heels to face him as did several hand signs. His eyes widened in shock once he was done. Geto's statue is gone, he claimed. What? For the first time ever, Madara shouted in anger. Konan couldn't remember him ever speaking like that. Even Black Zetsu seemed concerned over what he had just heard, quite visible from the sweat around his head. Naruto Uzumaki. He must have summoned the statue to help him, Nagato stated before closing his eyes tightly. Konan knew what that meant as the animal path jumped from the wide opening on the wall inside, followed closely by Yahiko. The animal path's hair was dyed orange. It had a large bridge piercing through its upper nose, which was attached on each cheek with a circular stud, 1 stud on its upper nose, 6 studs around the bottom of its face, and 1 stud on each ear. It does not have eyebrows, with Rinnegan on both eyes. Yahiko had short, spiky orange hair and Rinnegan eyes. He wore a long black robe with a red line running down the center and armor covering only his midsection with a pouch attached to it. He bore 6 piercings, a metal bar through each ear, 3 studs through the side of its upper nose, and 1 spike stud on each end of the bottom lip. It also had 3 piercings on each wrist, at least 1 on its upper wrist, and some just under its neck. He wore a purplish-gray Akatsuki ring on his right thumb that bore the kanji. He also wore a necklace somewhat similar to the one worn by the Sage of the 6 Paths. He was also wearing red nail polish. The animal path jumped down the tower. Once he landed, he slammed his hand on the ground. Summoning jutsu. Yet, no statue appeared, nothing but a burst of white smoke. Konan knew this was bad. If they lost the Geto statue, they couldn't seal the bijus inside it, and worse, perhaps Naruto Uzumaki had summoned it so he could use it for a similar reason. You need to put more into it, Nagato. That statue can be summoned by you both. You need to use all your strength to overcome his summoning contract so it will start obeying you and appear where you want it to appear. Naruto Uzumaki might have the Rinnegan, but I doubt he has more experience with it than you do. Black Zetsu spoke commandingly to Yahiko. Animal Path nodded his head before slamming his hand into the ground once again. Summoning Jutsu. Secret Place Danzo. Lord Danzo, what are our orders? The scouts have confirmed that an attack is happening in Konoha. An army of shinobi from Suna and Sound Village are advancing towards Konoha right at this moment. His men informed him as he sat on his chair. He had predicted all of this. He knew the attack would happen, that much was obvious. What he didn't expect was the army of 5,000 shinobis advancing towards the village. Shinobis from Suna and Sound. Even though it was a surprise attack, Danzo was certain that Konoha could easily survive this. He knew not to worry, but he remembered the Reikage was still present, as was the perfect Jinchuriki of the 8 Tails. If they decided to aid Suna, then 1 Bijou bomb from 8 Tails. Half of the village would be in ruins. No, he couldn't allow that much destruction. What would be the point of becoming Hokage if no village was left to rule? He knew his old sensei would be disappointed with him if he allowed something like that to happen. Torian, I want you to take 100 agents and defend Konoha from the invaders. But you are not to help Hiruzen. He left Orochimaru to escape, so it is about time he pays the price for betraying his own village just because he couldn't kill his favorite student. Yes, sir! Torian shouted. He was about to quickly select who would come with him when the time suddenly froze. The words echoed in their ears once the message ended. Everyone stumbled on their feet. Despite being emotionless Root A and BU, everyone in that room was wearing the same expression of shock behind their masks. Everyone turned to look at Danzo, waiting for his orders, but they all saw their leaders who looked just as shocked as them if not more, but no one dared to say a word. All were waiting for new orders. Danzo's visible eye widened in shock. He knew for certain the Uzumaki brat was hiding things. Anyone who paid enough attention could clearly see that. He told Hiruzen many times, but his old teammate refused to listen to him. Danzo would be a liar if he said that he suspected the brat of possessing the Rinnegan. He had never suspected that, despite how many spies he sent, they all returned without information. They all told him that Naruto would suddenly disappear, and despite their hard efforts, they couldn't relocate him. Danzo had figured out the kid was playing games with him, so eventually, he stopped ordering his men to follow him around, but now, he needed to act fast. This was the golden opportunity he had waited for so long, and he wouldn't let it slide. Everyone listen up! Danzo shouted for everyone to hear as he stood up with the help of his cane. He tapped the end of the cane on the floor, and its sound echoed through the walls and the high ceiling. He knew he had the attention of everyone inside the hall. New orders. Torian Aburame and Fuyamanaka. Take 200 of our best shinobis and go out there to aid Konoha. I will follow you shortly, Danzo announced, much to the shock of everyone inside the room, but they did a good job hiding the shock, some more than others. Permission to speak, sir. Fu shouted, still kneeling to his leader, his eyes looking at the floor below. Permission granted. What about Naruto Uzumaki? He just committed treason. We all heard him, so shouldn't we try to eliminate him? He's a danger to Konoha, and he just announced that he would completely destroy the world as we know it. If he's allowed to live, he will one day come for Konoha again. Fu questioned respectfully, still keeping his head low. You're right about that, Fu, but apparently, he has the Rinnegan, Danzo said with a rare glint in his eye. Do you know who was said to possess those eyes, Fu? The Sage of the Six Paths, my lord. He answered at once, still looking at the ground. Exactly? Danzo added with a growing smile as he touched his fully bandaged arm, knowing he might need to use his full might to get what he wanted. The Rinnegan is a mystery to everyone. Many even think it never existed. It existed 3,000 years ago, and now it exists again, but Naruto doesn't know how to use it properly. Thankfully, his betrayal will lead to a great age for Konoha, Danzo said with a growing smile as he undid the bandages that covered his right eye, revealing a fully matured Sharingan. With the Rinnegan, the whole world will bow down to Konoha. The power that it holds is extraordinary. Now scatter everyone. Danzo ordered the moment he said those words. They all disappeared as if they were never there. Once he was left alone, Danzo allowed himself to feel a tiny bit of melancholy as he looked down at the scar on his left palm. Today, I will prove it, Sensei. I will prove that your decision to make Hirozuna Hokage was a mistake. You will be proud of me, Danzo murmured under his breath, remembering the face of the best Hokage that ever existed. Tobirama Senju. Now Chunin Arena. With an agile leap, Kakashi swiftly evaded the menacing creature that erupted from the earth with explosive force. The sight was terrifying as the creature's arm emerged first, followed by the gradual emergence of its towering form, almost as though it was clawing its way out from the depths below. Beads of sweat trickled down Kakashi's face, realizing that this particular summoning was a force of unparalleled might that sent shivers down his spine. He wondered why Naruto summoned that thing in the middle of the stadium. Does he really want to kill all of us? Kakashi wondered, feeling his heart shattering. This was the person he considered his little brother, the person he considered family. No, there's still time. I can convince him to stop this madness right now. Kakashi was ready to face Naruto and knock him unconscious, but the creature didn't bother him. He would be able to fight back against it. The creature was now fully out of the ground, standing 100 meters tall. He looked like an earthen-colored humanoid entity with a mummified appearance and a number of spike-like protrusions on its back. The statue has 9 eyes the size of an adult man, which were all closed. He looked as if he was made of rocks fused together. Go, Geto Mazo! With a deafening roar reverberating for miles, the colossal statue unleashed a mighty wind wave that uprooted trees effortlessly, tossing them around like mere toys before the stadium quaked violently. Kakashi harnessed his chakra to anchor himself firmly to the ground, preventing himself from being swept away by the ferocious gusts. The earth trembled beneath their feet, fracturing like delicate spiderwebs, while Kakashi observed as stadium sections collapsed upon themselves. Gratefully, all civilians had been safely evacuated by this point, but the sight of numerous Chunins, Genins, and even Jonins being carried away by the unstoppable force of the wind was a stark reminder of the danger that loomed. Run! One Suna shinobi shouted before feet descended upon him, crushing his form into a gory explosion of blood and entrails. The once serene sky quickly transformed into a sinister blanket of darkness, punctuated by deafening claps of thunder reverberating through the air, each strike possessing enough raw power to lay waste to entire structures. In the midst of this catastrophic display, Kakashi stood frozen in shock, his eyes widening in disbelief as bolts of lightning targeted groups of Suna and Sound Shinobi, reducing their bodies to mere fragments in a brutal and electrifying spectacle of destruction. While Kakashi was relieved to see the enemy die, this felt very similar to what happened in the wave when Naruto used his Hiraishin to kill an entire army of bandits. While they all were worms, he still slaughtered many people, and now, Naruto's summoning was slaughtering every enemy, quite often stomping on them as if they were all ants. Sasuke. He couldn't believe what he was seeing. He blinked several times, but the damn thing was still there. When the creature burst from the ground, he quickly grabbed Tenten and Sakura before running away, knowing full well that creature was out of his league. When it roared, Sasuke was caught off guard. He couldn't do anything as the powerful wind blew away his body. Losing his grip, both Sakura and Tenten slammed against the ground below. Sasuke cursed under his breath. The wind blowing was too strong despite being far away from the stadium, not to mention that Tenten was bleeding out, while Sakura was unconscious with several flesh wounds on her body. Sasuke wished to stay and see what Naruto would do, but if he stayed there, Tenten would bleed out and die. Sasuke, it seems our fight is over. If you want my advice, try to help Sakura. After this little war is over, come to my house. His words echoed in his ears. He wondered what he meant by that. Sasuke let out a frustrated sigh before using his arms to carry Tenten and Sakura over his shoulder as he ran towards the hospital. He hoped the place wasn't already flooding with injured people. Shikamaru. Thank you, Asuma-sensei, Shikamaru said with a shaking voice as he breathed heavily. His body was full of dirt, hugging him like a second skin. When the damn thing had roared, the roof above them had collapsed. It would have fallen on top of Shika. But thankfully Asuma quickly grabbed him and got him to safety on top of one of the many towers that surrounded the stadium. From up there they had a clear view of the stadium and the rest of the village. It was a war. The village was under attack. It seemed Suna and Sound Shinobi had been hiding around the village. Now that the war had started, all of them were attacking anyone in their way, not bothering if it was shinobi or civilian. He watched as explosions happened everywhere. Blood splattered across walls and streets as civilians ran away in fear while Konoha shinobi were fighting the enemies around the village. He watched as occasionally bolts of immense lightning would strike down where the enemy was. Sadly, it often resulted in killing the Konoha shinobis, who happened to be near the enemy. What now, sensei? Shikamaru asked frantically. He didn't know what to do. People were dying left and right, and he had no time to come up with a plan to fix things. He always believed that he could always come up with a plan to fix his problems. That's what he always did. Sit down and figure out a plan to fix everything. But he had no time to do any of that. He needed to act right now, but he knew he would get killed if he ran out there like a headless chicken. If only Naruto was here instead of just thinking about him, it felt painful. You three should leave. This is not something any of you can handle. Go to the safe zones under the Hokage monument. You all will be safe there. Asuma ordered strictly as he pulled out his special blades. Ino and Choji were unconscious on the floor near Shika, who shook his head. No, he wouldn't just hide somewhere and pray for the best. No. He still needed to talk with Naruto and try to make sense of everything he heard. The words still repeated in his head. He always knew Naruto was hiding something, but not this. What about Naruto? Shikamaru asked, looking at his sensei, whose face fell before looking away. What about him? You heard him loud and clear. He's no longer one of us. He is a traitor. Shikamaru knew it was painful for his sense to say such words. He knew how much Asuma valued the blonde as a student, and maybe even as a nephew of sorts. Shika knew his sensei was right, but he wouldn't give up so easily. He remembered the many times they had fun together, the many times they ate ramen together, the dreams they had together. Was it all a lie? Shikamaru didn't want to believe that Naruto was his best friend and he wouldn't give up so easily. Let me talk with him, sensei. I'm sure I can convince him to stop whatever he wants to do. Shikamaru pleaded, with desperation in his voice. His sensei let out a deep sigh. Let's get them to safety first. Then you will have your chance to talk with Naruto, Asuma ordered. Shikamaru breathed a sigh of relief as he quickly got hold of Ino, while Asuma grabbed Choji, and soon both rushed towards the safe zone. The stadium. Naruto Uzumaki, You are ordered to stand down right now. A group of Konoha shinobi shouted towards the blonde, who smiled almost innocently. Kakashi was tempted to tell them to keep their distance, but the creature that Naruto had summoned was still nearby. I'm afraid I can't do that. I'm no longer a shinobi. As Naruto's hand reached up to his forehead, a determined gleam in his eye, he firmly grasped the emblem of Konoha, feeling its weight and significance. With a sudden surge of chakra, the emblem ignited in a brilliant burst of flames, eliciting gasps of horror from all those nearby. Kakashi's eyes widened in disbelief as the emblem, once proudly displayed on Naruto's forehead, now melted away along with the iron plate, the Konoha sigil fading away. You traitor! Konoha Shinobi's group shouted as they launched an attack on Naruto. Kakashi would have screamed if he was still a green boy, a genin who still wasn't used to the life of the shinobi. His experience was all he had to stop him from shouting in shock. The group of leaf shinobis burst into chunks of blood as Naruto's sword sliced through their bodies like carving a cake. Their limbs flew everywhere, as did the blood, painting the ground red. And Naruto, what did you do? Kakashi shouted, still in shock over what just happened. It seemed he wasn't the only one who was shocked by the outcome since Asuma landed near him, followed by Shikamaru, who looked at Naruto as if he couldn't even recognize him. Kakashi wanted to ask why Asuma brought his own genin to a place like this when Shikamaru started approaching Naruto. Unlike everyone else, he wasn't a bit afraid. He knew his best friend better than everyone else. Naruto! Shikamaru called out, the sound of fighting and screaming echoed in the background. In the heart of the village, a sudden and terrifying spectacle unfolded as 5 colossal snakes materialized out of thin air, their massive forms wreaking havoc and destruction upon everything in their path. Yet the Ghetto statue jumped before them, standing defiantly before the monstrous serpents like a deity of doom. With a thunderous bellow, he unleashed a devastating blow upon the first serpent, causing its head to burst open in a gruesome display of blood and entrails. Undeterred, the remaining 4 snakes lunged ferociously toward the statue, their gaping maws capable of demolishing even the sturdiest of structures. However, the Ghetto statue gazed down upon them with an air of superiority before unleashing a deafening roar that summoned forth 4 bolts of crackling lightning. The serpents writhed in agony as the bolts struck true, their anguished cries reverberating through the village before they met their final, thunderous demise. Naruto, what is going on? Tell us, why are you doing this? Shikamaru questioned, this time much louder, but his voice was silenced when a battalion of Suna shinobi landed near them, with Kimimaro and Baki standing in the front. Shika cursed his luck. All were Anbu shinobi as he prepared to fight them, as did Asuma, who channeled his chakra into his trench knives worn like brass knuckles. Kakashi pulled out a kunai, but it seemed they didn't need to fight. Gaara, I'm ordering you to fight. Kill Naruto. This is an order. Baki shouted with fury in his eyes. Gaara said nothing to him. Instead, he grabbed his shinobi emblem that hung from his wide leather band. He stretched his arm that held the emblem, and quickly engulfed the thing. Gaara, don't! He shouted as the sand expanded. The moment Gaara closed his fist, the sand came crashing down, exploding, and the emblem burst into thousands of pieces that fell down one by one. Baki's face had gone pale like snow. From now on, I'm no longer a shinobi of Suna. I, Gaara, work for Naruto and only want to ensure his dream is fulfilled. I'm doing this on my own, not because someone ordered me, not because Naruto forced me, but on my own will. I'm no longer a slave to Suna. Gaara shouted the last part with a look of absolute relief and joy in his eyes, while Baki looked furious, ready to explode from anger, before letting out a sigh of disappointment. Such a shame, Baki said with a shake of his head before making a hand seal. Kakashi expected something to happen, but nothing happened. Baki looked confused, quickly making the same hand sign, but nothing was happening. I take it you want to use the seal to make every nerve inside Gaara explode in pain. Am I wrong? Naruto questioned with a smug smirk. This earned a look of confusion from Gaara while Baki paled even more. Explode in pain? Gaara questioned, looking up at Naruto in confusion. That's right, in your seal there was a defensive mechanism that would cause every nerve in your body to activate in a way, forcing you to feel extreme pain, so I removed it when I changed your seal. Gaara's eyes widened in absolute shock. He remembered the many times he lost control and would feel extreme pain, enough pain to make him fall unconscious. Now it all made sense, all the times his body started hurting out of nowhere. It was all because of the stupid seal. Now, hearing that sand surrounded Gaara as he looked at all of them with fury. Knowing he was out of options, Baki did the only thing he needed to kill Gaara. At the very least, the power of Shikaku wouldn't be used by someone who threatened the entire world. Die! He shouted before rushing towards Gaara, but the moment he did, a new person appeared right before him. Not a person. A ghost. With a swift kick, Pakura kicked Baki in the face with her feet, sending him flying before smashing against the wall. It's Pakura the traitor! Suna and Biyu shouted in shock, and many of them backed away in fear, but since everyone was distracted, Kimimaro rushed towards Naruto with his large spear bone. Suddenly, Naruto disappeared in a yellow flash, and only now did Kimimaro notice the kunai in the air nearby, which was quickly grasped by Naruto, who had a Rasengan in his other hand and was now above him. Rasengan! Kimimaro gasped as a powerful force slammed him against the ground. A cloud of swirling dirt and smoke erupted, shrouding the area in a haze as a small crater bore witness to the impact. Within it, Kimimaro lay sprawled on his stomach, a gaping wound on his abdomen spilling crimson streams of blood. His eyes looked up at Naruto's Rinnegan eyes. He was impressed as his level 2 curse mark glowed red. You are strong, Uzumaki Naruto. But not strong enough. Kimimaro stated as marks engulfed his entire body. Naruto backed away as a burst of purple chakra enveloped the area. Kimimaro stood up from the crater, but he had changed a lot, and he was much more powerful, almost the same as Orochimaru himself, perhaps the same. Kimimaro had changed once again. His once pale skin now bore a haunting hue of black and purple, a stark contrast to the intricate armor of bones that encased his arms, coalescing into formidable spears of bone. Atop his head rested a formidable bone shell resembling a dragon's skull, its macabre visage serving as a menacing helmet that obscured his face, save for the piercing gaze of his ebony eyes devoid of any white, fixated intently on Naruto through the minuscule apertures of his bone-crafted helm. You are not going to Orochimaru, because I will kill you right here, Kimimaro stated with a very deep voice. Naruto smiled innocently, but their fight was interrupted when the Gedo statue suddenly disappeared into a huge puff of smoke. Naruto smiled triumphantly, knowing his plan was working better than expected. Nagato. Summoning Jutsu. Nagato sighed in relief upon seeing the top of the Gedo statue appear before him, his mouth and eyes closed. He knew despite the little setback, he was still more powerful than this other Rinnegan user. Even Black Zetsu seemed relieved that the statue was here right now. Good job. Now, we need Madara stop talking when the Gedo statue suddenly opened his mouth, and a blonde shinobi was sitting inside the mouth in a cross-legged position with a wide smirk. His Rinnegan gave away who he was. Nagato's eyes widened in absolute shock as Naruto Uzumaki stood up. So, you are the other Rinnegan user, thank you for bringing this statue here. It saved me the time I would waste looking for your location and to know what you look like. Naruto said with a smile of triumph. His grin felt chilling, and Nagato felt a shudder of fear as Naruto quickly noticed the masked man with the Sharingan in his right eye. Who are you? You are not Itachi Uchiha. He stopped mid-sentence as a black rod punctuated his stomach, but he quickly puffed out of existence, making it clear that he had been a shadow clone. Nagato couldn't help but stare in shock. Naruto now knew everything about him, his existence, that he possessed the Rinnegan, how he looked like, and his location. This Naruto is not an ally. Good job, Maki. But you should be faster with your hand signs, and don't forget not to trip like that again. Pakura's voice reverberated firmly as she addressed her student, the words carrying a weight of authority and expectation. Meanwhile, Maki sat with her hands resting on her knees, each breath drawn heavily as she endeavored to soothe her racing heart, beads of sweat cascading from her forehead to the warm sand beneath her, her complexion flushed crimson under the scorching sun's relentless gaze. Maki has bright blue eyes and shoulder-length dark hair. Her most notable feature are the red markings on her face. She wears the standard attire of a Sunigakure ninja, including a turban. She also carries a huge roll of cloth to use in her techniques with her. I am sorry for my mistakes, but I have been busy with the academy a lot lately. They give too much homework. She moaned in annoyance, grabbing a skin bottle full of water before pouring the water all over her face. It was always too hot in Suna. They were surrounded by deserts after all, but today it felt much hotter than usual, even for someone like Pakura, who had a Genkai that gave her resistance to high temperatures. She too was sweating. Sunigakure is the hidden village of the Land of Wind. As the village of one of the 5 great shinobi countries, Sunigakure has a kage as its leader, known as the Kazekage, of which there have been 4 in its history. Being surrounded by desert offers the village a natural deterrent against invasion, as few foreign powers would be willing to endure the sandstorms and water scarcity common to Suna. Sunigakure itself lies in a fortified valley behind cliffs of rock, with passage in and out of the village restricted to a single cleft between 2 cliff faces, making the area very hard to attack from the ground. The buildings inside are made of clay or stucco, which helps to keep the buildings cool. Pakura had just returned from a mission. She had wanted to rest first after reporting to the Kazekage, but she met Maki on the way and decided to train her first before going to rest and see how much she had advanced before leaving for the mission. Too much homework? Well, you did the homework, didn't you? Pakura questioned sharply as she approached her student, who pouted before crossing her arms. Homework? Why would I need homework? Besides, they will have a party tonight at HHHH. Stop it, Maki moaned in pain. Pakura had gotten a hold of her ear with her fingers and wasn't letting it go much, to Maki's annoyance, who kept trying to escape, but Pakura didn't seem like she wanted to let go of the ear. A party? You are still young for parties. Pakura spoke strictly before letting go of her ear. Maki glared at her half-heartedly while rubbing her now red ear. Young, I'm at the right age to party. I want to enjoy my life a little before I become a genin. Maki complained with a wave of her hand before turning to face Pakura, fixing her with a pointed look. Pakura could see the logic in that. After all, she never really had time for parties when she was younger. Because of her unique abilities, her father had made sure to train her to the ground so she could master her abilities to the maximum. This had resulted in her barely having any friends by the time she became a genin. But at the same time, because of her strength, she was able to survive, unlike everyone else. From everyone in her class, all 15 genins that graduated that year, she was the only one still alive. All her classmates were dead. Yaburo Sabaku was her last classmate left until 2 months ago. She had tried to keep him alive, but despite her power, she couldn't protect everyone. After his death, she had gone alone to the local bar and had drunk until she passed out, pretending that she was drinking with her classmates. Many had even wondered if she perhaps had lost it after his death. So, despite the harsh training, she was glad that her father had forced her to train. Otherwise, she was certain she would be nothing but bones right now, or worse, a prisoner of the enemy. As she looked at Maki, she wanted to train her, to increase her chances of survival, but that meant depriving her of the opportunity to have her own life. Being the only survivor often led to guilt, something Pakura still struggled with. Did you at least learn how to perform the flying kick? Pakura questioned. Maki blushed heavily in embarrassment, looking down at her hands. Pakura let out a puff of air. She felt annoyed. What about wind slash? Again, Maki looked down, blushing even more. Pakura pressed her lips into a thin line, losing her patience with this girl. Now she wondered what her student had been doing the whole time she had been away from the village. What about wind blow Mark II? Pakura questioned a little hesitantly, hoping she had at least learned this one. But much to her relief, Maki looked up and nodded her head quite repeatedly and very fast. Good, but you are still not going to the party, Pakura spoke strictly. Maki's face fell, crumbling down like broken glass. But, everyone will be there. Maki insisted, grabbing Pakura's hand tenderly, hoping to touch her feelings, but she was underestimating just how cold-hearted her teacher could be when she wanted to. Just because a group of people decides to do something stupid, that doesn't make it smart. Will you be one of them? Pakura questioned strictly, looking down at her innocent blue eyes. Maki grumbled as she stumped the sand with her feet. It is not fair, she shouted as she turned away from her teacher. I want to have some fun too, she added before turning to face her, looking up at her eyes. Just tonight, please. I won't go to more parties. Tomorrow I will start my training, and won't stop until you are satisfied. I'm never satisfied, Pakura wanted to say but held her tongue. She knew from experience that despite how powerful one became, the risk of dying was always there. It would never fully go away. Even Pakura, who was the only S-rank shinobi in Suna, had multiple scars on her body, scars that proved that despite her strength, she was still mortal like everyone else. She wanted to order her, perhaps to remind her that she wouldn't be able to train her forever. But on the other hand, she remembered how it had felt to barely have friends because of spending the whole day training. Maki, I will regret this. I'm allowing you just this once, but tomorrow I want you here by 6 in the morning. You are the best, Maki shouted before giving her a big hug. Pakura looked down at her as she hugged her waist. She caressed her hair, hoping she was doing the right thing. She was about to say something else when they both heard approaching footsteps. Pakura Sakochi. They turned to see Baki landing near them. She pulled away from her student, looking at him with confusion. What is it? The Kazakage wants you for another mission, Pakura. Baki informed her. What? But I just completed a mission. Pakura reminded him since he had been there in the office when she had reported to the Kazakage about her completed mission. It wasn't unheard of for a shinobi to be sent to another mission right after completing one, but there was an unwritten rule. The shinobi had the right to rest one full day before being sent to another mission, and every kage of every village always tried to avoid breaking that one rule since it had often resulted in the shinobi dying or not performing as well because of exhaustion. I'm afraid I can't do anything for that, Pakura. I'm part of this mission too, but Lord Kazakage told me this one will be a short one. I believe it will take only 3 days or less. Baki informed her with a slight smile. Pakura couldn't help but feel that something was off, but she shook those thoughts away. She had always been loyal and had no reason to be suspicious about anything. Can you wait a minute? Pakura requested. Baki nodded, walking away to give them some privacy. You are leaving again? Maki complained with tearful eyes, but Pakura kneeled to her level before giving her a big hug. Don't worry, you heard, Baki. I will return soon. You won't even notice that I'm gone, she said softly to her student before pulling away, now putting on her strict face that could make everyone listen to her orders. But remember what you promised me. You will train, right? You won't back down on your word to me? I will keep my word, Pakura-sensei. By the time we see each other again, I will have both the flying kick and wind slash fully mastered. Pakura smiled proudly at her student before messing up the top of her hair, much to Maki's annoyance. Stop that! She complained but hardly tried to pull Pakura's hand from her hair. How are you still alive? Baki's voice trembled with fear as he gingerly rose to his full height, seeking solace in the support of the wall behind him. His right eye had exploded in a crimson cascade, drenching half of his face in a macabre hue. The force of the kick not only disfigured his visage but also shattered his skull in multiple places, leaving his skin swollen and tinged with angry red hues, resembling a canvas painted with eerie red cracks. Despite the excruciating pain, he refused to lie down or scream out in pain as Pakura approached him with a mad glint in her brown eyes. That's not important, but you should know one thing, Pakura's voice dripped with venom, each word she uttered laced with a potent mix of anger and power as a radiant heat orb slowly materialized above her outstretched right hand. The orb shimmered with an ethereal brilliance, resembling a pristine white sphere pulsating with pure energy, encircled by a fiery red outline, and trailed by a flickering crimson tail that danced with an otherworldly glow. I gave my life for Suna. That day, Pakura, the hero of Suna, died. But what will Suna do now that I exist? They will learn there's a higher power. What will you do now, when you learn that everything you do has consequences? Pakura said with a furious look, but before she could attack Baki, 5 Suna Anbu jumped on her, but their glittering swords were stopped several inches away from her face. As sand engulfed their entire bodies, the 5 Anbu were slowly being engulfed entirely by sand, forming 5 coffin-like structures made of sand that floated above Pakura. Within their sandy confines, the trapped shinobi writhed and struggled in vain against their sandy prison, their muffled cries lost amidst the ceaseless whisper of shifting sands. No! Please let me! The haunting echoes of their cries were abruptly stifled as the coffins of sand erupted violently, unleashing a macabre spectacle as the bodies within were flung into the air. A rain of blood descended, mingling with shattered bones, torn skin, and glistening entrails. Thank you, Gaara, Pakura said as 20 more Anbu attacked her, and then rushed towards Gaara with the objective of killing him. With a graceful leap, Pakura soared into the air, skillfully evading the flurry of blades aimed in her direction. As 3 adversaries lunged towards her, she unleashed a powerful burst of steam from her mouth, enveloping them in a cloud of scalding vapor. The trio cried out in agony, plummeting to the ground with a resounding thud, their flesh peeled away from their bones and muscles. Ayaha! Their piercing screams echoed through the stadium. The scorching release mercilessly ravaged their bodies, causing their flesh to liquefy and slew off in gruesome streams, their once bright eyes erupting into crimson fountains of horror, and their teeth raining down like shattered pearls. With each passing moment, the veil of their skin peeled back, unveiling the raw vulnerability of their exposed ribcages. Baki watched in horror. His heart felt like it would burst from his chest. It was not the first time he had seen her use her famous scorch release, but never to this extent. Before, she used to stop at simply mummifying her victims. It was still painful, but she had never gone to this extent with any of her enemies. This is revenge. We must kill her. She will destroy Suna if we don't do anything. Baki thought in growing fear as the ANBU shinobi kept attacking her with wind and fire. Fire style, storm. Wind style, great breakthrough. All the ANBU still left alive launched their respective. The flames grew much larger from all the wind, taking the form of a giant fire tornado that quickly started sucking in everyone unfortunate enough to be nearby. Baki watched in satisfaction and relief as the flames completely engulfed Pakura. He knew she had resistance to hot temperatures, but she wasn't fireproof. He knew for sure that she was only charred bones right now. Suddenly, the fire tornado started fading away. It shrunk until it disappeared completely, leaving behind a scorched black ground. Baki looked around but quickly noticed something that made his blood freeze. There was no sign left of Pakura anywhere, of anyone around the arena, and their visions were getting blurry as if they were suffering from a mirage that usually occurred in deserts because of high temperatures. What is this? One ANBU questioned with a quivering voice. Usually, Baki would never tolerate an ANBU showing fear in any situation, but they were dealing with one of the most powerful Suna shinobis that ever existed. Only the third Kazekage was perhaps stronger with his iron sand. To their eyes, the stadium was completely empty, with no person in sight, and all the noise outside was completely gone, as if they were somehow in a completely different place. Without the Kazekage, you all are like sheep that ran away from the horde. Her voice echoed all around them as Baki struggled to step forward. The bleeding from his now empty eye socket wasn't stopping. He didn't know how to perform medical, but he did the only thing left to prevent himself from falling unconscious. He grabbed a syringe full of adrenaline from his pouch and quickly injected himself. What is this? Why am I seeing my home? One ANBU shouted, his voice quivering like a leaf. Idaka! What are you doing here? Another female ANBU shouted in growing confusion. Why is Sarah here? What did you do with my daughter? Another ANBU shouted in absolute rage as he extended his arm towards someone, but Baki wondered why there was no one there. When the hound is far away, what will protect you from the wolf hunting you from the shadows? Her voice echoed once again. This time, one of them started running away in fear, and his figure disappeared into the strange mirage surrounding them. Baki heard his screams everywhere around him before hearing the sound of someone dropping to the ground. Suddenly, 3 ANBU amongst them fell down on the ground. Their faces had turned reddish, their skins slowly peeling away like an eggshell, with white steam leaving through their nostrils. What should we do? One ANBU shouted frantically, looking at his friends for any idea how to escape this trap. Suddenly, Baki looked at his hand and gasped. His skin was slowly thinning as if the liquid of his body was slowly evaporating. She's using her scorch release and mist form in small doses, so we will notice the effects once it is already too late. We need to leave now. Baki thought in panic as he shouted at all the ANBUs that were still alive. Everyone runs in different directions. She can't take us all at the same time. Whoever is able to escape, attack her, and once she's distracted, this jutsu should end. Baki ordered them despite wearing masks. He knew they all were afraid, but the desire to serve their country was stronger than their fear. Yes, sir. They all shouted with sudden determination in their cries. Baki let out a breath. He felt the smell of blood in his mouth, and he realized that her mist jutsu was slowly scorching his organs. He coughed out blood as a sharp pain started growing on his neck. Now! He shouted as they all ran in different directions. Baki didn't dare to turn back. He couldn't do that. Otherwise, he might die, but he heard all their screams bombarding his ears, and he saw the end of the mirage getting closer. With one final jump, he escaped. Now outside in the real world, the moment he took a deep breath from the fresh air, his entire body burst into blinding pain. He was in so much pain that he couldn't control his landing anymore. He couldn't do anything as he fell to the ground. Every single breath felt painful. His organs felt like they were on fire, and he felt as if he was breathing fire inside his body. Help! he rasped. His voice sounded like he was drowning and echoed from within his throat. Suddenly, his mouth opened, and he puked. Chunks of blood escaped from his mouth. The pain was unbearable, blinding. He was burning, and he knew it. He choked on his own blood, but as his eye saw what he had puked, he realized that he hadn't vomited blood and food. His organs had started decaying and no longer staying inside. Baki tried to breathe, but it hurt. He tried to crawl away, but the moment he tried to stand up with the help of his hands, the skin fell off. The pain. Too much pain. He couldn't even crawl. He could hardly see anymore, and everything appeared foggy to him. The adrenaline shot he had taken was keeping him conscious, but he could still hear just right. He heard the sound of approaching footsteps. He looked up to see Pakura's face, looking down on him with nothing but contempt. How does it feel to crawl on the ground like a worm, to beg for someone to save you? Pakura inquired, knowing full well that Baki could hardly say anything, let alone complete sentences. As his skin gradually thinned, revealing the contours of his skull beneath, his face took on a sunken appearance, while his left eyeball appeared precariously loose, seemingly on the brink of detachment. A delicate network of crimson-hued muscles could still be seen, tenuously connecting the eyeball to the inner recesses of his head, but he still glared at her. I am Bibaki. I am a S special J Jonin of Suna. The Y will see come to FFF find me. If they search in hell, I'm sure they will find you there, Pakura said before bringing her feet down on his head. Gaara watched in silence as Pakura walked away with a look of relief and satisfaction on her face. His eyes remained on the big chunk of bones, blood, and skin that was Baki's head. May you rest in peace. Even if you don't deserve it, Gaara murmured under his breath, remembering the one time Baki had been a good jonin to him. After completing a mission, they went out to get ice cream, and that was the only moment that Baki invited Gaara to eat ice cream with them. He decided to remember that as he walked away. Naruto earlier. Why do you follow Orochimaru? He questioned as the information of his clone came to him. He wondered who the masked man was, but he could get the answer to that question some other day. Right now, he needed to deal with what he had started in Konoha. Why would that interest you? Kimimaro questioned with a calculating look. Naruto realized that he wasn't a moron. He wasn't blindly attacking just because he was stronger now, but he always knew there was something to make someone angry. Anyone had their weakness. I'm just curious why the last survivor of the Kagaya clan would ally himself with a snake like Orochimaru, who uses people for his own benefit. His words made his nostrils flare up briefly, but that was enough for Naruto to smirk in triumph. Someone like you can never understand my master. He found me and gave me a reason to keep living. I made friends because I decided to follow him. You can never understand why I follow him. Kimimaro stated that a tail made of bones started growing from his back. The other Konoha shinobis, including Kakashi, Asuma, Guy, and Shikamaru, were slowly approaching him, but Naruto didn't want them to interrupt the fun. Your master is nothing but a coward. All he does is experiment on innocent people and weak shinobis that he knows he can defeat. During the Forest of Death exam, he attacked us, a group of genins, but the moment he figured out that I was much stronger, he ran away like a dog with its tail between his legs. This is why he brought you here. If he loses, then he hopes his little loyal dog will be there to help him enough. Kimimaro shouted and thrusted his tail towards Naruto, who disappeared in a yellow flash. That jutsu won't work twice. Kimimaro shouted as sharp bones burst out from every part of his body, stabbing through anything in every direction around him, but they pierced nothing but empty air. That is a good defense against my Hiroshin. If I was close, those bones would have punctured my body, Naruto thought as he appeared far enough away from Kimimaro. The bones he had grown slowly sank inside his body. He watched as the skin closed off the moment the bones sank fully inside. Every time I use my Hiroshin, he will regrow his bones in all directions to make sure I can't get close enough to harm him, Naruto realized before deciding to deal with this as soon as possible. While he would have wished nothing more than to see everything that Kimimaro could do, he didn't have the time to stick around to satisfy his curiosity. As Naruto stood with determination etched on his face, he extended his hand towards his opponent. Softly, he murmured, Shinra Tensei. In an instant, a powerful invisible force erupted from his palm, causing a violent upheaval in the surroundings. Kimimaro, along with every Konoha shinobi in the vicinity, were forcefully swept away, their bodies colliding with nearby structures with a deafening impact. The earth beneath Naruto's feet trembled as fissures erupted, sending debris soaring into the sky before plummeting back down to the ground in a chaotic symphony of destruction. Naruto didn't have time to celebrate as Kimimaro appeared behind him with both spear arms rushing towards him. Die! He shouted, hitting the ground, causing massive bone pillars with pointy ends to burst out of the ground, killing 3 Konoha shinobi and piercing their stomachs. Whereas Kimimaro was kicked in the head, smashing against the ground, but he quickly stood up and raised his arms in the air. Full control! He shouted. Suddenly, everyone near Kimimaro stopped dead in their tracks, including Naruto, whose eyes widened in shock. He couldn't even move one finger, but he quickly noticed the blood dripping from Kimimaro's nose. What is happening with my body? Kakashi questioned as he tried to move. He couldn't move a finger but could still see perfectly. His Sharingan was focused on Kimimaro. What is happening here? Why can't I move? Wait, he's from the Kagaya clan and can control bones to a degree not seen before because of Orochimaru's curse mark. Does that mean he's able to control our bones? Naruto, Kakashi, and Shikamaru concluded at the same time, but unlike the other two, the blonde was ecstatic. He had to give it to Orochimaru. He knew how to find the best shinobis to be his subordinates, and he was good at brainwashing these fools. Naruto noticed Kimimaro's face twitching and blood leaking from his nose, eyes, and even his ears. This was painful for Kimimaro and perhaps was draining his chakra. He was willing to bet that Kimimaro could keep this up only for 30 seconds before running out of chakra completely. I'm almost as powerful as Master Orochimaru in this form, Kimimaro declared, and as if to demonstrate his power, with a twitch of his finger, Asuma let out a scream. His left foot had completely turned in the opposite direction. Kimimaro quickly turned his attention towards Naruto, moving his arms slowly, causing Naruto's head to move to his right. He tried to move it faster, but Naruto was resisting his control. He's trying to force me into breaking my own neck, Naruto quickly realized. I'm almost there, Shikamaru thought as he desperately tried to move his fingers closer to one another to complete his last hand sign. When they were surrounding the bone guy, Shikamaru had started doing the hand signs for his shadow-possessing jutsu to catch both Naruto and the bone guy, but he had started controlling them right as Shika was at the last hand sign. All he needed was to move his fingers a little closer, something he was able to do very slowly. I see. His control is not the same from one person to another. I bet he's using everything to keep Naruto under his control, so he's not paying attention to me, Shikamaru realized as his fingers were getting closer and closer. Almost there, Kakashi thought as his Sharingan turned into a Mangekyo Sharingan. His eyes focused solely on Kimimaro's head, ready to use his ability. Even if he could control bones, he couldn't do anything without a head. Sixth gate open, Guy thought urgently as he manipulated his own chakra so his chakra gates would be opened without the need for hand signs. You know, Kimimaro. Your plan is genius, but you made one mistake. Naruto suddenly moved his right hand, orange chakra engulfed his hand, and Kimimaro's eyes widened in shock at the sight. Stop! He shouted, using his entire strength to stop Naruto, but he was too late as he slammed his hand on his chest, his entire body engulfed in golden-orange chakra, breaking Kimimaro's control over him. You used chakra to control my bones, so I broke your control by overflowing my body with sage chakra, a chakra you don't know how to control, Naruto stated with a smirk. His face had changed a little. His left cheek had grown tiny scales across the face, and his Rinnegan had turned a dark purple shade. You thought becoming stronger than that snake you call master meant you couldn't be defeated. But you are very mistaken if you think Orochimaru is the strongest. He's nothing but a sick man too scared of his own mortality, Naruto stated before punching Kimimaro's face. He had grown bone spikes on his cheek, but Naruto's fist shattered his bones before making contact with his face. How? He thought in absolute shock as he was sent flying across the arena. He quickly grew bones all around him, but Naruto didn't care as he used a red Rasengan that obliterated his bones before drilling through his stomach. Not again, my master. I'm so sorry. I failed you, Kimimaro thought as he was sent flying before crashing against the stadium wall. But he refused to give up, even if he couldn't win. He would make sure Naruto Uzumaki wouldn't survive. He's a danger to Orochimaru. He shouldn't live. Kimimaro thought as he watched Naruto getting closer, perhaps to finish him off. You will not kill Master Orochimaru! He shouted before slamming both hands on the ground. With a thunderous roar that echoed through the vast expanse of the stadium, his voice reverberated like a powerful thunder. Grand Forest of Bones! He bellowed. The ground quaked violently, causing a tumultuous upheaval that sent shockwaves rippling through the air. Suddenly, a myriad of bones erupted from the soil, their ivory forms gleaming in the dim light as they towered towards the heavens with an insatiable hunger. As they pierced through layers of concrete, mortar, and even ceramic, the once towering buildings crumbled like a house of cards. A giant dirt smoke enveloped the entire stadium before slowly disappearing away, revealing the entire stadium was destroyed. Every corner, everything was destroyed by the large bones that had grown from the ground. It looked like a massive forest, but every tree was made of bones. The bodies of those who couldn't run away were being held up by the bones that had punctured their bodies. Their bodies remained there like twisted tree decorations. Kimimaro breathed heavily as his body grew out of the tallest tree bone. Suddenly, he started coughing blood. His body burned in pain, but he ignored all of that, knowing he had done his job well. His master was safe. He had done his job even if he knew this would kill him. At least, Naruto Uzumaki is dead? Kimimaro's eyes widened as he quickly looked behind to see Naruto's Rinnegan looking back at him. Kimimaro was already too exhausted to do anything as Naruto slammed his palm on top of his cursed mark. A burning sensation spread over his chest as a circle formed over his cursed mark. What did you do? Kimimaro demanded as his body turned back to normal by itself. The effects of the curse mark disappeared completely. I sealed off Orochimaru's mark, but don't worry. Naruto grinned in a chilling way that made Kimimaro shudder in fear. I will keep you alive. He started before using a black scroll to seal him inside with his chakra chains. The moment he was sealed inside, the bone trees started cracking and shaking until they came crashing down one by one. Naruto landed down below with a loud thud, and the entire stadium of Chunin exams was in ruins. He briefly wondered where Pakura and Gaara had gone. Rashi was busy with his job, and Fuka was probably busy stealing chakra from people with her chakra chains. Now, time to take care of Orochimaru, Naruto said casually, but as he tried to take a step forward, he was stopped dead on his track. You are not going anywhere, Naruto, Shikamaru stated with narrowed eyes as his shadow connected with his. Guy, Kakashi, and Asuma are standing beside him. The latter was barely standing on his broken foot, but he refused to abandon his genins. Naruto wished he could have postponed this discussion after killing the snake. Shika, you should know why? He shouted out as he stiffened, his eyes red with unshed tears, tears that he was desperately trying to hold back. Why are you doing this, Naruto? It's not too late yet, you don't have to do this, we can fix this. Together. The Hokage will pardon you. No. Shikamaru's face fell as he kept the jutsu active. Naruto knew Pakura and Gaara were nearby, ready to kill them, but he quickly shook his head in their direction. This was personal, and he would deal with this by himself. But why? We are friends. You, me, Ino, Choji, Asuma-sensei, and everyone else. We are all your friends. Why betray us? Shikamaru shouted with a pleading voice as tears rolled down his face. Naruto felt his eyes burn for a brief moment, looking at Shikamaru talking and pleading like that. A small part of him felt guilty to be responsible for causing this, to make his dearest friend feel like that, but he stopped himself. He knew what he was getting himself into the moment he decided to start this plan. The time for regrets had long passed. Naruto, listen to me, as your teacher for a year now. I know we don't know each other well. But think about this whole thing that you are doing, about Konoha, about your home. You don't need to do whatever you think you will achieve. In the end, you will regret everything you did. I know your worth, your potential, and how much you can change the world we live in by becoming Hokage. You don't need to start a war with the whole world to change things. You can still do all that you want and not betray your home. Asuma pleaded as he breathed heavily. His broken foot kept bleeding as he breathed heavily. For a long minute, there was only silence until Naruto's Rinnegan's eyes turned red, and blood accumulated on the corner of his eyes before rolling down his face. This world is hell. Do you really think I would have wanted my kids to be raised in an environment where killing other people is seen as something you should have to survive? Do you think I want my children to be raised in an environment like this world? A world where war starts because of greedy people at the top. Trust me, it's only a matter of time before the fourth war starts. If I become Hokage, all I do is become a part of the system. So I have decided to carry the anger, the rage, the fury of humanity on my shoulders. I will create a new world, one where my children can grow with their parents. A world where everyone's children are safe. That is my objective. Despite wearing a mask, Kakashi looked heartbroken. Naruto could see it from the redness of his eyes. Do you have any idea of the amount of blood you will have in your hands? I do. And I won't stop until the new world is created. As long as there are people dreaming of the old world, they will eventually rebel. Kakashi-sensei, you know what this world is like. This world took everything away from you. Your father, your friends, and my parents. Because of how this world is built, what happened to us will be repeated over and over again for eternity. What happened to us has happened to countless people before, and will continue happening. There's only one way to stop the wheel. Destroy it to its core until nothing of the old world is left. People are afraid of change. They would rather suffer in a world they know than live peacefully in a world they don't recognize. That is the problem with us humans. Many of us love to complain but never move a finger to change things. But I will change everything. It's been 3,000 years, and the cycle keeps repeating itself. How long before Konoha itself breaks itself apart, and the clans get divided once again? Another 1,000 years of bloody wars amongst clans. I will no longer tolerate children being taught how to kill. Children being blamed for something they never did. Families and clans being slaughtered because the Kage is too stupid to do anything. Naruto said with a growl of anger, remembering his Uchiha family and remembering the way people had looked at him his whole life. For something he never did. All that hatred he had felt. This system of shinobis. The civilians outside of hidden villages are forbidden from learning how to open their chakra system, let alone how to use it. Why is that? Because they would no longer be customers. Civilians are butchered every year by bandits, but the world sees them as just another casualty, so they will keep depending on shinobis, so the money will keep flowing. Why are Chunin and Jonin exams seen as spectacles? Why do thousands of people bet and cheer when children are put in an arena to kill each other? Because it is profitable. Because it keeps the money flowing. Children as young as 4 can be sent on missions to kill people as long as they are good enough at it. Kakashi's face fell, knowing he had been only 5 when he had become a genin. A month later, he had tasted the feeling of taking a life, but he escaped his thoughts as Naruto extended his arm towards them. Join me, help me to cure this world. We don't have to fight. We can still be friends. No. This world that you want to create, Naruto, is a dream, a beautiful dream, but still a dream. How do you know that people won't revolt once you pass away? You cannot live forever, Naruto. You cannot ensure that peace will remain after your death. How will you convince everyone in the world to suddenly change their way of living? Will you force everyone to live the way that you want them to live? People will not follow you. And neither will I, Kakashi said with a look of determination but sadness, too. Naruto closed his eyes. A single tear rolled down his face before falling to the ground below. Once it did, he opened his Rinnegan eyes. You were right about one thing, Shikamaru. We are friends. I will always consider you my best friend. Naruto stated before disappearing in a yellow flash behind them. I'm sorry. The words echoed in the wind as a burst of blood flew in the air. Yes. I believe if I train her, she will be able to fully utilize it properly. I might help her, but of course, with your permission. Hanabi knew he wasn't asking for permission, he just wanted to make it seem like he was. Of course. Hinata will be delighted to hear that. Her father answered right away with a slight stutter. The elder's smile made Hanabi gulp, still remembering the feeling of drowsiness when he touched her shoulder. Hanabi's eyes flickered at Hinata. She wished she would wake up soon enough. But suddenly, the time seemed to have stopped. She heard his words in her ears, and just as quickly, the time returned to normal immediately. Hanabi stumbled and almost fell on her knees, his words echoing in her ears like a bell. For a moment, she wondered if she had been the only one to hear his words when one shouted. Did you hear that? The entire stadium shook violently. This time, Hanabi quickly grabbed something as the whole place started shaking violently. The ceiling cracked, bits of it falling on the floor in the form of small rocks. What is happening? One screamed, sounding paralyzed from fear, the voice in everyone's heads, his words, and now the whole place was shaking. Hanabi felt her father's arm around her waist, trying to keep her from falling on the floor, when a roar echoed throughout the place. This time, the entire room shook violently, the windows broke into pieces, and the medical tools around the room were yeeted in the air like small projectiles. Hanabi wondered what kind of earthquake was happening when all the shaking stopped as if flipping a switch. Hanabi lifted her head to see the elder Hyuga had stood up. His Byakugan was activated, something she had never seen before. His eyes, unlike all the other Byakugans, his eyes had a blue glow on them, and the air itself suddenly felt much warmer. The old man had his eyes focused on a certain direction, before turning to face everyone else. Konoha is in danger. Suna and the Sound Village are attacking our home. Right now, the Hokage is fighting Orochimaru. Hundreds of enemy shinobis are slaughtering our people. This is an order, as members of the Hyuga clan. Protect this village. Elder Hyuga ordered with a firm and commanding voice. Hanabi wanted to go out there and fight for her home. She knew her father would do the same, but what about Hinata and Niji? She wondered as she looked at them. Both looked as if they were sleeping peacefully, but unlike Hinata, Niji's entire upper face was completely covered in bandages, and many medical equipment were attached to his body to keep him stable. Yes, sir. They all shouted before disappearing from the room as if they were ghosts, but two of them stood in their place and didn't follow the rest. The elder Hyuga gave them a sharp look as if asking why they weren't obeying him. My lord, my daughter, and Niji, who will protect them? Her father pleaded, sinking to one knee, keeping his head low. The same was true for her uncle, who kneeled in front of elder Hyuga. Hanabi wondered if she should do the same. If her father was kneeling to this old man, then she figured she should do the same to someone her father both respected and feared. I understand your concern, Heishi and Hizashi. I was a father too a long time ago. I stand by what I said. I saw how Niji and Lady Hinata fought. I believe both can achieve great things. I will stay here and protect them. I'm all the security they will ever need. Hanabi wasn't sure if she could believe that. Sure, he looked strong, but he was even older than the Hokage, and she doubted that he was stronger than him. And even if he was, what if 100 enemy shinobi entered this place at the same time? She doubted he would be able to kill all of them, and not let one of them do something to Hinata and Niji. She looked at her father, expecting him to think the same. Instead, he and her uncle nodded their heads without a shadow of a doubt on their faces before disappearing as the others had done a minute ago. Now that she was left alone, Hanabi was unsure what to do. Was she supposed to go out there and fight or stay here and protect her sister? She knew she had talent. Her father had told her as much, and she was able to defeat many fellow clanmates who were older than her, but she was only 9 years old, and she had yet to become a genin. She knew she was the best in her class, and perhaps the best in the academy, but the one attacking the village were shinobis of Chunin and Jonin rank, no matter how talented she was. She knew she stood no chance against those who had experience with the brutality of the real life. Still, despite knowing that, she was about to jump outside from the window and fight, but a voice stopped her just as she put her hands on the windowsill. I admire your bravery, Lady Hanabi, but as you are right now, you go out there. All your contribution will be an extra body to bury after this whole silly war is over. Hanabi turned to face the old man whose back was facing her. She knew what he was saying was true. She had no way of helping, but his words made her clench her teeth. She wasn't weak. Despite her age, she was stronger than her sister. I'm not weak, I'm strong. I have already mastered the gentle fist and my Byakugan. I can help. Hanabi knew she wasn't supposed to ever question what the elder Hyuga said. Her father had warned her many times to obey him as if he were God. In a way, he was to them. He was the ultimate power of their clan, he was above all of them, and his orders were to never be questioned, but right now, she was young and angry with him. Her sister just lost an eye. Her cousin, who hated their guts, lost the ability to see because of his stupid teammate, and Konoha was being attacked. Perhaps, but you go out there, all you will do is waste your life for nothing. There's nothing wrong with doing nothing if you can't make things better. It is foolish to try and fix problems you are not qualified to fix. The elder said with a low, calculating look, still not looking at her. His eyes were looking at the door that led inside the hospital room. Hanabi knew what he was saying made sense. She knew that, but she hated the feeling of doing nothing. What if her father got killed because she wasn't there to help him? What if her uncle died? What if her being there would help them? Am I supposed to just stay here and do nothing? She spat the words with venom, edging closer to the open window. She didn't know how to use body flicker yet, but she didn't need it right now. Yes, but I will not force you to stay here. If you want to go outside and fight and see what war is like, then the window is right there. But if you want to stay here and make sure your sister who is in critical condition survives, then I think you should stay where you are. The choice is yours. Hanabi's heart fell into a pit. She looked at Hinata again. Despite sleeping, her expression was one of fear. How could I be so foolish? She's completely defenseless, and so is Niji. She thought, feeling the need to berate herself, as she walked away from the window. She walked towards her bed with slow steps. Her right eye was fully bandaged, and a piece of clothing went around her head, supporting the sterile cotton ball on her eye. Hanabi kissed her forehead, something their mother used to do to both of them a long time ago, when they were still young, when she was still alive. Hinata always felt better when their mother kissed her forehead. Hanabi sat down on a stool near her bed. Silence fell over the room. She could hear the sound of battle outside, followed by the sound of explosions. She wished that Naruto guy had been here to make Hinata feel better. Suddenly, she remembered his words and what Naruto Uzumaki had said. She wondered how he had been able to talk to all of them. She remembered him mentioning the Rinnegan. But she had no idea what that was. If that thing really allowed someone to talk with everyone around the world who had their chakras unlocked, then what else could it do? Lord Elder, did you hear the voice in your head? I did. Hanabi wondered if he knew something she did not. This Naruto Uzumaki said that he would conquer the whole world. How was he able to talk to everyone like that? She questioned, still unable to understand. She knew Hinata had a crush on him, and while she hadn't really confessed her feelings for him to her, Hanabi was smart enough to know that much. She remembered finding her diary, and all that was written there was about Naruto. Hanabi didn't really understand why she was so fixated on him. Sure, he saved her life when the Kumo Shinobi tried to kidnap her, but was that all of it? Hanabi felt grateful that he had saved her, but after hearing his words in her head, she was confident that whatever feeling his sister had for him needed to be squandered. Right now, he is the #1 enemy of the entire world, much more dangerous than even Orochimaru. Through the Rinnegan, Lady Hanabi. The Rinnegan is the eye that was said to be possessed by the Sage of Six Paths a long time ago. But it has never appeared before, but it seems it appeared once again with young Naruto Uzumaki. Hanabi almost gasped. Despite being young, she had heard and read about the legendary sage, the father of all shinobi. Hanabi wondered just how powerful he was. If he truly possessed that eye, then there was no way to know without being in direct combat with him. He was powerful enough to conquer the entire world for all she knew. As Hanabi thought of him, she remembered what he had said, his promise to the world to make a better future for everyone. She couldn't help but wonder if he could somehow achieve something like that. It sounded like a beautiful dream, a world where her sister didn't have to be a shinobi anymore. She wasn't made to be one. One of the main reasons she trained so hard, why she spent so much time training, why her hands burned every time she went to bed, why she woke up much earlier than usual, was for the chance that her father would allow her sister to drop from the shinobi system and live an everyday life. Hanabi looked at her. Despite the bandages on her face, the slash had made its mark all the way to the middle of her forehead on her right side. She could see the end tip of the slash scar. If only the world was truly like that, Hinata wouldn't have to worry about going on missions, the fear of killing people, her father not being proud of her, she thought, moving away a strand of hair that covered her sleeping face. That world could be perfect for everyone, a world she knew her sister would enjoy much more than the one they have right now. But a part of her reminded her that it couldn't be done so easily. People will change their way of living only through violence. Violence was the only language that humanity understood, and a war of that scale. She knew that even if he managed to conquer every piece of land as he had promised, it would happen only after a sea of blood was spilled. But Hinata would be much happier in that world, she told herself. I will create a new world. One that doesn't send young people to missions where the village profits, one that doesn't allow people in high places to start wars so they could profit, and one that doesn't force kids to kill people so a place could profit. A just world. That is what I desire. My duty is to create this new world. A world where people can live happy. But those in the high places want the world to continue as it was, so they can keep living in luxury and power. I resented that. The moment she heard approaching footsteps, Hanabi escaped her thoughts. Her legs moved on their own. She stood up, taking her stance and activating her Byakugan. She saw 5 strangers running towards their room, checking room after room. From their vests, she knew they were Jonins. Hanabi swallowed hard, ready to defend her sister even if it meant death. She knew she could try to run away with her, but she would leave Niji behind. I should grab her and run. The elder might be able to hold them off long enough for me to run away with Hinata, she thought as she looked back at Niji, who was still sleeping on the bed. She knew she was leaving him behind on their mercy, but she would always choose her sister over him. Suddenly, the door burst open. They are here! Someone shouted. Hanabi quickly moved her arms to grab Hinata and ran away when everything froze. She would have screamed if she could, but she couldn't even move her fingers. Unlike the first time, she could still hear the clock ticking, so Naruto hadn't stopped the time. She expected to hear his voice in her head, but nothing was happening. Lady Hanabi, I promised your father and uncle that I would protect you 3. I always keep my word. Turn around. Suddenly, she could move again with her heart beating on her throat like a bell. She turned around, and the sight before her confused her. The elder was sitting in the same chair he had been in since they had entered this room, but the 10 Jonins that had barged inside weren't attacking them. Instead, they stood still, just a step beyond the threshold. Their faces had gone white as snow, sweat rolling down their faces as if they were in a desert. She wondered why they weren't attacking them. When the Jonin who was in the front, from his face, seemed just a little older than her sister, slowly he grabbed the handle of the sword strapped on his waist, his arms shaking as if he was freezing from the cold. Hanabi was ready to attack him when her eyes widened as droplets of blood fell on her forehead. The young Jonin had turned around and had slashed through the body of the one behind him, slicing through his neck deep into his ribcage. The blood burst out from the wound, painting the walls red. Hanabi's eyes widened. Suddenly, she felt paralyzed like them. She could still move her fingers, but she felt as if she was staring at the devil himself, the smile on the elder's face. The young Jonin's face changed. He looked horrified, mournful, and full of regret for what he had done, but Hanabi watched as he sliced the stomach of the next enemy, Jonin. His guts spilled out on the floor. The man was still alive, but no screams of pain escaped him. The young Jonin now was crying as he raised his sword, his arms shaking as he sliced through the body of the next one. Hanabi felt frozen in place. This was the first time she had seen someone die, and the sight horrified her. The young Jonin cried even more, but no sobs were heard as he sliced through another one, and another, and another. Soon, he was the only one left. A river of blood slid through the floor like a red worm. Young Jonin's eyes were red like blood from crying. He looked broken and seemed to want nothing more than to break down and cry, but he did nothing as he turned to face the elder Hyuga. Hanabi wondered if he would attack him, but what happened next shocked her. The young Jonin turned the sword he was holding around, the blade now facing his own stomach. As it inched closer, his arms started shaking more, and the sword was almost falling off his hands. Do it, the elder Hyuga ordered with a blank face. PP please. The Jonin cried out, his voice shaking like a leaf, as more tears streamed down his face. Please let me go, men. I have a family waiting for me, my young brother. Please. Silence followed as the elder gave the young Jonin a look. Hanabi felt stuck there. She wondered if the elder would let him go. When the sword started lowering, the man smiled in relief, the color returning on his face. I'm sure they will miss you a lot. But they will be too busy running for their lives when Konoha pays back Suna for trying to invade us. Your family will die screaming, just like you. The young man gasped in horror. He seemed ready to plead for his family when the sword stopped moving downwards, his arms moved with speed forward, the blade pierced through his stomach, and blood gushed out, but not one scream was heard. The man kept holding the handle, his hands shaking. The tip of the sword had come out through his back, and slowly, he started moving the blade across his stomach, cutting even more. Hanabi watched as his guts fell out, and only then the young Jonin fell on the ground, his face twitching in agony, red eyes like blood, but still, despite the enormous pain he was feeling, he couldn't scream. Hanabi's eyes were glued to the elder Hyuga as he deactivated his Byakugan. He turned to look at her, and she felt frozen from his gaze. Her body felt cold to cold. She almost cried out in fear, but she didn't trust herself to do that. What if he didn't like that she screamed? What would he do to her? No need to be afraid of me, Lady Hanabi. As long as you are not with the enemy of Clan Hyuga, then you have no reason to be afraid. His words, she didn't know why, but they sounded like a threat. She suddenly remembered that she had thought of Naruto's intentions, and perhaps his plan could work. Hanabi felt frozen, trying to force herself to stop thinking. Can he read my mind? She wondered, sinking to her knees. She felt the cold floor on her knees, but she barely paid attention to it. Instead, she did the only thing she could. She turned to look at Hinata, who was still sleeping peacefully. Hanabi really wished she could swap places with her right now. Kumo team. When I said that a war could start, I was joking, Omoi shouted as he and his friends kept running away from the stadium. It was a war zone. Omoi wanted to help that Shikamaru guy, but Samui told him that right now, they needed to worry only about each other. Never mind that, we need to regroup, Yujito shouted at him from behind as they tried their best to escape the havoc that was happening all around them. But just as they were reaching the top of the stadium, Omoi stopped when he heard a woman crying. He turned around to see a large group of civilians who were cornered and being butchered by 3 Suna and Sound Shinobis. Amongst them was a child who was crying. Omoi bit down so hard that his lollipop broke in half. Without thinking, he unsheathed his sword, ready to kill them. Stop, Oma. For a moment, he didn't want to believe that someone he considered a friend was telling him that, but as he turned around to face her, she looked back at him with a blank expression. Even Yujito seemed taken aback by her order. What did you say? Omoi whispered in a low, threatening voice. As he walked up to her, he knew Carrie was telling him not to do something foolish, but he didn't care as he grabbed her tunic, glaring at her, but she, once again, didn't seem threatened or affected by him. They are not civilians. We should regroup and wait for the Raikage's orders, Samui said with the same blank expression. Oma couldn't believe what he was hearing. He always knew she was a cold-hearted girl, but never to this degree. Instead of punching her, perhaps that would teach her a lesson, he let go of her tunic before rushing towards the civilians. You bastards! Omoi shouted in anger as he stabbed through one of them, but the other 2 quickly noticed his presence. A Kumo shinobi. Omoi swung his sword towards him, but the 2 easily dodged his attacks. But one of them was caught off guard when Yujito used her own sword to slice his head off from behind. The death of his ally made the last one gasp, his attention not on Omoi, who quickly plunged his sword deep into his heart. Droplets of blood flew in front of his face. The metallic taste enveloped his mouth. He quickly spit it out, feeling a little disgusted. The man fell down with a loud thud, almost taking Omoi's sword with him, but he quickly pulled it out of him, its blade red with fresh blood. He looked at the civilians they had saved. All of them were still afraid of them, all of them pushing the child behind them, using themselves as shields. It's all right, you are safe now, Oma said, trying to sound friendly despite the Kumo headband on his forehead. The civilians still looked at him with suspicion, but it wavered when the little girl waved her hand at him with an innocent smile. Don't stay here, run to safety, Yujito suddenly shouted at them. They quickly did as they were told. Oma's smile faltered slightly, but he knew they had no time for a chat. He couldn't help but feel good about what he had just done. They might be from Konoha, but no civilian was guilty of what the shinobis were doing. Feeling better, the 2 quickly regrouped with the others on top of the stadium, where B-sensei and Darui-sensei were waiting for them. Omoi tried to avoid looking at Samui, but he knew she still didn't feel guilty for trying to abandon them to their fate. Darui-sensei, what should we do? Samui questioned her sensei, but the man grunted. All around them, everyone was fighting with one another, and that was not counting the giant statue that Naruto had summoned. Omu was at a loss for words. He didn't know Naruto well, but hearing his words, he couldn't help but feel completely outmatched. He knew from experience that Naruto meant every word he said. He didn't sound like someone who was talking out of his ass, which made Omo feel even more outmatched. The Raikage is right there. For now, avoid all combat. We are not here to fight with anyone, Darui ordered. Soon, they all landed on the roof where the Hokage podium was. A square purple barrier was stopping everyone from helping their Kage. Lord Raikage, what should we do? Darui shouted as loudly as he could as he looked at the 4 sound shinobis, who seemed to be keeping the barrier active. A sound shinobi is sitting cross-legged on each barrier, and all 4 are doing a different hand sign. A piece of the barrier had covered them, too, stopping anyone from attacking them as long as the barrier was active. How can we destroy this barrier? Carrie questioned. With a sword in her hand, she seemed ready to attack the barrier with it, but she was stopped when Omoi grabbed her by the shoulder. Before pulling her away, he stepped forward. He squinted his eyes, and he could see them. On the barrier, there were minuscule seal signs all around its surface. A seal master can easily dispel this, either that or a very powerful jutsu like the Bijou Bomb, but using the latter would kill everyone who is inside, Omoi stated with a thoughtful look. He had to admit that the barrier in front of them was a work of art, the likes of which you don't see every day, but he had no time to marvel at it. He could do that after they left this village. Dare be? They all looked up to see their Reikage standing just a few meters away from the barrier. Omoi couldn't remember the last time his Kage looked so angry. Brother, they are everywhere. Should we help Konoha? B questioned, and for the first time, he wasn't rapping like he always did, something that took even Hachibi by surprise. No, but right now, I'm stuck here, and Orochimaru doesn't seem like he wants to talk. B. Daru, you two stay here to support me. Samui, I trust you to lead yourself and Team 9 and 10 out of this place. This is not our war, don't you dare any of you die! He shouted firmly. Yes, sir. The three shouted, making the Kumo salute, but before they could scatter away in different directions, a woman with red hair jumped on the ceiling right where they were. Her eyes were a shade of deep purple, and Omoi's eyes widened. Guys, she is a pure Uzumaki, Omoi informed them with a hint of disbelief in his voice. The others quickly turned to face the woman, but she ignored them as she walked up to the barrier. She looked at it from up close, doing nothing for a solid minute. Suddenly, she started making hand signs, 10 of them. Tiger! She shouted before slamming her hands on the barrier surface. Instead of bursting into flames, the barrier started changing color. The purple slowly changed, turning into a deep shade of red, and the barrier around the four sound shinobi broke apart like glass, much to their shock. However, the square barrier was still there but now emitting heat. What the hell? What did she do? Karui wondered out loud what everyone else was thinking, but Omo already had a few ideas. At a time like this, he was happy for all the seal lessons his mother had given him. She changed the chakra of the barrier to that of her own. Breaking a barrier like that, one must know the seal that was used to make that barrier, and she knew it somehow. Not only that, but she completely overtook their chakra, which caused the barrier to be under her command, and the first thing she did is destroy the barrier around the four sound shinobis, Omo explained, but he wondered why the barrier was still active. As soon as he was done talking, the red woman dodged an attack from one of the four sound shinobi. What did you do, you bitch? Return back the barrier or I will fuck you up. The sound kunoichi with auburn hair threatened as she pulled out a flute from her waist, quickly joined by her three teammates. Oh, a fierce one. I love it when my victims fight, it makes it even more enjoyable. Red hair, short temper, you are just my type, little girl. We are gonna have a good bonding time. Together. She spoke with a low, sultry voice, with a sexy grin on her beautiful face. Omo forced himself to look away. He had to admit that she was beautiful, but from her words, he knew being with her wasn't the best idea. What the fuck? You are a mad bitch if you think we are gonna have anything. Now open the barrier. And who are you calling for a short temper? I don't have a short temper. The auburn hair girl shouted. Her face had turned red. She had been caught off guard by her words. Usually, people got angry with her, but this time, she was the one losing her temper. Open the barrier, you say? That sounds boring. How about a kiss, little girl? Then maybe I will open the barrier. For she dodged a swing at her face from the sound girl whose face had turned red like her hair. Die! She shouted just as her blade was about to touch her neck. Suddenly, from the woman's stomach, a red chain shot out, wrapping itself around the sound girl. She gasped in pain as she was slammed against the roof tiles, breaking them apart, but that was nothing when she felt herself getting weaker. She quickly understood why. The chain was slowly absorbing her chakra like a sponge. The woman's face suddenly turned from friendly and flirting to one of cold and terrifying. I'm afraid no one is going through that barrier. Lord Naruto has business with the three who are inside there, including your dearest Reikage. Even if you kill me, the barrier will stay right there. The woman started with a cold voice that sent shivers down everyone's spine, but she was quickly attacked by the other three sound shinobis. Omo ignored them as he looked down at the ruins that used to be the arena while they were busy here. The stone statue had disappeared, and a forest of bones had destroyed the stadium before the forest too crumbled down like sand. What should we do? Attack Naruto? Samui questioned Darui and B, but suddenly, an entire army of Konoha, Suna, and sound shinobis appeared around the ruins as if they appeared out of thin air. Even from this distance, Omoi could see that Naruto was surrounded by 100 Shinbwa. They had formed a circle around him, and he was currently in the middle. What the hell happened? Naruto closed his eyes. A single tear rolled down his face before falling to the ground below. Once it did, he opened his Rinnegan eyes. You were right about one thing, Shikamaru. We are friends. I will always consider you my best friend, Naruto stated before disappearing in a yellow flash behind them. I'm sorry. The words echoed in the wind as a burst of blood flew in the air. As Shikamaru's heart raced and his eyes widened in shock, he couldn't help but feel as though time itself had slowed down in this moment. Kakashi's Sharingan eye also widened in disbelief, while Gai's usually jovial expression twisted into furious determination. But it was Asuma's sudden gasp that sent chills down their spines as the blade of Naruto's sword pierced through his stomach from behind. For a moment, Asuma couldn't believe that his own genin, Naruto, had committed this act. The betrayal and pain cut deep, causing a burst of blood to escape his mouth as his body went limp. See you later, sensei, Naruto whispered to him. With a swift and fluid motion, he unsheathed his blade, causing a spray of blood to erupt from Asuma's stomach. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, Asuma could not defend himself as Naruto landed a powerful blow to the back of his neck, sending him crashing to the ground. Blood gushed from his wound, staining the earth with a deep scarlet hue. Sensei! Shikamaru shouted at a loss for words. Fear gripped his heart like a cold blanket. He didn't know if he was still alive, but all thoughts of fighting were out of his mind as he crawled towards him. Naruto's reflexes were lightning fast as he expertly dodged Gai's powerful kick, narrowly avoiding a direct hit to his head. With a cocky smirk, he taunted his opponent as Kakashi charged at him with a kunai charge with crackling lightning. I don't know what you think you will achieve with this, Naruto, but you are an enemy of Konoha, and I won't hold my punches. Kakashi started with an emotionless voice as he swung his kunai at him, grabbing Kakashi's wrist in a tight grip and effortlessly hoisting him into the air. With a resounding thud, Kakashi collided with a perplexed Guy who had been trying to attack the blonde. The two shinobi crashed to the ground, their bodies entangled in a tangled mess of limbs. Before they could even register what had happened, Naruto had already completed the final hand sign. Fire style, fireball jutsu. A massive fireball erupted from the ninja's mouth. The fiery inferno, rivaling the size of a towering building, barreled toward the duo with deadly intent. Kakashi could feel the intense heat radiating toward them, knowing that this was no mere training exercise. At that moment, he realized that Naruto's intentions were clear, was not holding back. He was trying to eliminate them both. The gravity of the situation hit Kakashi like a ton of bricks. Stay behind me, Guy. Style massive wall. Finishing his last hand sign, Kakashi slammed his hands down onto the ground, creating a solid rock wall that rose in front of them. The intense heat of the fireball caused the edges of the wall to crumble and melt. Kakashi's eyes widened in surprise as the center of the wall began to glow a brilliant shade of yellow. With lightning-fast agility, he and Guy leaped away just in time as the rock wall succumbed to the intense heat and turned into a molten, bubbling mass. The once mighty fireball had diminished in size, barely missing its targets and leaving Kakashi and Guy unscathed. Are you already running away? Naruto shouted as someone appeared behind him. A sudden burst of dark blue chakra erupted from the figure, causing the air around them to crackle with energy. Without hesitation, Naruto raised his arm to block the incoming kick, the force of their clash creating a powerful gust of wind that sent debris from the stadium flying into the air. The ground beneath them trembled under the pressure of their feet, cracking and splintering as they battled. As the dust settled, Naruto turned to face his attacker. Already on the 7th gate. I'm honored. Naruto spoke mockingly, looking back at Guy, who glared at him. The color of his eyes had disappeared completely. His eyes were entirely white like milk. This was the first time fighting against someone who could open so many gates. Naruto smirked in delight. With lightning-fast reflexes, Guy launched a powerful fist toward his opponent, Naruto, and swiftly blocked it with ease. Unfazed, Guy continued to unleash a flurry of blows, each strike causing the ground beneath them to tremble and fracture like a spider web. The intensity of their battle only grew as they exchanged punch after punch, kick after kick, and the cracks beneath them expanded with each forceful strike. With a ferocious roar that echoed through the air, Guy's powerful kick landed squarely in Naruto's stomach, propelling him backward several feet. Despite the impact, Naruto's grin remained unwavering, even as he spat a small amount of blood from his mouth. You know, now I see why you are the best taijutsu user, but despite trying so hard to be a good teacher, you failed miserably with your students. Naruto's words made Guy's eyes widen. For a brief moment, his mind wasn't on the fight, and that was all Naruto needed. In a burst of yellow flash, he was behind Guy, but just as his black rod was about to puncture his right leg, Kakashi appeared to his right with a Chidori that was rushing toward his face. Good try, Kakashi Hatake. Naruto growled as he dodged the attack by ducking, but his black rod didn't reach its intended target. Instead, the rod stabbed the ground, and Naruto quickly jumped away, creating a distance from them. Despite almost losing the fight entirely, Guy's head was still not fully on the fight. All he could think of was Niji and Tenten, and how much he had failed them. Guy, snap out of it. Right now, we need to stop him from leaving the village. Kakashi shouted at his friend, who quickly escaped his thoughts. Before looking at his friend and rival, he quickly nodded before his attention turned towards Naruto, who wore an innocent smile on his face. Don't listen to a word he says, he's just trying to mess with your head. Kakashi warned him as he looked at where Asuma was supposed to be. It seemed Shikamaru had taken him away. He still wasn't sure if Asuma would survive his wounds, but he hoped it wasn't too late for him. Wait, where are Sasuke, Sakura, and Choji? Only now did Kakashi realize that he hadn't seen them since the attack started. He knew someone like Sasuke would survive this, he had the Sharingan, but he hated to admit that Choji and Sakura weren't as prepared for this war. None of them truly were, and at this moment, Kakashi wished that he had spent more time training the two, but right now, he needed to focus on the fight before him and arrest Naruto. Naruto, I still don't understand what caused this. I thought you were happy in Konoha, but it seems I have made another mistake. I'm sorry, Sensei and Kushina. I have no other choice. I will have to kill him. I hope you understand why, even if you can't forgive me, Kakashi thought with desperation, his left Sharingan eye burning with unshed tears. But he quickly swallowed back all the grief he was feeling and embraced the fact that he should kill the person he considered a little brother. This fight wasn't one he could win if he didn't give it all, so reluctantly, his Sharingan turned into the Mangekyo Sharingan. I have to be careful. If I use it too much, my eyesight will worsen, Kakashi reminded himself as he focused on Naruto. I'm not messing around with anyone, Kakashi-sensei. I'm still saying the obvious here. Tell me, Guy. Do you even know if your students are alive right now? His words made Guy's face turn paler. His dark blue chakra started fading away, and Kakashi's eyes widened in shock. Guy, don't listen to him. He's just Tenten is dead. His words cut through the field like a sword. It felt cold as if the winter had just come. Guy's eyes widened in shock. He couldn't believe that. He didn't want to believe that, not his students, anyone else but them. Why, you are lying, Guy shouted with a voice that made it clear that he wasn't sure who he was talking to, trying to convince himself, or calling out Naruto on his lies. The blonde merely smirked. His plan was working better than he expected. By injuring Asuma, he killed two birds with one stone. His sensei was out of the game, and Shikamaru, despite how smart he was, couldn't really think straight when he was in an emotional state, so Asuma being in critical condition would be enough to overwhelm him completely, and for him to lose all desire to fight back. Now, he was dealing with two of the strongest jonins in Konoha. While he could take them out through brute strength and overwhelm them, he knew he would need to fight Orochimaru, the Hokage, and the Raikage once he reached them, so he knew he needed to save chakra. He didn't have an infinite amount of it. It would run out, and using Kurama's chakra was something he wanted to avoid for now until the seal was completed. Guy, listen to me. Naruto is lying. There's no way for him to know that. He has been here the whole time. Kakashi tried to reason with him, but his words seemed to fall on deaf ears. Guy looked down at his feet in shame, his eyes red. He looked broken. Kakashi, tell me. What hurts more, the thought of fighting me, or the knowledge that you failed me, just like you failed my parents? Naruto asked with a blank look on his face. Kakashi almost gasped, but unlike Guy, he wasn't as weak-minded as him. he wouldn't allow Naruto to play mind games with him. Knowing Guy couldn't help him right now, he stepped forward, slowly approaching his little brother in all but blood. I feel sorry for what happens to them every day, Naruto, for not being there to save them, for not securing you a better future, but I'm not Guy. Kakashi stated as he made a hand sign, unlocking his first and second inner gates, the only ones he knew to unlock. A burst of bright blue chakra engulfed him entirely. Naruto let out a whistle. He sounded impressed. As Kakashi started making hand signs, a shadow clone appeared beside him. The second one quickly made more hand signs. Lightning style, 1,000 lightning. Kunai multiply jutsu. The first Kakashi quickly launched 20 charged kunai at Naruto, but before he could dodge them, all 20 kunais turned into hundreds, and a third Kakashi finished the hand signs. Mirror jutsu, full circle. Naruto's eyes widened as 4 massive mirrors appeared in the other 3 directions, and the fourth one appeared above him, each showing the hundreds of kunai rushing towards him. The hundreds of kunais quickly turned to thousands, all rushing towards Naruto from every direction. But Kakashi knew this wasn't enough. He could use his Hiraishin. Thankfully, Kushina had shown them a jutsu that could neutralize it. Barrier style, anti-seal jutsu, Kakashi shouted with all his strength as he slammed his hands on the ground. Suddenly, a circle with a 100-meter diameter formed around them, capturing Naruto inside like in a cage. Hiraishin worked with seals, so the anti-barrier seal neutralized every seal inside, so the Hiraishin kunais inside the barrier couldn't be activated. The only downside of this barrier is that it was extremely difficult to master. Only those from the Uzumaki clan were said to be able to use it, but Kakashi used his Sharingan to copy the one time Kushina showed Minato's team how to make it work. Naruto smirked, not batting an eye at the kunais rushing towards him. He understood why they called him the copy ninja of 1,000 jutsus. Kakashi closed his eyes as thousands of kunai hit Naruto simultaneously, but each one had a paper bomb attached to it. He quickly formed another rock wall in front of him, and the ground shook beneath him as a massive explosion erupted before him, sending shockwaves through the air. But that was only the beginning, for soon, hundreds of smaller explosions followed in rapid succession, each one adding to the deafening roar and sending plumes of black smoke billowing toward the sky as the ruins of the stadium burned around him. Kakashi's breath came in ragged gasps as he stood, his senses on high alert. A creeping sensation slithered up his neck, causing his stomach to lurch and his body to tremble. Falling to his knees, he frantically ripped off his mask. With a guttural groan, he expelled a chunk of blood from his mouth, the pain radiating from his ears where they bled profusely. Yet, through the haze of pain and the metallic taste of blood in his mouth, Kakashi knew that the battle was won. All that remained of the explosive attack was a massive crater surrounded by flickering flames that licked at the ground. As he continued to cough up blood, Kakashi couldn't help but wonder if the price of victory was truly worth it. He knew there was no way Naruto would have escaped without getting harmed, but suddenly, he felt a hand on his shoulder from behind. "Did my father never teach you to watch your back?" Kakashi turned around as a swift and powerful kick collided with his jaw, causing his body to collide with the solid rock wall behind him. With a thunderous crash, he broke through the barrier, feeling a sharp and sudden snap in his arm as it was twisted in a way. As he struggled to regain his bearings, the searing pain that exploded through his limb was almost blinding. Kakashi turned his body around, trying to land on his feet. When Naruto appeared behind him in midair with a quick kick from behind, Kakashi screamed in pain. But that wasn't the end. As he slammed against the ground, a cloud of dust formed around him, and Naruto appeared right before him. "Raikiri!" Kakashi shouted as his hand was engulfed by lightning. He had done this jutsu so many times to the point that he didn't need to do hand signs, but as his hand sank into Naruto's chest, instead of blood, the blonde started glowing red, his hand grabbing Kakashi's wrist as he tried to pull it away. Explosive! As Kakashi was hurled into the air, his body contorted in agony, and a cry of pain threatened to escape his lips. But before he could even make a sound, Naruto appeared out of nowhere, wielding a black rod that he forcefully plunged into Kakashi's shoulder, the sharp tip emerging from the other side. Kakashi suddenly felt pain. Too much pain. He let out a scream. His chakra felt like it was on fire, and the pain. He didn't even notice that he was lying on the ground on his back, his body shaking uncontrollably. He quickly grabbed the rod with his right hand, his 3 fingers wrapped around the rod, trying to pull it out, but the pain only increased even more, forcing him to let go of it. You fought well, Kakashi-sensei. I was hoping that you would side with me, to fight for the new world, but it seems I made a mistake. Naruto loomed over him as a black rod formed under his sleeve, his eyes and face showing genuine sadness. I was prepared to die a long time ago, Naruto. Do it, Kakashi said with a defeated tone, looking down at his feet. But just as Naruto threw the black rod towards his shoulder, he lifted his head up. His Mangekyo quickly disappeared the rod before focusing entirely on Naruto's head, causing it to shrink slowly into a single point. He was using all his chakra and the chakra of 2 gates to speed up the process. Only 1 second was needed. Kantorora no Tensei. Kakashi froze, and his jutsu was cancelled immediately. He couldn't move, his body refused to move. He felt stuck, staring in one direction like a statue. Naruto's arms were spread on his left and right side. Slowly, he retreated his arms before looking down at Kakashi, impressed by what had happened. You were close. Too close. Naruto whispered before moving his hand. Kakashi's body moved on its own. Standing up on his feet, he tried to do anything, but his body refused to obey him. It felt like what Kimimaro did to him, but at the same time, it felt much more different. Kimimaro's jutsu made all his bones ache and feel painful. What Naruto was doing, he felt nothing, yet a feeling of warmth spread inside him, almost telling him not to fight back and allow him to take over. Naruto extended his open hand towards him before closing it into a fist. Kakashi's eyes widened, his heart felt squeezed as if a hand had taken hold of it, and his heartbeat slowed down. As everything darkened, he fell on his knees before falling completely on the ground. I'm sorry. Naruto apologized, but he quickly ducked when a kick passed through the air where his head was a moment ago. Guy was back, his body glowing blue chakra once again. Despite the lack of a pupil and the scare on his eyes, he knew Guy was glaring at him furiously. Now Lee. As he said that, Lee appeared. Unlike Guy, he was glowing in green chakra from unlocking 4 of his gates. Lee didn't attack Naruto. Instead, he grabbed Kakashi and ran away. This is getting tiresome. He dodged Guy's every attack, but he knew how to end this fight quickly. He needed to deal with the 3 Kages up there and not waste time with these fools. While fighting, a Naruto clone quickly got rid of the barrier anti-seal that Kakashi had formed, and once it was broken, Naruto smirked as he disappeared in a yellow flash, punching Guy in the stomach. A burst of blood escaped from his mouth, but Naruto wasn't done as he kicked him in the face. His nose snapped as he was sent flying, but Guy quickly got control over his body, landing on his feet near Lee, who kept trying to wake Kakashi up, but his rival made no movement. He almost looked asleep. Guy-sensei, he's not waking up, Lee shouted frantically as he kept shaking Kakashi but made no movement. When Lee placed his hand over his chest, he expected to feel the heartbeat, but instead, he was met with silence. His heart. It's not beating anymore. Lee shouted frantically, his voice rising in volume. He checked again to see if he was wrong, but again, he was met with silence. He's still alive, don't worry about it, but not for long. I just need him to keep sucking air long enough for me to check something that I saw. Naruto answered as he approached them, remembering the masked man with the Sharingan in his left eye. He could be anyone, and it was likely a coincidence. It was one, but Naruto knew it wouldn't cost him anything if he checked first before getting rid of Kakashi Hatake. Naruto. Kakashi spoke praises for you every time we met, and this is how you repay him. By stabbing him in the back. Guy cursed with rage, but instead of attacking, he slammed his hands together. He knew he needed to use the 8th gate to kill Naruto. It was the only way. But Naruto recognized it right away. He noticed that Lee was distracted, and a smirk grew on his face. There was a chance that Guy couldn't kill him even with the 8 gates, but why take the risk? No, you don't. Lee, take this, Naruto shouted, launching a black rod right at Lee's heart, fast enough for Lee not to see it coming but slow enough for Guy to notice it. Lee! He shouted in horror as he stopped his hand sign for the 8th gate and rushed towards his student instead. Come on, Guy pleaded as he reached Lee, pushing him out of the way, but he had no time to save himself. The rod was 1 inch away from his stomach. I did what I could. I'm sorry, Lee, Guy thought, but instead of the rod penetrating him, the time froze once again. Suddenly, Naruto was right in front of him, and his right hand had a seal mark on its palm. 8th-level seal, Chakra Prison, Naruto shouted as he slammed his hand on Guy's chest, where his heart was supposed to be. Guy gasped. All the air escaped his lungs. He breathed heavily, feeling as if someone had just punched him in the stomach. What did you do? Guy gasped, falling on his knees. The blue chakra around him faded away, replaced by the green one that he used to unlock 6 gates. I locked your 8 and 7 inner gate, just to make sure, Naruto answered with a smile of triumph. Guy's eyes widened. He had never heard of something like that being possible, but he wondered why Naruto didn't just kill him instead but sealed his inner gates. Why keep him alive? Naruto, stop what you are doing? Lee spoke with a pleading voice as he took his fighting stance. He looked reluctant to fight the blonde, and he knew why right away. What he had done to Neji must have gotten into him, and now he was afraid of fighting who he considered a friend in fear of losing his control again. Or what, will you take out my eyes like you did with Neji? Naruto asked with a smirk. Lee gasped. His eyes went blank, and his fighting stance dropped as he looked down at his feet in shame. Naruto Uzumaki. Shinobi's wearing the Konoha emblem appeared right in front of the blonde who cursed his rotten luck. Stand down. You are under arrest, the one in front shouted. Naruto recognized him right away as he stepped forward, Ibiki Marino. Oh really, and you brought over 100 shinobi with you, afraid that is not enough to arrest a poor genin like me? Naruto asked with a growing smile, but it seemed Ibiki didn't appreciate his jape as he stepped forward, with a cold glare that would make everyone shake on their boots, but not Naruto. Naruto Uzumaki, you helped my brother. Come with us, and I will guarantee that you will not be mistreated and will have a fair trial. Ibiki proposed, but from his face and the faces of everyone behind him, they knew Naruto wouldn't just raise his hand and give up. You are not the only ones. 2 more armies appeared behind him the moment he said that. Naruto was completely surrounded. But instead of showing fear, he merely smirked in excitement. Pakura and Gaara wanted to help, but he had made sure to tell them that their job right now was to help escort Karen out of the village and kill anyone who tried to stop them. Naruto Uzumaki, you are to come with us. The 2 new armies shouted, all of them ready to fight him, while the Konoha army needed to decide whether to join the fight against Naruto or the Suna and Sound army. Let me see, 1 against 761 shinobis. I like these odds. I know it's unfair for the rest of you, but life was never fair in the first place. The air buzzed with tension as Naruto stood before them, his expression unreadable but for the faint gleam of amusement in his Rinnegan. Then they charged. Naruto blurred into motion, his blade singing a deadly tune as it cut through the first shinobi. Blood sprayed in an arc, painting the ground in violent streaks as he sidestepped a counterattack, his movements fluid like water over stone. A flick of his wrist, a single swipe, 5 more fell in unison, their lives snuffed out in less than a heartbeat. He leapt high into the air, twisting and spinning like a whirlwind, his blade cleaving through flesh and bone. 7 more bodies collapsed before the others could even blink. Terror was etched into their faces. Their fear fueled him. 10 rushed at him with cries of desperation, but Naruto was already gone, a blur of lightning-infused speed. Kunai flew from his hands, striking with precision, and before their shocked expressions could fade, he was among them again, teleporting to each mark. 20 fell in a crimson cascade. Blood streaked his face, dripping down to his smirking lips, and his Rinnegan burned with malevolent light purple and pulsing like the wrath of a demon. 6 hands burst from the earth, clawing for his feet, but Naruto twisted midair, forming seals faster than their eyes could follow. The ground beneath them groaned and cracked, then surged upward with a violent roar. The earth swallowed them whole, closing like a predator's jaws. Their cries were muffled and short-lived. He landed among the survivors with a thunderous kick to one's face, rolling into a handstand and spinning his legs outward. Shinobi crumpled like leaves under a storm. Kill him! Someone screamed. He's just a kid. Take him down! But their desperation only fed his resolve. They surged toward him again, but Naruto met them head-on, a blade swinging toward his neck. His sword clashed against it, sparks flying as he locked eyes with the wielder. This is as far as you will go. Ibiki growled, his chakra flaring as he pushed Naruto back with a blast of wind. The attack threw Naruto into the air, dust and debris swirling around his landing point. Naruto rose, impassive, brushing dirt off his sleeves. His voice was calm, almost bored. You shall know true horror. His Rinnegan glowed brighter, tinged with crimson, blood seeping from the edges of his eyes. The seals he formed next made the remaining shinobi freeze in terror. Fire style, Great Fire Annihilation. A tidal wave of red-hot flame erupted from his lips, engulfing the battlefield in an inferno. The heat was unbearable, turning stone to molten slag and air to a searing furnace. Shinobi scrambled to defend themselves, pooling their chakra in unison. Suetun, Suijin Hiki. Water burst forth, colliding with the inferno. Steam exploded outward, cloaking the field in an oppressive mist. The sound of crackling flames and hissing water filled the air as visibility dropped to nothing. But Naruto did not need sight, his Rinnegan saw everything. He charged through the mist, fireballs trailing him like vengeful spirits. Shinobi screamed as they were incinerated, their bodies turning to ash. Those who survived the fire found themselves at the mercy of his blade. One by one they fell, their cries choked by blood as Naruto moved like a god of death. A shinobi lunged from the side, kunai flashing, but Naruto caught his wrist, twisting it until the bones snapped. He took the fallen blade, spinning it into the shoulder of another attacker, then kicking him into a nearby ally. Who's next? He taunted, voice dripping with venom. They came, desperate to overwhelm him. Shurikens whirled toward him, but he deflected them with ease, his stolen blade a blur. He retaliated with ruthless efficiency, carving through their ranks as if they were nothing more than practiced dummies. An explosive kunai hurtled toward him, but he caught it mid-flight, his fingers steady. With a mocking smile, he slapped the tag onto an enemy's chest and sent him stumbling into his comrades. The explosion painted the battlefield in a fiery glow. Above the carnage, Naruto soared again, hand signs weaving faster than lightning. His Rinnegan pulsed like a heartbeat. Fire style, Fireball Jutsu. The massive sphere of flames slammed into the earth, detonating with an earth-shaking roar. The shockwave hurled bodies like ragdolls, shattering the stadium's structure and scattering debris. Smoke and flame consumed the field, but amidst the destruction, Naruto stood unscathed, his bloody blade resting against his shoulder. Naruto rose above the carnage, calculating the remaining forces with cold precision. His truth-seeking orbs coalesced, writhing together like living darkness until they formed a twisted blade 3 meters long. The sword split down its center, its twin edges spiraling around each other like serpents. He tilted his head, blood-streaked face eerily serene as his Rinnegan pulsed with otherworldly light. In all of history, he whispered, his voice carrying across the battlefield like winter frost, no ant has ever understood why it was crushed beneath a boot. You'll die never knowing why, just like them. Godslayer sword. Let them see naught but darkness. The sword glittered as reddish and black flames engulfed both sides. With a war cry, Naruto swung his sword forward at the army. The time stood still for a moment until the deafening screams of terror echoed through the air, sending shivers down the spines of all who heard them. And then, a blinding burst of light erupted from the demolished stadium, illuminating the entire area. A fierce and fiery blaze that engulfed everything in its path. The soldiers of the army suddenly let out agonizing screams as the flames consumed their bodies. Their skin turned to charred black, their uniforms melted away, and deep slash marks appeared across their now lifeless forms. In an instant, they were reduced to mere piles of ash. The ground itself had turned a shade of black, and it almost seemed sick. What seemed like black snow engulfed the air around the arena. People, one by one, fell dead, many had turned to ash from the fire. As the screams slowly died out, Naruto was surprised to see one of them was still kicking somehow. One of them stood on his feet. His face was burned badly, but Naruto recognized Ibiki right away, who desperately tried to stay on his feet. "IW will not give up," he rasped. The multiple slashes across his body made it difficult even to stand up, let alone fight, but he wouldn't give up. He would die standing, then live kneeling to someone other than the Hokage. "Then you will die braver than most, Ibiki, but know this, your brother supports me, as does the land of tea. He will live a happy life in a new world," Naruto said with a passive look. His words seemed to relieve Ibiki. Naruto plunged his sword into his heart. He didn't want him to suffer more than he already had. Ibiki looked at him, his eyes broken, before falling to the ground. The God's Layer sword broke down, forming back into the truth-seeking orbs that floated behind Naruto's back. He winced. His right hand had bad black burn marks from holding the sword, and during the fight with the army, despite his speed and agility, he noticed several slash marks on his body, blood dripping out of them. Despite how fast he was, and how strong he wasn't immortal or untouchable, the wounds made that clear. Scored across the landscape, the charred remnants of shinobis lay scattered, their once vibrant existence reduced to mere remnants of ash and bone. Each body consumed by flames. Before him stood a grotesque tableau. What had once been human bodies now lay strewn like a macabre mountain, their charred remains blending together in a twisted amalgamation of agony. It was as if they had fused together in a grim dance of death, their burned limbs reaching out in a grim symphony of despair. Yet what struck him the most were their mouths, forever frozen in a silent scream of unimaginable pain. Every single one of them, without exception, had perished with their mouths wide open. Naruto looked away. He had done this. He had killed these people, and he knew he would only kill more. This wouldn't be the end. It was just the beginning. Just how high will this mountain of corpses reach? Naruto wondered. Suddenly, he stood at the top of a small hill made of corpses, and the one just below his feet was Ibiki, looking at him with resentment. Naruto took a deep breath. He couldn't stop now. He needed to reach the end. You must not feel for your enemy. Close your eyes to their desperation. Close your heart to their suffering. Naruto repeated the words Madara had told him. Opening his eyes, a wave of calmness engulfed him like a warm blanket. I will keep moving forward, until the new world is created. Naruto thought with a look of pure determination. He was ready. Time to deal with the Kages. Naruto murmured under his breath, but one of his truth-seeking orbs quickly turned into a shield, protecting him from the black lightning attack. Naruto quickly turned his head to the right, dodging a sword from Karui. Good try, Naruto said before kicking her in the face, sending her flying, ragdolling through the arena, before slamming against the wall. His truth-seeking orbs quickly turned into shields, blocking 2 more attacks, this time from Samui and Omoi, but as their swords made contact with the black shields made of seeking orbs, their blades broke down right away like glass. You two should have probably run away, Naruto said with a chilling smile before slamming 2 black rods on their shoulders. Both were left whimpering on the ground, their chakras running wild, and the pain increased every time they tried to move. Stand down, it won't hurt as much, Naruto said dismissively as he turned his attention towards Yujito, Darui, Mabui, and Samui's younger brother. If you are here to tell me to stand down, then it won't work, B. Ah, I figured as much. If your friends in this village couldn't convince you otherwise, then what chance do I have? B said, sounding displeased with what he needed to do. The same was true for Yujito, who seemed a little heartbroken. She had been looking forward to spending time with Naruto before arriving in this village. She remembered the first time they met many years ago. They became friends, and now she needed to fight him and possibly kill him. Naruto Uzumaki, just let our Raikage go. We don't have to do anything, Darui proposed in a blank voice. He knew how Yujito felt about the blonde and wished to spare her if possible. He didn't want to force her to kill her lover if there was another way. I'm afraid your Raikage is not going anywhere for now. I need to talk with him, but don't worry. I will return him to you, probably in one piece, Naruto said casually as he walked forward, not bothered that 2 S-rank shinobi were in front of him and Yujito, a high A rank, when she used her bijou to fight. Naruto's eyes landed on Mabui, who was glaring at him. You really are cocky, Naruto Uzumaki. Just because you possess the Rinnegan, that doesn't give you the right to do whatever you want, Mabui said with a sneer as she made a hand sign. Her olive skin glittered for a split second, and her bloodline was activated. I'm glad you are here, Mabui. I don't have to search for you. Your bloodline will be quite important. Skin changer. Naruto's words made Mabui's heart sink. Her eyes widened. Only the Raikage knew about her bloodline, no one else. She took a step back, her legs shaking. How her words trailed off. When Naruto made a hand sign, a seal on her back suddenly glittered yellow. Teleport style, retreat. Suddenly, Mabui was no more. She disappeared, and Darui's mouth fell open at what he just witnessed. How? This shouldn't be possible. Darui thought before glaring furiously at Naruto. Without much thought, he quickly grabbed his long, broad sword and aimed it at the blonde, who didn't seem bothered by him. "How did you do that?" Dari demanded with a low, threatening voice. "Huh!" That was Naruto's only response. Dari knew he was playing the fool. "That jutsu, for you to activate the way you did, you need to make contact with her first, and is not just a simple touch. I have seen your own father use that jutsu once with Kushina Uzumaki. I know for a fact that Mabui was never in your company, so you have no way of putting that teleport seal on her body, so that means." Dari's words trailed off as his eyes widened in horror. He quickly looked at his own teammates, especially at Yujito. No, she might like Naruto, but she would have never put that seal on Mabui without making sure it wasn't anything dangerous, so who did? He wondered as he looked carefully at everyone, but they all were loyal to Kumo. He couldn't think of anyone who would side with Naruto and put that seal on Mabui. Samui was a good friend of the girl, and both she and Omoi were out of the game because of the black rods on their shoulders. Dari knew he needed to pull those out of there. They were just dead weight right now. "I don't know how you achieved that, but you just kidnapped a shinobi of Kumo and my own genin." As Dari's sword cracked with the raw power of black lightning, a sudden shift in the atmosphere heralded its arrival. In a matter of seconds, the sky was blanketed in black clouds, blotting out the sun and plunging the village of Konoha into an eerie darkness, shrouding the entire landscape in its shadowy embrace. Naruto watched as black lightning struck down, but that was nothing compared to the massive Black Panther head made of black lightning that formed on the clouds, looking down on Naruto with a glare. "That's a big kitty," Naruto said casually before grasping his sword just in time to block Dari's sword. His entire body was engulfed in black lightning, and the ground beneath cracked from its strength. "Too slow," Naruto said when he appeared above him with 4 swords. His truth-seeking orbs quickly turned into a shield, blocking his attack, but Yujito appeared behind him, using her one-tail cloak. Her fangs had grown as she slashed at Naruto's back, but her attack was quickly blocked by another orb, turning into a shield. "Let me show you a little of my power." He gasped in pain as he was punched in the face by a giant fist. Yujito was sent flying, Dari quickly jumped away, and the black lightning armor added to his speed. In front of them stood a sight he had never seen before. A giant ribcage formed around Naruto, with 2 giant hands on the right and left side, quickly followed by the upper body, the arms, and the head. The head of this creature was a skull with bright red eyes, but it wasn't the end, as a crossbow formed on the left arm and a sword formed on the right arm. Dari felt sweat rolling down his face. This creature engulfing Naruto was 20 meters tall, glittering in a dark purple color. Dari swallowed hard when Naruto suddenly aimed his crossbow at him. It happened too fast, but Dari quickly jumped to his right as the giant bolt hit the ground where he had been standing, causing the ground to crack and break. A big cloud of dust formed around it. "That was too fast. If I didn't have my black lightning armor, I would be dead right now," Dari thought before raising his arm upwards. Suddenly, the giant Black Panther let out a roar right at Naruto, who didn't seem like he cared. Instead, he looked right back at it. "Naruto Uzumaki. I don't care what kind of defensive jutsu this is, but I am not going to be able to stand against this. Black lightning style, Storm Ruler!" he shouted, putting his arm down. In an instant, the Black Panther stuck down at an instant speed. A bright lightning engulfed everything. The village was suddenly consumed by chaos as a massive explosion of black lightning erupted where the stadium once stood. The deafening roar of thunder was accompanied by hundreds of jagged bolts of darkness, striking down with terrifying precision all around the villagers. The ground shook violently, sending everything and everyone into a frenzied dance of destruction. The rubble of the stadium, its remnants, catapulted into the air before crashing down onto the unsuspecting town below. Civilians fled in terror, only to be met with a barrage of flying debris and shattered buildings. The once picturesque homes that lined the streets were now mere piles of rubble, their inhabitants scattered like leaves in the wind. Dari breathed heavily as the light disappeared, his right arm limping down uselessly. He ignored the sharp pain as he looked at where Naruto had been a second ago. Right where he had been was a massive crater with black lightning dancing around the ground, but the humanoid creature was nowhere to be seen. Yujito and B had grabbed and ran away with Samui and Omoi, pulling the black rods from their shoulders, but both felt unconscious right away. Dari looked at Karui to his right. She was in a bad state, leaning against a destroyed wall, but he was sure she was still alive. Dari wondered if Naruto was dead, but he was certain the jutsu he used was strong enough to keep him alive. Now, he just needed to force him to let their Reikage free. Dari, behind you. His heart fell into a pit as he looked over his shoulder to see Naruto looking back at him. He was unharmed, not one scratch from the jutsu he had just used. How? It happened instantly. He couldn't have. Dari gasped in horror. Only now he noticed the giant bolt he had thrown at him wasn't there anymore. He switched places with the giant bolt. Dari concluded in shock when Naruto grasped his neck, lifting him in the air, choking him as he tried to fight back, but his right arm was broken from using the Black Panther jutsu. That jutsu was powerful enough to destroy a half-humanoid Susanoo. I'm afraid this is your end. Dari gasped as the sword pierced his chest, the tip coming out the other side. He coughed blood as Naruto let go of him. He looked at Bi and Yujito, their shocked expression, before turning into blinding rage. Naruto breathed heavily as their bodies changed. Opening his eyes, the fully formed 8 tails and 2 tails stood in front of him, looming over him like giants. Orochimaru! Hiruzen shouted in surprise as he dodged an attack from the snake Sannin. The snake Sannin licked his lips as he slashed through the air with his kunai, but Hiruzen easily dodged the attack before jumping away to gain some distance. The snake Sannin tried to rush towards him when a voice roared behind him. Lariat! Orochimaru was punched in the chest, his ribcage shattered as blood flew everywhere. His body flew through the air before smashing against the roof tiles, breaking several of them and creating a dirt cloud around him. Once it cleared away, revealing Orochimaru lying unmoving, he appeared to be dead. And that's the end of it. Boasted with a wide grin, blue lightning engulfing his body. Seeing the snake Sannin lying dead, he puffed out his chest, knowing he had killed a Sannin with a single punch. Sarutobi was certain this wasn't the end when suddenly a purple barrier formed around the roof, reaching 200 meters high in the sky. Sarutobi cursed his luck as he looked around. One of the nearby ANBUs quickly tried to damage the barrier, only for it to burst into flames the moment he touched it. His screams echoed as he moved around in pain before falling from the roof. What is this? Roared in anger, his lightning armor flaring up, reaching 5 meters. He looked like his body was burning in lightning, but Hiruzen noticed the 4 new sound shinobis that had created the barrier around their roof. Those 4 shinobis have created this barrier, they have trapped us in it, Hiruzen concluded. Growled loudly in anger, almost like a bull, before aiming his fist downwards. Hiruzen wondered what he was trying to do when he roared and punched the roof with all his strength, causing a hole to form where he had punched. The wooden beams supporting the roof shook and broke. The roof remained standing, but Hiruzen quickly realized what the Reikage had tried to do. Damn it! The barrier has a floor too, we can't climb down! Snarled as he looked downwards at the hole in the roof he had made, and just 5 meters below him was the red floor of the barrier. That meant they couldn't climb up, and they couldn't just go down. I think they want to keep us here, Hiruzen reasoned as he looked around, trying to study the barrier. Grunted more. With the way he was eyeing the barrier, he seemed as if he wanted to try and use his punch to break it, but Hiruzen stopped him before he could make the situation worse for him. Do not punch it, Reikage. This is a seal barrier. It cannot be opened through brute strength. I think I can open it, but I need some time, Hiruzen told him, a feeling of anxiety growing in his heart as he pulled out a scroll from a seal on his belt. What's the point? Their leader is dead. Roared once again, but both he and Hiruzen froze in their places when they heard sinister laughter from behind them. They both quickly looked behind to see Orochimaru standing on his feet where he had crashed and where his body had been. There was nothing there besides a puddle of yellow acid slowly melting off the tiles and the wood beneath. I guess it's true what they say about you, Reikage. You are all muscle but no brain. Orochimaru mocked with a wide grin like a snake. The right side of his face had grown white scales like a snake, and the purple paint around his eyes reached to his jawline, biting the tip of 2 of his index fingers. A trail of blood rained down his pale hands. Lariat! He attacked once again with fury, his fist digging deep into Orochimaru's chest, but the snake merely grinned widely. Suddenly, a white snake burst out from under his sleeve, his mouth wide open with sharp teeth, rushing towards A's neck. But before it could bite him, the head of the snake was sliced off. A quickly jumped away as Orochimaru suddenly turned into mud that had lost its form, turning into a puddle and forming a mass of mud on the floor that started sliding down through the roof tiles. Orochimaru! Come out, you coward! I roared with rage, looking around the roof, trying to catch a glimpse of the snake Sannin. Much to Hiruzen's annoyance, who tried to focus, they suddenly heard a burst of sinister laughter. If you insist so badly, then who am I to not fulfill your wish? Orochimaru's voice came from underneath them. They quickly jumped away as the snake burst out from the rooftop. His lower body looked like a snake, and his legs swirled around as if they lacked any bones. Orochimaru, why are you doing this? What exactly is your goal? Hiruzen demanded as he landed far enough away from him, looking at his former student, who smirked as the battle was still raging on outside the barrier. While the barrier didn't allow them to move, they could still hear the cries of people, the death, and the blood. Hiruzen really hoped what happened 14 years ago wouldn't be repeated, but it seemed bad luck always found its way back to Konoha. Kukukukuku, since you asked so nicely, sensei. I will tell you the truth, what I want is the complete destruction of Konoha. Hiruzen didn't react upon hearing that. He narrowed his eyes towards his former student. I can see right through you, Orochimaru. I know you are lying to me, I don't know what you truly want, but I know I can't allow you to have it. Hiruzen spoke firmly as he took his stance, ready to fight and kill his student. I was really getting annoyed with all the talking. He wished he could attack, but he already remembered what almost happened. Getting poisoned by the snake Sannin was something he knew he should try to avoid as much as possible. Oh, and here I thought I was a good liar, but no matter. I guess we are doing this suddenly. Time stopped for all of them. Hiruzen's eyes widened when he heard his words in his ears. Even A seemed furious by what he heard, and Orochimaru, for someone who could control his emotions all the time, seemed caught off guard as time returned to normal. Hiruzen stumbled a little. The barrier's color wavered a little for a moment before turning back to normal purple, and Hiruzen kept repeating the words he heard in his head over and over again. What? That bastard! Who does he think he is? The Raikid shouted, sounding more furious than ever before as his lightning armor flared up even more, as he turned around, glaring at the middle of the stadium where Naruto was standing. Hiruzen, on the other hand, remained speechless. He wanted to say something, but whatever he wanted to say was stuck in his throat. He looked back at Naruto over his shoulder when suddenly a giant hand burst from the ground. Hiruzen watched in horror as this new summoning he had never seen before burst out of the ground as if he had risen from hell itself. The creature was easily around 70 meters tall. It looked quite strange, but that was nothing when he roared, causing the entire roof to shake violently. He then started his rampage, stepping on shinobis as if they were ants before sending bolts of lightning throughout the village, many of them striking down Sound and Sune shinobi. Still, Hiruzen noticed more than once when the bolts of lightning struck even innocent people who had nothing to do with the war going on. Hiruzen looked away. He couldn't bear to see that sight again, innocent people lying on the streets. He remembered the sight he had seen after Kyuubi was sealed, the sight he had seen after Itachi massacred the Uchiha clan, and now, if he survived this, he knew he would see that sight once again. A sight that reminded him that he had failed once again as a Kage. He had failed as the protector of Konoha, and now, as Naruto's words repeated in his head like a bell, he knew one thing. He needed to make sure that won't happen again. From the sight alone, Hiruzen knew Naruto wasn't fooling around. He truly meant every word he said. He knew he needed to survive this fight and try every tactic in the book to stop Naruto, even if he needed to use the Reaper Death Seal on him. He needed to make sure the world would stay safe after his death. Kukukuku, I will have to give it to you, sensei. Despite your old age, you still managed to surprise me, but I have a feeling this whole thing wasn't exactly part of any plan of yours. Since that giant thing is smashing Konoha, it's doing an even better job than my own army. Orochimaru laughed, his long tongue spilling out of his mouth as he laughed. Hiruzen glared at his former student, turning to face him. I'm afraid I have to finish this, Hiruzen shouted as he launched a barrage of shurikens toward Orochimaru. He quickly made several more hand signs, causing the shurikens to multiply. Oh, please, as if I would fall, his words interrupted when the shurikens all glimmered brightly, so brightly that the entire barrier brightened up, looking like a bolt of light that engulfed every corner. Orochimaru screamed in pain as his eyes burned badly before his body was punctured in many different directions by the shurikens, who quickly gleamed red. Shit! A barrage of small explosions followed, causing the lower half of the roof to burst into flames that quickly engulfed the wooden beams underneath. Not over, Hiruzen shouted as he made several hand signs before rushing forward with his staff, ready to find and kill Orochimaru. But suddenly, a burst of wind hit Hiruzen, causing him to be thrown into the air towards the barrier. I quickly jumped and grabbed him before landing on the roof. Orochimaru burst out of another Orochimaru, the old body now looking like snake skin. Kukukuka. You know this is not really fair, 2 against 1, so how about we make it fair? For me, of course. Edo Tensei. Orochimaru slammed his hands on the rooftop. Suddenly, 3 coffins rose from the rooftop, one after the other, with the names of the people carved into the wooden coffins. Hashirama Senju. Tobirama Senju. Ayatsuki. Father! A roar echoed, fury pulsating through as the cover slid off, revealing his father emerging from the coffin. His eyes, once white as snow, now darkened to the color of coal, with fissures spreading across his body like shattered glass. I stood tall, his ebony skin glistening with muscle and definition. His snow-white hair cascaded down his back, trailing into a flowing beard. His gaze held an enigmatic quality with green irises, dark sclerae, and no visible pupils. Sharp cheekbones, dark under-eye troughs, and a crease etched across his forehead framed his face, accentuated by a mole above the right eyebrow. A slight discoloration on his upper lip contrasted with the lower, and his canine teeth hinted at elongation. Adorning his right shoulder was a tattoo of the kanji symbol for lightning, while a jagged scar in the shape of a lightning bolt streaked across his chest. Clad in Kumogakure's signature single-strap attire, a black bandana, and a stout rope cinching his waist, he paired the ensemble with dark blue sweatpants. Sensei! Hiruzen intoned solemnly as Hashirama and Tobirama emerged from their coffins. Once the legendary figures stepped outside, the coffins seamlessly melded back into the earth as if they never existed. Tobirama had fair skin, silver shaggy hair, and red eyes. He bore 3 red markings on his face, 1 below each eye and 1 on his chin. Clothed in blue armor with a distinctive white fur collar over a plain black suit, the armor was crafted from many metal plates, fashioned into protective guards across his body. Additional shoulder guards adorned each arm beneath his shoulder armor, and he opted for sandals instead of the traditional footwear. Initially engraved with the Senju emblem, the Happuri completed his attire. Hashirama, on the other hand, was a tall man with tan skin and dark eyes. He sported waist-length black hair styled in a center-parted fringe that framed his face. His typical shinobi dress of the time featured dark red armor over a simple black suit, worn with sandals. The armor incorporated multiple metal plates formed into protective guards along his body, each shoulder guard collar adorned with the Senju symbol. Additionally, he wore the Konoha shinobi emblem on his forehead. Damn you, Orochimaru, Hiruzen thought with rage while he seemed ready to explode with anger. The third Raikage looked around in confusion before his eyes settled on A. What is happening? Why am I? Is that you? Why am I back? I questioned in confusion, recognizing his son, who had grown up since the last time he saw him over 2 decades ago. Yeah, blame the snake behind you. He used Edo Tensei to resurrect you, A explained, flexing his knuckles in readiness to confront his father once more. It had been a while since their last battle, and he would not allow his father to endure this situation. Do you mean to say I've been outdone? Tobirama paused, eyebrows raised as he observed the young ninja behind him. His sentence hung unfinished as he glanced down at his hands, struggling to articulate his next words clearly. Your summoning may have brought us forth, but our power is but a fraction, Tobirama remarked with a subtle grin, aware that the child's Edo Tensei abilities paled in comparison to his prime. Orochimaru, however, appeared unfazed by the comment, his expression tinged with amusement. I am no brute seeking the god of shinobi's full might to dispatch an elderly foe. What need do I have to unleash your full strength when it is simpler to exert my will over you in this manner? Orochimaru retorted, a malevolent smirk playing on his lips. Orochimaru knew that if he tried to summon the two at full strength, he would face 2 very big problems. Someone like Hashirama could overrule his contract seal with his immense chakra. If that happened, Orochimaru knew he was done. Second, summoning them at full strength would mean using all his chakra. At that point, even someone like Kakashi would easily kill him if somehow the 2 Kages were sealed away. But he wanted to keep the Kages for some time. Since hearing Naruto's words in his head, Orochimaru wanted to have that Rinnegan of his. If he couldn't take it from Pain, he would take it from Naruto. With the Rinnegan in his hands, Orochimaru knew he would finally achieve his dream. Hiruzen, do you have any idea how to do this? I heard those reanimated have unlimited chakra, so how can we even fight them if they can use their most powerful jutsus all the time? A question a little anxiously. He knew his father was stronger than him, and now that he was reanimated, he was dealing with his father, who could heal himself all the time and had an infinite amount of chakra. We need to seal them with my Reaper Death Seal, but they don't exactly have unlimited chakra when they are like this. Hiruzen informed him as he grabbed a scroll from his waist and unrolled it on the ground, ready to summon Enma to help him, while keeping his eyes on them all the time. What do you mean? You know how our body produces chakra when we sleep, and eat food, and even when we fight. Our cells produce chakra every time we are missing some, and through chakra training, we are able to expand how much chakra we can have in our body. I know that. What are you trying to say? Those who are reanimated don't have unlimited chakra. They simply can produce chakra much faster than we can. This might give the illusion that their chakra is unlimited, but it's not. They simply can produce chakra at least 10 times faster than we can. Hiruzen informed him. Hashirama observed the ruined stadium and village from above. Konohagakure, he uttered, his voice strained as he navigated his new body's relearning of speech and movement. Surveying the landscape, he mentally gauged the heights of the trees and the angles of the mountains. It must have been 50 years since I last beheld this place, he remarked, casting a glance at Ai. Who are you? I was the third Reikage. And you two must be Tobirama and Hashirama of the Senju clan. I would have attacked you, but my body seems to have a mind of its own. This is the consequence of resurrection. Our actions are not entirely our own, Tobirama remarked, brushing off the fact that I was not truly their ally. Indeed, your actions are under my influence, stated Orochimaru as he intervened between the Hokage, resting his hand on Tobirama's shoulder. The silver-haired Hokage winced but lacked the strength to retaliate. Welcome back to your village, Lord Hokage. I remember your chakra, Tobirama stated grimly. You were the pale boy from the academy. Orochimaru, isn't it? Hiruzen had considered taking you as a student. As sharp as ever, Lord Second, responded Orochimaru gleefully. I'm pleased that your perceptions and memories are intact. So, Orochimaru, are you responsible for Konoha's destruction? I demanded, his tone edged with anger. I can't take all the credit, Orochimaru stated. Remember Sunigakure? They are my allies in this conflict, though it seems you are not in favor of it. I thought you despised Konoha, considering your attempt to take the Jinchuriki. Orochimaru voiced, sounding intrigued. I winced at the mention of the failed Kyuubi acquisition. Oh, I hate Konoha. I simply wished to have been the one to destroy it, instead of someone else doing it. I answered, earning a glare from the other two Kages. Oh, well, this is as close as it's going to get to the real experience, since you're dead and stuff. Orochimaru said with a wicked smile. Hiruzen, I implore you, intervene before we bring ruin upon the village, Hashirama pleaded as he clasped his hands together. Hashirama summoned a powerful gale, unleashing a destructive wind that swept across the rooftop. Debris swirled into the air, and sections of the stadium began to crumble. Hiruzen countered with shatter wind. His massive wind hurricane erupted from his mouth, clashing with Hashirama's onslaught. Unlike Hashirama's technique, Hiruzen's jutsu sent razor-sharp wind blades in all directions. Orochimaru narrowly dodged a blade that almost cleaved him in two. 3 blades hurtled towards Hashirama, but Tobirama swiftly intervened, completing his hand seals. In a swift move, Tobirama exhaled a blue mist, dispelling the wind blades and calming the hurricanes. Despite this, Hiruzen sensed the battle was far from over as I materialized above him, crackling with lightning energy, poised to strike. Dodge! Suddenly, Ai materialized in front of Hiruzen, intercepting Ice lightning-charged finger with a powerful lariat, diverting the attack trajectory before hauling Hiruzen away to safety. Observing Ai's injured hand, Hiruzen noted the damage sustained whilst defending against Ice assault, bloody knuckles and significant swelling. Despite the injury, Ai remained unfazed, his determined eyes fixed on the adversaries. Reikage, focus on protecting yourself. I'll handle the first and the second. Ensure you protect our father. Can you handle that? Hiruzen's somber tone was met with a wild grin from Ai as he enveloped himself in crackling lightning armor, disregarding the pain throbbing in his injured hand. Damn it, old man. All that training, and you're still stronger. This situation is messed up, A muttered under his breath as his father and the other two Kages approached them, but A noticed something. His father's hand was missing a chunk, slowly healing. Wood style, world of trees. Trees burst from the rooftop around Hiruzen and I. They navigated through spreading roots and branches, avoiding getting crushed, but the trees kept multiplying, surrounding them in Hashirama's dense forest. The trees continued to spread on the rooftop. An extending root grabbed Hiruzen's ankle, and another constricted his arm. I was ensnared by a thorny branch around the waist and pulled down. Hashirama's wood style began to sap their chakra as Hiruzen and I struggled to break free. Hiruzen, Hashirama declared. You must overcome us. I will. Hiruzen bellowed as he used his strength to free himself from the roots. I quickly followed suit, heating up the roots with lightning until they ignited. Father, I will liberate you and Orochimaru. I will be the one to defeat you, A roared in anger, unleashing a punch at his father, sending him flying into the barrier wall. Despite being engulfed in flames, A pressed on. He knew this was just the beginning. I charged at him, but I evaded swiftly, landing a forceful blow on A's face, breaking his nose. I then grabbed A's head, smashing his forehead against A's, fracturing numerous bones. However, A retaliated with a punch to the jaw and a kick to the stomach. His face burned as his father rose nonchalantly, gazing at him sternly as he habitually did. Despite not seeing his father for nearly 20 years, I vividly recalled the way he had scrutinized him. Do you recall the commitment you made to me, A? I inquired, a hint of a smile playing on his lips as he breathed heavily. Let me come with you, A pleaded as his father kept walking forward through the large Kumo camp. All the other shinobis were evacuating. I could hear them rushing past them, many leading the horses away, some carrying the weapons. He could hear many wanting to stay and keep fighting, some still chasing glory, some wanting revenge for their loved ones. No, I said strictly, his voice making it clear that he wouldn't change his mind. I stumped the ground angrily, glaring at his father's back, who kept walking away, not caring that A was shedding tears. Why? I did everything you ever asked of me. I trained until my bones cracked. Odora left me because of this, and now you want me to leave you too. I tried. Everything. Why can't I come with you? I can watch your back and protect you. I begged, his legs turning wobbly as he cried. He knew he shouldn't. He had not cried for Kasa's death, not even for Momoke's death, even when every set of his eyes around him had cried for Momoke. He had been the only one there to keep his emotions in check. His father had taught him that a good warrior can always keep their emotions on check, and he had done that too. Even when his friends called him emotionless, he had refused. But now, it all felt too much. He couldn't handle it anymore. He looked up to see his father had stopped walking away, but his back was still facing him. As you are right now, you will be nothing but a huge liability. How do you think I can fight, when I have to make sure my son doesn't lose his head during the fight? You are going away with the others, end of discussion. I sank on his knees, tears rolling down his face, dripping down into the dried ground. Am I a failure? I didn't want to hear the answer, but he knew he had failed his father again. If you come with me and die. Yes. You will die a failure. Right now you are not a failure, you are simply young, and you have yet to reach your full potential. If you come with me and die. You won't be able to reach that potential. If you can't, then you will be a failure. I didn't have anything to say. He could still hear the sound of people running around and the tents being abandoned. The sound of footsteps echoed in the distance, appearing over the mountaintops. The enemy was coming. Reach your full potential, son, surpass me. As he started walking away, he looked up at his father, who kept walking away. I will reach my full potential, father. I promise. I wiped away the blood from his nose as he let out a roar. His blue lightning cracked and grew, slowly changing color, turning into red lightning. I will defeat you. Father! I roared in fury as he rushed towards him with all his speed. I will squash you like a bug. Gyuki roared with B's voice, causing a wide wind wave to blast against Naruto, who remained in his place as his clothes and hair were the only things moving. Rinnegan's eyes flashed red as he smirked, with no hint of fear in his eyes. You know, for being a perfect Jinchuriki, you really are a foolish bee, Naruto said mockingly, as B let out a roar of anger, his octopus tail rushing towards Naruto, same for Yujito's flaming tail, but both tails stopped mere inches away from Naruto's face. Suddenly, both Bee and Yujito could no longer move, and a flash of Naruto's red Rinnegan eyes appeared before their eyes like lightning. Naruto knew that a perfect Jinchuriki could use the body of the tailed beast in its full form. When they could do that, the body of the Bijou was controlled by both the Jinchuriki and the Bijou. But the mistake Bee and Yujito made was not listening to what their Bijus were telling them not to do. The moment they saw Dari lose, they lost all control and went full Bijou mode without listening to their Biju's warnings. Naruto thought it would be difficult to have them go full Bijou, but it was easier than he thought since his Rinnegan wouldn't have worked on the chakra cloak or the semi-Bijou version. Gyuki, what is happening? Why can't I move? Bee demanded with a hint of fear in his voice as he tried to move Gyuki, but he found himself unable to move a finger. Bee, you fool! I told you to calm down, and not use your full form. Gyuki roared in his head, and for the first time ever, he sounded genuinely pissed with Bee, who couldn't help but feel like he deserved a punch in the face for screwing up so badly. Yujito was having a very similar discussion with her own Bijou. Yujito, I told you to calm down, but you just wouldn't listen. Now he has full control of us. We have already lost. How am I supposed to calm down? He killed Darui and captured Mabui before our eyes. Yujito stopped mid-sentence as she burst into tears, streaming down her face, and let out sobs of anguish. She remembered their first meeting together many years ago after the Hyuga incident. She remembered how Naruto had been with her back then and how friendly he had been. After meeting when the Chunin exam started, she had a feeling at the back of her head that something was off with him, that he was hiding something. Still, she had never thought that Naruto would use her like this. All the passion they had shared together was just a distraction for him. To him, it meant nothing besides the pleasure of flesh, maybe to take his mind off the things he would do in the future. Yujito didn't know anymore, but seeing Naruto like this and the way he went against all of them. Yujito felt like she was drowning in a sea of sorrow, as if her heart was being twisted. Her image of Naruto was shattered to pieces, and in its place was someone she couldn't recognize, someone who used her for nothing more than a distraction and never felt anything for her. Yujito had heard Matatabi warn her not to use the full form and stick to the mini version with two tails, but Yujito had not listened. After seeing the way he kicked Karui and how he easily defeated Omoi and Samui, how he kidnapped Mabui before their eyes, and she could do nothing, the way he killed Darui without a second thought, had made her snap. She wanted the pain to go away, for him to be no more the source of her pain, but now, she remained stuck. She couldn't move, like a statue, and she couldn't revert back to her human form either. Matatabi, why is this happening? This Chunin exam. It was supposed to be a moment of joy. What is happening? Why is everything going wrong? Where did I go wrong? How could I have prevented this from happening? Yujito spoke with despair and regret in her voice. She felt like she was floating in an abyss, facing the hole that went on forever, and she couldn't move, she could do nothing. Absolutely nothing against this kind of power. She was powerless. Yujito. She heard her call her with concern. Yujito remembered the first time she had met Naruto, the first time he had offered her ramen, back then when Kumo still viewed her as nothing but a filthy Jinchuriki. Naruto was the first friend she had made. He always held a special place in her heart. When she had learned the Chunin exams would be held in Konoha, Yujito had been beyond ecstatic, but now, all that joy felt like ashes in her mouth. We are not dead yet, let me take over. Yujito simply closed her eyes and allowed her to do whatever she wanted. On the outside, Matatabi's eyes, which had looked like Yujito's eyes, turned into Biju's mismatched eyes, allowing Naruto to know that Matatabi was in charge of the body. The same happened with Gyuki. Naruto Uzumaki, I take it you use your Rinnegan to control us. Naruto merely nodded nonchalantly, much to Matatabi's anger, who let out a growl from deep within her throat as she glared at the Jinchuriki of Kyubi, who didn't seem affected by her attempt to scare him. If anything, Naruto looked amused. How can you do this to Yujito? You bastard. She never did anything to you, and you are playing with her heart like she is some toy. You are a heartless monster. Matatabi roared with anger. She couldn't move, but she could talk, and she would say what she really thought of Naruto's plan. She had heard his message loud and clear, and so had every single Biju out there. For a brief moment, Naruto's eyes showed sadness. His eyes turned back to normal blue for a second, but they quickly turned back to red Rinnegan, and his face was blank once again. I know that, Matatabi, do not call me that. Only friends call me by my name. Matatabi interrupted her with a snarl, trying to move, but she couldn't move an inch. She was stuck, and so was Gyuki, who remained silent for now. Matatabi, I know well where this road is leading me. Yujito is a much better person than me, but she doesn't see that we live in a world of suffering, as long as it stays this way. It will never end, it will be repeated over and over and over again, forever. Until one stands up and is ready to do what is right for this world. Keep telling yourself that, in the end, you will see that all you achieved was a mountain of corpses. This road will lead you to more suffering. Mayhaps, but I'm willing to bear the hate on my shoulder for a better future. That is my goal. If we keep living like this, nothing will ever change. If one wants to truly change the world, they should be willing to become monsters. To be stripped of everything that makes them human. People around the world have heard my words, they know what I will do. This world will never move forward, until someone comes that forces them to do so, Naruto said with a commanding voice. Matatabi gulped at the sight of his cold eyes. Naruto frightened her. She was never one to be scared, but this boy made her feel small, the same way she had felt when her father had created all of them, the same way she had felt when he had left them and they had been alone in a strange world. I agree with you, Naruto. Gyuki! Matatabi roared out his name, sounding betrayed. She tried to turn her face to look at him, but she quickly remembered that she couldn't move a finger. He's right, Matatabi. It's been 3,000 years since our father drew his last breath. He told us that our duty was to lead humanity into a new world, a world of peace, but you know what happened. Humanity never cared for peace. Chakra was just another weapon for them. It wasn't a way to unify people. No. Instead, all it caused was more suffering. Wars used to be between small pieces of land, but now they are wars between entire villages, where thousands of people die. Because of chakra, the land itself suffers. I agree that this world is hell. With how it works, people will keep butchering each other. But I don't agree with how you try to do this, Naruto. There's another way. Gyuki stopped mid-sentence, letting his words sink in, and he knew he had Naruto's attention. One where the world can be spared, one where entire seas don't turn red. You can take charge, and slowly change the world through peace treatments. By becoming the Kage of your village. Gyuki finished, looking at Naruto with hope. Tell me, Gyuki. I know you are smart. The Kage is in charge of the village, but ultimately, the one who decides who becomes Kage is the feudal lord of the Land of Fire, Vladimir Mujihina. You know they are the real rulers of each land in the elemental continent. You know each land has their own feudal lord who has their own army to protect themselves if it's needed that is outside of Kage's control. Tell me, Gyuki, do you really think these people would have allowed me to become Kage? They have information about every single shinobi in Konoha, each one. They would know that I'm not a supporter of their ideals, and that I want to change the world. They would have never approved of me, and if I talked too much, the Blood Knight of the feudal lord would have silenced me. No, as long as they are in charge, war will keep happening, and the world will bleed. Wars are what draws more money and power, so why would they want the world to ever change? The only way this world can change is to rip it out from its root and burn it to the core, and from the ashes that remain. The new world will be built. I know there will be suffering, and I'm willing to bear it. All of it. Gyuki remained silent. He didn't know what to say anymore. He could see the logic in Naruto's words, but he remembered what father had told them before his death. He had told them to help humanity, not to butcher them. But was there really no other choice in the matter? Gyuki remembered B. They were friends, the very first friend he had made since his birth. He was a good man, despite his annoying rapping. Yujito was a good girl, too, and so were Omoa, Samui, and many other people in Kumo. The village had its bad people, as did every village, but there were good people. People that didn't deserve a war. This doesn't have to end this way, B. Yujito. I know you two are listening, so I'm giving you a chance. Mabuya is fine, and well, yes, she is under my custody, but I would never harm her for no reason, and Dari is still alive. B gasped, as did Yujito when Naruto said that. They quickly looked beyond Naruto, where Dari was lying on his back, and squinted their eyes. They could see it. Dari was breathing, but it was hard to notice. But not for long. Join me, and I will heal your friend. I will have to kneel to me, and accept me as his ruler. B grimaced. He knew his brother would rather die than do that. And if he doesn't? There's no room for those who still dream of the old world. Naruto answered without a moment of hesitation. Be put on a fake smile before snarling. Go to hell, Naruto. He spoke with scorn. The blonde looked at them blankly. He didn't show it, but Naruto felt another stab in the heart upon hearing his answer. Yujito remained silent, but he knew she wouldn't side with him. Naruto grasped his sword and walked up to Darui, who was barely breathing. His chest rising and lowering was the only sign that he was still alive. Naruto put the tip of his sword just above his heart. You seem to be mistaken, B. We are already in hell. The sword sank deep into Darui's heart. His nose and ears leaked blood as he took his last breath. B's eyes widened in anger and rage. Now, he was trying to fight against the control Rinnegan had over him, but despite how hard he tried, he couldn't move a muscle. Naruto pulled out his sword. Before cleaning the tip, he advanced towards the two Biju, who, despite being much larger than him, showed fear in their eyes. Naruto made a hand sign. Wooden style, protector of the gate. Suddenly, roots burst out of the ground, rising in height and slowly forming a knight made of wood that stood 80 meters tall with glowing red eyes. Chakra seal, Biju mode. The knight raised his right and left hand, and the same symbol was painted on his palms, the kanji. No! Stay away! Both Bijus shouted in fear as the knight's palms touched their heads. A bright light engulfed his palms before fading away. Suddenly, the Bijus started shrinking until B and Yujito appeared back in their human form. Now, they were out of Rinnegan's control, but the two noticed something was off with them right away. My Biju chakra! What did you do, Naruto? Where's Matatabi? Yujito shouted with rage. Her eyes were red with tears. She tried to walk, but all she could do was shuffle forward from exhaustion. Gyuki and Matatabi are fine, they are simply sleeping right now. I would never take the life of another Jinchuriki. My wooden knight took a small percent of their chakra inside the two of you. Naruto answered nonchalantly as he made a hand sign. The wooden knight disappeared in a puff of smoke. We are done. I will talk with your Raikage. Naruto suddenly ducked when B swung two swords at his head. Unlike Yujito, B could still fight. Naruto smirked as he started dodging every swing. B was using his seven-sword style, jumping and whirling around, trying to kill Naruto, but the blonde easily dodged every attack. You know, B. You should really start using better swords. B's eyes widened when three of his swords were blocked by Naruto's sword. B quickly kicked forward, his sword aiming at Naruto's stomach. B didn't see it coming, but he saw Naruto's sword cut the blade in half. The blonde had moved way too fast. He hadn't seen him move. Yujito, get away from here. Take the others and leave. B shouted as he started attacking Naruto with his 6 remaining swords, but it was futile. One by one, all his swords were cut in half. Naruto kicked B in the stomach, but it wasn't over, as he appeared above him with a single blow. B screamed in pain as the black rod punctured his shoulder, but he refused to die like this. The pain, too much pain, but B let out a roar as he ignored it all and still attacked, catching Naruto off guard. B punched him in the face and quickly followed it with a kick. He could hear a faint voice telling him not to use his chakra, but he ignored it as he activated his own lightning armor. Ayaha! B screamed in pain as his body was electrocuted in every direction, blue lightning bursting out of his body until it stopped. B felt as if his body was on fire as he fell on his stomach, the black rod still sticking out of his shoulder. B. You are the first to resist a black rod like you did, but don't worry. As I said, I won't kill you, Naruto said with a hint of praise as he wiped away the blood from his mouth with his upper hand. B knew how to punch well, apparently. B did not react and lay there, unmoving and defeated. Yujito remained where she had been, she hadn't moved a single muscle. Naruto turned and started walking towards her. She flinched and closed her eyes, waiting for him to kill her, but instead, she heard him walking past her without saying anything. She sighed in relief before remembering she still wanted to know. Naruto, was any of it real? The blonde boy stopped walking and turned to face her, as she looked at him over her shoulder. For what it's worth, I'm truly sorry, Yujito. I consider you a dear friend, and perhaps, in another world, a happier one. Perhaps in that one, we could have been happier, and there would be true love. I won't touch you. Even if you attack me, I will knock you unconscious, and will be on my way. I won't kill someone who suffered like I did in my childhood. If you don't plan to attack me, then take your friends, and leave the village. Your Raikage will join with the rest of you shortly," Naruto said with a sincerely sad voice, sounding vulnerable before he resumed his walking. Yujito closed her eyes. There was no point in crying over something she couldn't change. The roof. "Sensei, be careful," Jiraiya shouted in panic as the wooden dragon rushed towards Hiruzen with its mouth wide open. Hiruzen's eyes widened, knowing he was too late to dodge this one. Suddenly, the wooden dragon was stopped as another wooden dragon bit him in the neck, causing it to let out a loud shriek of pain. "Another wood-style jutsu, who did this?" Tobirama shouted, sounding a little amazed as he rejoined with his brother. He had been fighting the one who called himself Jiraiya of the Sannin. The sight of another wooden jutsu, which his brother did not use. He wondered who was able to use wood style. "That would be me, Lord Second." Everyone looked up to see Naruto standing on top of a wooden tree Hashirama had created. The blonde looked down at them with a grin, his Rinnegan glittering. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he licked his lips greedily. Like a fly after flames, he thought, as he looked at the Rinnegan. He knew it. He would have these eyes no matter what. "Naruto, why are you here?" Hiruzen questioned warily, keeping his guard up, knowing he wasn't on their side anymore, but the blonde ignored him as he looked down at Hashirama. "I never expected to meet you so soon, but this could be a good opportunity to test my skill," Naruto said, sounding excited, squaring his shoulders. "Brother, you know him? How is that possible?" Tobirama questioned his brother, sounding confused, but the first Hokage remained mute as he looked up at Naruto. "I won't hold back. As the first Hokage of Konoha, I will stop you," Hashirama said before jumping towards him with his sword in his hand, as Naruto jumped towards him. "Hashirama!" "Naruto!" Hospital room. Was that a dream? Temari wondered as she blinked her eyes open. She looked around and recognized that she was in a hospital room. Not the first time, surprisingly, the bad smell wasn't in the air as she had expected. At least this time, it wouldn't be as miserable as the other times. Temari looked around, but the room was empty. She wondered where everyone else was. As she looked around, she remembered the words she had heard while sleeping. Naruto Uzumaki had just declared war on the entire world. She wondered why she had dreamed that. It was strange. But as she thought about it, suddenly she noticed something. Quiet. It was too quiet. She couldn't even hear the clock ticking, and a clock was hanging on the wall to her right. The second hand of the clock was moving, but the minute hand wasn't moving 1 inch even when the second hand made a full rotation. There was no smell or sound. This was a genjutsu. Temari concluded in panic as she quickly made the hand signs to mess up her own chakra flow. She expected to wake up, but nothing was happening. That won't work. She opened her eyes, and suddenly, to her left, standing near the bed, was a woman she remembered seeing before, but she wasn't sure who she was. She was a fair-skinned woman of slender build. Her long, black, untamed hair reached her upper back, and her unique eyes were red in color, with an additional ring in them. She was wearing makeup consisting of red lipstick and purple eyeshadow. She was wearing a red mesh armor blouse with only the right sleeve visible. Her hands and upper thighs were wrapped in bandages, and she wore Konoha and regular Shinobi sandals. "Who are you?" Temari questioned with a sip of fear as she stopped trying to block her chakra flow. Instead, she glanced around furtively, trying to spot any sharp object to stab herself. The pain would make the genjutsu end. "Who am I doesn't matter," she spoke with venom in every word as she raised her hand and made a hand sign. Snap. Temari let out a scream of pain. 2 fingers of her right foot suddenly broke, and her feet exploded in pain. But if this was a genjutsu, why was she still here? She should be back in the real world. "What do you want?" Temari screamed in pain, trying to calm herself, her heart beating on her throat like a bell from fear, her body shaking like a leaf, but the woman's eyes remained blank. "You will pay for what you did to Hinata." "Who?" Temari blurted out before she could stop herself. She screamed once again. This time, her entire right foot was broken, and a loud snap was heard once again that was drowned by Temari's screams of pain. Temari breathed heavily, silently begging for someone to break the genjutsu from the real world, but as if the woman could read her mind, no one is coming to save you, little girl. One day here is equivalent to 1 hour in the real world. Temari's eyes widened in fear, her heart hammering. She quickly tried to move, thrashing around like a wounded animal, but she couldn't get out of bed. She was stuck. Temari looked back at the woman, who appeared pleased by the sight of her in fear. Suddenly, Temari remembered where she had seen her. You are the Hyuga girl's sensei, aren't you? Temari questioned, but there was no need for an answer from the way her face twisted, her lips curling downwards. Temari knew she was here for revenge but would never go down without a fight. You really are a big hypocrite, she said with a hint of mockery. The woman glared at her furiously, closing her fist. Temari let out another scream of pain. Her hand suddenly felt like it was burning, and the skin swelled up and turned bright red. What did you say? She spat the words with venom. You are a jonin, you knew what your students were signing for the moment you decided they were ready for the chunin exams. The jonins must sign a document making it clear they understand their genins might die in the exams. You know chunin exams are dangerous. If you cared so much for her, why did you agree to put her in the chunin exams to begin with? Or did you simply pray they would complete the exam without a scratch? Sorry to burst your bubble, but all of us were prepared to give our lives the moment we entered. It is not my fault that your little girl was too soft, and a coward. Temari screamed in pain once again as the jonin glared at her, clenching her teeth, almost breaking them. You took away Hinata's best part. She will never be the same because of you, so I will take away your entire will to live. Even if you survive this day, I will make sure you spend the rest of your life fearing this moment, every time you close your eyes. I will be there. Every single time. Your life will be hell until the sweet release of death frees you from this world. Temari breathed heavily as the woman slowly raised her hands. You shall know true horror. Die, bitch! Karen screamed in anger as she threw the kunai at the Suna shinobi, but he swiftly dodged it and rushed towards her, plunging his sword deep into her stomach. But Karen quickly bit her own arm, and with the other arm, a silver chain burst out, moving wildly around the air as if it was alive before wrapping itself around the Suna shinobi. He screamed in pain as spikes grew out of the sides of the chain, puncturing him everywhere before being thrown across the room, slamming against the wall with the spikes digging into his skin. The wound on Karen's stomach healed as she pulled out the sword from her stomach. The wound disappeared as if nothing had happened. All that was left was the small cut on her shirt. I hope you like hell, because that's where you are going, Karen said with an evil smile. As the chains wrapped around the neck of the shinobi, he struggled. Despite the pain and the many spikes, he grasped the chains with his bare hands, trying to free himself, but with a snap of her finger, the chain quickly closed around his neck in an instant, breaking his neck in the process. She sighed as the silver chain sank back into her skin. Her red eyes roamed around the room. 11 more bodies scattered around the same room, the blood dripping from the walls, turning everything red. She looked down at her hands, soaked with blood. Not the first time. She reminded herself that she would need to wash them later. She never liked the smell of blood. It was too much like iron for her taste. As she strode forward, passing the threshold, she walked into the hallway of the room. It was quieter here, and there was no blood around the room to spoil her mood. She wondered if she should go out there, but reminded herself that the chances of needing to kill more people would increase out there. She knew what people were like during the war. They were desperate, and she feared desperate people because they weren't predictable. People were usually like chess pieces. Only one move was needed to get a good idea of them, but desperate people always flipped over the entire table. There was no way to know what they could think of doing, and she knew war brought out the worst in people. Karen took a small breath. She reminded herself what Naruto had told all of them. From this day on, I will start my conquest, and I won't stop until every single piece of land of this world is under my control. She still found it difficult to believe that he had such an ability to talk with everyone around the world who had their chakras unlocked. What he did sounded similar to chain link, which her mother used to teach her before the bites and the sickness took her away. She shuddered at the thought, her fingers tracing the bite mark on her arm, so deep within her skin that she could even count the number of teeth marks. Their bite was cold and painful. She heard a noise outside, and she slowly approached the door. A silver chain came out of her shoulder, wrapping around Karen's arm before forming a silver round shield that covered her entire arm. The shield had a spearhead at the top where her hand was. No, please. Not my daughter! A man cried out in desperation as the sword pierced through his daughter's neck from behind. The blood turned the walls red, and the light in her eyes faded away like the light of a candle. She screamed, but no words were heard, but he knew she felt pain. The sound Shinobi laughed before kicking the body repeatedly, over and over again. The man screamed in rage, struggling against the grip from behind him, but no matter how hard he tried, he could do nothing. His blood boiled, feeling a burst of flames in his chest. Monsters! He raged, struggling more. His arm snapped from the struggle. A pain spread through his arm like a warm liquid, and more laughter rang in his ears. Struggling more, the arms holding him suddenly no longer there, his face fell on the floor, his nose itched and snapped, and his remaining eye looked across at his daughter, her eyes wide with fear, her neck red and unmoving. He felt someone grab his scalp, his face no longer touching the floor. A sharp blade against his nape, cold and sharp, its bite, he could feel it, near his long hair. No, don't cut my hair. My daughter loves playing with my hair, he thought, but the words didn't come out, they never did. The blade slid through his nape, its bite red and cold, but the pain and grief finally ended. Let go! A child cried out, holding the kunai tight enough that he felt like the blade became one with his hands. He remembered what Irika-sensei had taught them, the chakra on his soul. He ran and ran like a wild animal with the boost from his chakra, but the man disappeared. He needed to find out where he went. He could be behind me, the child thought, wildly swinging behind, but his arm was grabbed, and a loud snap was heard. The child screamed as hot pain rushed through his hand, falling on his stomach, a foot pressed against the side of his face, the carpet almost melting with the side of his face. He screamed more. He could taste the blood and the mud from the sole of his boots as he put more pressure on his face, his ear wet with blood, and he screamed until he could scream no more, his voice gone, as he felt the pressure increase more, and more until he could see nothing but darkness. Someone help me! She heard someone cry out. She quickly jumped down from the roof and rushed inside the next building. The bodies made the floor. She could not even see the floor, all red everywhere, the smell, death, and blood everywhere, but she ignored everything as she heard the cry again. Second floor, she thought as she jumped up, running through the place, before kicking one of the doors open. There was a Konoha shinobi, his right hand on the floor near the door, and his legs were twisted in ways a leg should not be twisted. The sound of cries outside was muffled as she focused on saving this man. Just stay still, I will heal you. She reassured as she ran up to him, trying to use her healing jutsu. He flinched and started screaming, moving his remaining arm around wildly. Please. Stop. They did something to me. Do not heal me. The man screamed, with tears streaming down his face. She quickly got hold of his only left hand, forcing it down. He screamed more, struggling against her grip, but she cared not. She knew he was in panic, and the more he moved, the more his wound bled. She quickly pressed her hand and started spreading chakra into the wound, trying to close the wound first to stop the bleeding slowly. Tick, 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 tick. She wrinkled her nose when she felt the new smell. Gunpowder! Why is there gunpowder here? The man suddenly screamed more, and only now she saw the trail of smoke coming from within his shirt. Her eyes widened as everything became too loud. Mother, please. Wake me up. She thought as she heard a loud noise. Her body burned, everything burned, she was burning. Snap out of it. A Konoha shinobi tried to calm down his friend, who thrashed around the floor like a wounded animal. He grabbed his body, stopping him. His hands occupied, his friend turned around, and a hand rushed towards him. A sharp pain spread through his neck, his skin wet and cold. He could feel a warm liquid trailing down his neck into his chest under the chunin vest. He looked down, and he would have laughed, but the laughter didn't come out. Why is there a kunai in my throat? He wondered, and everything went white. Are you Karen? She spun around. She had been so deep in her thoughts that she hadn't felt this when approaching. She looked behind, but there was no one there. Did I just imagine that? She wondered, thinking of using her storm chains to see if anyone was hiding. Oi, up here. She looked up and saw a girl with wings coming out of her back, slowly descending towards her. Her wings were orange with green veins spread throughout the insect-like wings, flapping in a steady rhythm against the wine. I wonder if she would allow me to borrow her wings, Karen wondered as the insect girl landed near her. Despite the innocent appearance, Karen narrowed her eyes in suspicion. She knew the girl was not as innocent as she seemed, and she could feel something from her chakra. It felt like she was feeling two different chakras at the same time. Wait, she's a Jinchuriki. Karen quickly realized, taking a step back. Silver chains came out of her shoulders, forming a square shield that covered her entire back. Who are you? Karen asked warily. Hi, I'm Fu. It's amazing to meet you. Karen quickly noticed that she sounded way too cheerful. Despite the war happening all around them, the screams and people running everywhere didn't seem to bother her. Karen wondered if the girl was putting up an act, or maybe she didn't care about the carnage happening all around them. Karen. Why are you here, bug girl? Karen asked right away, ignoring the annoyed look the girl gave her. She could feel no one else around them, and she was trying to. Usually, when her guard was down, it happened that she might not detect someone approaching, but right now, she had her guard up. She would know right away if someone was trying to attack her from behind, and she could feel no one else besides the bug girl. Naruto sent me. You must be the Uzumaki girl he saved from the forest of death. His orders are for me to take you to his hideout. Karen narrowed her gaze. She could detect no lies, and Naruto had saved her. She wondered if she could truly trust this strange bug girl, but she reminded herself that she had nowhere else to go. Naruto was probably busy with this war, and wouldn't be able to come to her himself, so he sent this bug girl to take her out of Konoha. You can trust Fu. She won't harm you, now get out of here. Naruto's commanding voice rang in her head, and from the way Fu remained in place and didn't react, Karen realized that he had spoken only to her. Naruto, where the hell are you? What are you doing? Karen quickly thought, wondering if it would work, but all she received in return was absolute silence. Karen cursed her luck. She would much rather want the lazy guy to be here, not someone she knew nothing about, and she was supposed to trust her, but Karen reminded herself that she had nothing else to do. She remembered his promise to her. If he could really heal her, then she was willing to do everything. I will follow you, bug girl. But try anything, and I will delete your existence. Karen made it clear with a firm voice, pointing a finger at the girl, but Fu smiled cutely. She seemed not to care about her so-called threat as she tilted her head to the side with the same cute smile. I would advise against it. Chome doesn't like it when people try to harm me, and I really don't like it when she makes them scream. Somehow, despite the innocence behind her tone and voice, Karen felt a shudder in her spine. Fu's eyes were cold for only a moment before the warmth returned to them. Karen made a mental note not to try and mess this up as a tail grew out of Fu, just above her ass. The tail quickly wrapped around Karen's waist, but before the redhead could ask what she was trying to do, Fu took the skies, with Karen following behind while screaming that she didn't like heights. Lariata! Screamed in rage as he rushed after his father. His punch hit his father's jaw hard enough to send him flying, but A knew this was not enough. His father would still be alive and ready to fight even if he was alive, let alone now that his father was undead. Without waiting a second, A rushed forward, his punch raised high in the air, and he quickly found his father lying on his back amidst the broken tiles of the roof. With a war cry, he brought his fist down. A massive gust of dirt, debris, and smoke flew in the air as he punched and punched and punched with all his strength. When his father stopped moving, he stopped striking for a brief moment, as he was sure his father wasn't defeated. Suddenly, the cloud of dust moved away when he saw a kick flying towards his face. With no time to dodge, he brought his arms in front of his face. He let out a scream of pain as he was launched in the air like an insect before slamming against the side of the roof. His back burned from the pain, and the lightning armor around him was starting to hurt. It felt like bees stinging all over his body. The sensation of burn was growing, but he refused to back down. He felt something on the tip of his tongue, sharp and annoying. He quickly spit it out, only to see that it was his own tooth. Not the first one, he reminded himself as his father walked out of the dust cloud, his body healing back. In his hand, he was holding his right leg from the knee down, and his actual leg had reformed. I realized that his father had struck him with his own leg, using it as some club, but I noticed something else. Usually, his father was much faster than that, so why did it seem like he was slower? You disappoint me. The words made him freeze, and A felt his throat dry like a desert. What? A screamed in anger as his father shook his head. Despite his dead eyes, A knew when his father was disappointed with him. It was not the first time he had seen it. I knew he was a disappointment, after all. He should have been there. He should have fought with his father side by side and returned back together, but instead, he had run like a coward. If only he had been stronger, his father would have been with them right now. You disappoint me. I was hoping you would be a better shinobi, but I'm afraid my sacrifice was for nothing. Shut up. I roared in anger, rushing towards him carelessly, but his father quickly sidestepped before bringing his knee to his stomach and then slamming his forehead against his nose, breaking it, and blood burst from his nose holes. I would have screamed in pain when another punch in the face sent him flying. Before slamming against the side of the red barrier, he screamed in pain as flames engulfed his back. He quickly activated his lightning armor, causing the flames to fade away, but his victory was short-lived as his father struck him with his fist from above, sending him crashing down on the roof below. I quickly backed away at the last second when his father punched a part of the roof he was lying on. Taking this opportunity, A's entire lightning armor concentrated on his index finger before swinging it forward with all his speed. Hell stab! I quickly sidestepped, but the attack destroyed his entire left arm from the shoulder down. I was relentless as he punched and punched. His father's speed had slowed down once again, but despite all his attacks, his father used his mightier lightning armor to protect himself, his body healing all the time. You promised me you would surpass me. Are you still hiding it? Or is this really all you can do? Or are you afraid of dying, son? His father said as his body got fully healed, but he refused to fall for the bait. He had a plan. Afraid of dying. A spat. I was ready to die since the day I wore my headband. I roared, pointing at the Kumo headband. This shows the world that I'm not afraid of death. If I was, I would be hiding in a corner right now. I smirked with satisfaction. Is that all? Come on. Use your best jutsus, father. I roared at his old man with a smug smile. I growled in anger and grew more disappointed. If you insist. Storm lightning. 100 bolts. His lightning armor grew, looking like an aura many times bigger than him, and was only growing more, engulfing the entire barrier, reaching 50 meters high. Bolts of lightning started raining down everywhere around I swallowed thickly as he quickly started dodging each one he could. A sharp pain on the side of his stomach. He screamed, but the pain quickly grew as he kept dodging, but he wasn't fast enough. The one wound turned into 9, and then into 20. His voice grew raspy as he tried to find the strength to keep dodging. The tiles of the roof had melted, turning into lava that started sliding down the roof, before dripping down. Orochimaru screamed in pain as Jiraiya punched him in the face, and was struck by ice bolt lightning attack. Damn you, attack them, not me, Orochimaru cursed under his breath. It felt like a sword had cut through his back. Aha! Hiruzen released a war cry as he used his staff to hit the second Hokage in the face, sending him crashing, but quickly ordering the staff to lengthen his direction. The staff hit him in the chest, moving him away just in time as a wooden dragon rushed on the empty air he had been a second ago. Hiruzen spat out blood from his mouth, but he knew it wasn't over. Hashirama rushed towards him when a thunderbolt struck him square in the chest. Hiruzen thought of using that opportunity when he saw something sharp from the corner of his eyes. Iron Skin, Level 5, Hiruzen shouted as Tobirama used Hiroshin to appear on his side. However, his enhanced kunai broke the moment he tried to slash Hiruzen in half, and his skin turned a dark gray. Breathing heavily, the jutsu finally stopped, but he felt the blood trailing down his body like a river, dripping down to the roof tiles below him. This side of the roof was still steady, but he could feel the strong smell of melted tiles, and the heat radiating from the lava was quite uncomfortable. His body was sweating as if he was in the middle of the biggest sun desert. The sweat entered his open wounds, and he winced in pain once again, like a bad sting from a giant bee. He looked down. His left hand's little and index fingers were gone. All left were 2 small stumps, with the bones sticking out. I wondered why he wasn't already crying from the pain. His body pulsated. It felt as if every limb had a heart inside, and every heartbeat felt like a dagger puncturing him. This is why I didn't want you there that day. His father's voice made him ignore the pain and look up at the top of the roof. Where his father stood, the tiles had melted off entirely, the lava had stuck in his legs, becoming one, and the wooden beams underneath were burning. It was a miracle this entire roof hadn't already collapsed under its weight. His father's skin had burned away, exposing the fake black flesh underneath. Those reanimated with Edo Tensei had no real flesh under their skin. I had been told by his father how their grandfather had used this jutsu once. According to him, the skin of his entire back had burned away, exposing the spine underneath and the flesh. I had never seen it, but from what he remembered, his grandfather always walked around with his back covered by bandages. Now, his father's body was too damaged from his own jutsu, but he was a reanimated one. He was slowly healing. What? A demand with anger seeping into his voice, but he remained in place. Your anger, eh? You asked me that day why you couldn't stay and protect me. You lack calm, eh? You can have all the power in the world, but you are still weak-minded, and think that punching your problems will make them go away. I expected you to be smarter than me. You promised you would be stronger, but as far as I can see, you are the same, weak and angry. I grinded his teeth, his blood boiling, as his father's right hand was engulfed by white lightning. I gasped, recognizing his father's strongest jutsu. I gulped thickly. His father's face was solemn with a hint of pity. It won't hurt, son. It didn't hurt me. I rushed forward, his right arm extended forward, his fingertips reaching towards A's heart. Suddenly, it felt like time was slowing down. I watched as A's skin slowly peeled away the closer his fingertips got. I'm sorry, my son, I thought in regret, closing his eyes, not wanting to see it. Lariata! Ice's eyes widened as he was struck in the chest. The sensation was familiar. He opened his eyes and looked down to see his own hand sank deep into his heart, where his scar was. He looked back at his son, who had a painful grin on his face. His chest had a small hole, showing the bone underneath, but his fingertips hadn't reached the heart, only the bone of the ribcage. How? I rasped out. He was faster than his son. He was sure of that. A laugh, a wide smile spread on his face, and his body burned with more pain with each laughter. Once he was done, he looked back at his father. You were slower, he said smugly. I grew confused and did not understand. When an Edo Tensei is healing, their movement is slower. I noticed that when I punched you and you used your own leg as a giant club. You were slower because you were healing. When my own strongest jutsu failed to kill you, I remembered A's index finger attack that destroyed his left arm. I knew I needed to use a stronger one, and your hell stab was always stronger than mine after all. A explained with a smile of satisfaction, proud of himself. So you acted like a fool to force me to use my burst of lightning jutsu, to harm myself in the process, and give yourself an opportunity, because you knew Edo Tensei would force me to use my strongest jutsu to kill you. I concluded, with wide eyes, looking at his son with a new light. I smiled widely, for a moment feeling like a little kid being praised by their father, but his smile faded away instantly when I started breaking down, cracks forming around his body, and his beard started falling apart like sand. Father! I shouted in panic, trying to see if he could do anything to help, but I smiled widely. He had never looked happier. My son. I'm proud of you. A's eyes widened, a gasp escaping his throat. He felt his eyes burning, but not from the pain this time. You are? Slapping his remaining arm on his shoulder, as his chin started crumbling down. My son, you have shown me today that you are capable, that you can fight, and lead this country, and be smart too. That you are no longer just an angry man with a big fist. I know you regret not being that knight with me, to save me. But you have nothing to regret. A Kage should always give their life for their people. You will understand one day, but I think you already do me, son. You have grown, and I'm so proud of the man you have become. Someone worthy of the title Raikage. You have surpassed even me. His words trailed off as his head crumbled down, along with his body, forming a pile of sand around a corpse he did not recognize. I watched as his father's soul emerged from the pile of ash and flew high in the sky before disappearing. I closed his eyes, his knees buckled, and he could no longer stand. But the pain had all but disappeared. Thank you, Father, for saving my life that night, I said gratefully, wiping away the tears from the corner of his eyes. But the moment of peace was broken when he saw a wooden dragon rushing towards the old third Hokage. Sensei, be careful. A's eyes widened as the wooden dragon was bitten in the neck by another wooden dragon. He swallowed thickly, knowing he had finally arrived. He looked behind his shoulder but could not see B or Darui. Where are they? He wondered as he looked back at the others, using all his strength to stand up, his legs turned wobbly. Another wood-style jutsu. Who did this? I didn't need to hear his voice to know who did it. That would be me, Lord Second. I looked up and saw Naruto looming over them with a wide grin. This is not good. Sensei, be careful, Jiraiya shouted in panic as the wooden dragon rushed towards Hiruzen with its mouth wide open. Hiruzen's eyes widened, knowing he was too late to dodge this one. Suddenly, the wooden dragon was stopped as another wooden dragon bit him in the neck, causing it to let out a loud shriek of pain. Another wood-style jutsu. Who did this? Tobirama shouted, sounding a little amazed as he rejoined with his brother. He had been fighting the one who called himself Jiraiya of the Sannin. The sight of another wooden jutsu, which his brother did not use. He wondered who was able to use wood style. That would be me, Lord Second. Everyone looked up to see Naruto standing on top of a wooden tree Hashirama had created. The blonde looked down at them with a grin, his Rinnegan glittering. Orochimaru's eyes widened as he licked his lips greedily. Like a fly after flames, he thought, as he looked at the Rinnegan. He knew it. He would have these eyes no matter what. Naruto, why are you here? Hiruzen questioned warily, keeping his guard up, knowing he wasn't on their side anymore, but the blonde ignored him as he looked down at Hashirama. I never expected to meet you so soon, but this could be a good opportunity to test my skill, Naruto said, sounding excited, squaring his shoulders. Brother, you know him? How is that possible? Tobirama questioned his brother, sounding confused, but the first Hokage remained mute as he looked up at Naruto. I won't hold back. As the first Hokage of Konoha, I will stop you, Hashirama said before jumping towards him with his sword in his hand, as Naruto jumped towards him. Hashirama! Naruto! Their swords clashed with a resounding clang, the force of their collision sending a powerful gust of wind in all directions. As the Raikage body was propelled backwards, Naruto's determination was evident in the fierce clench of his teeth. Naruto brought his sword back, aiming it at the blind side of Hashirama. However, the Hokage's quick reflexes allowed him to swiftly evade the strike before retaliating with the same move against Naruto, but he quickly agilely leapt away from the attack, a distinct slash now visible on his jacket. Once they gained enough distance, hundreds of tree veins rushed towards him, bursting out from the roof towards Naruto. He quickly used his chains. 10 sets of golden chains rushed out of his body, but unlike those of Karui, they were on fire. With a heat wave on them, the chains quickly burned through the tree veins effortlessly before rushing towards Hashirama, wrapping around him. His body started burning, and Naruto's eyes widened when he saw the punch coming towards him. Iron Skin, level 6, but unlike Tobirama's attack, Hashirama punched Naruto in the face. The pain was new to him, but he quickly grinned as he activated his Hirishin. A golden flash appeared above Hashirama. The blonde roared as he slammed the Rasengan on Hashirama's chest, but instead of being obliterated, wood splinters scattered everywhere. What? Naruto's eyes widened as one of his truth-seeking orbs turned into a shield, covering his behind. Lion Fist! Hashirama roared. The sheer force of his strike was enough to shatter the truth-seeking orb's shield that protected Naruto's back, causing him to be flung through the air and ultimately crash against the towering tree that had sprouted from the rooftop. Prison Tree! Hundreds of veins came out of the towering tree before rushing towards Naruto like greedy tendrils. They wrapped around his body, eagerly sucking away at his chakra, draining him of his strength. The tree erupted into hundreds of sharp splinters. Hashirama's eyes widened as the pieces rained down on them like small meteors. All of them quickly picked up speed, and the first Hokage realized this was Naruto's doing. He quickly started dodging each one he could. Tobirama wasn't as successful as his body, which was torn to shreds despite his Hirishin. Hashirama kept trying to dodge when another golden flash appeared behind him. Wait, how? When did he have time to put Hirishin on the splinters? Hashirama's answer came in the form of a golden Rasengan to the face, which sent him flying before slamming against the barrier, but that wasn't the end as the falling splinters of the tree all around him in midair suddenly turned into hundreds of Naruto, each one using a different element, most likely a destructive jutsu, ready to finish him off. And that didn't count for the flames that were burning his back due to touching the barrier. Good plan. Hashirama thought with a smirk as the sage chakra enveloped him completely, gaining red markings around and under his eyes and in the middle of his forehead. Naruto's eyes widened as all the clones cried out in pain, each one punctured in its stomach before puffing out of existence. But his eyes widened, and a burst of fear in his body made him jump. The second he did, a massive spire burst from the ground he had been. Naruto felt the sweat on his face as Hashirama pointed his index finger at him, and a wind bullet was floating just near the tip of his finger. Wind break! Naruto quickly turned his head to the left. The wind bullet passed before him, almost grazing his cheek. The bullet tore through anything and everything in its path, effortlessly slicing through barriers, steel structures, solid stone, and even shattering glass into tiny fragments. The sheer impact of the wind bullet upon hitting the ground was enough to create a deafening boom, accompanied by a massive dust cloud that engulfed the area and formed a deep crater. Not wanting him to have another opportunity, Naruto quickly finished his hand sign. Wind style, abyss. A massive gust of wind spread around the entire barrier, scattering debris all around the air inside the barrier. Many burst into flames the moment they touched the barrier's surface. All the burning would quickly turn the tornado into a fire tornado, consuming everything. Hashirama quickly used a shield to protect himself, but the hundreds of tiny cuts from the tornado cut through everything, and the flames were burning through his skin. But tree veins burst out of Hashirama's body, wrapping themselves around his arm like a snake. Flowers bloomed on the tip, and the wind started fading away, losing its speed and density. I see. He can use the tree from inside his body to absorb the chakra on the tornado to make it disappear and use the same chakra to heal himself much faster than Edo Tensei would allow him, Naruto thought as he saw a sharp object near him from the corner of his eyes. Tobirama appeared to his right with a kunai, but Naruto quickly backed away before shoving a black rod right through his chest, before kicking him in the face. But that small distraction was enough. Naruto's eyes widened as Hashirama's punch, enchanted by his sage chakra, was a hair away from him. Naruto! Jiraiya cried out in despair, seeing his head get crushed by the punch, only for the body to glow red. The first Hokage quickly jumped away from the explosive clone, but suddenly he felt his presence behind his back. How? Naruto roared as he used his katana to slash through the first Hokage. The red wind blade rushed forward, cutting through his body before cutting through the entire tower, splitting it in half. I see. When you used your tornado, I was busy protecting myself and Hiruzen to notice that you put the seal behind my back. Naruto's eyes widened as the Hashirama he had cut through turned into wood, while the original one finished his jutsu. His sword glittered white before jumping towards Naruto with his arm in a position to slash. Naruto, dodge that attack, right now! Kurama screamed in his head, but Naruto quickly used his sword's special ability. The blade cut through his palm, glittering red with his blood. Naruto jumped towards the first Hokage without fear for his own life. Hashirama! Naruto! Their swords clashed. The force of their clash was so powerful that it seemed as though a massive explosion had erupted within the village walls. Suddenly, a fierce gust of wind tore through the streets, unleashing chaos and destruction in its wake. Houses crumbled and were reduced to rubble, while debris and frightened villagers were sent soaring into the air, only to meet a tragic fate as they fell back to the ground. Even the sturdy walls that stood at the outskirts of the village were no match for the overwhelming force of the wind, as they cracked and crumbled, unable to withstand the violent wind wave. The red barrier cracked until it broke entirely, and the sword clash ended. The red blade punctured Hashirama's chest, splitting him in half. Naruto screamed in pain as the Hokage's sword sliced through his chest, but just as the final attack of Hashirama's sword was about to occur, Naruto's Rinnegan activated, and he switched places with Orochimaru. Orochimaru screamed as thousands of blades cut through his body from every direction. His blood rained down like a waterfall until all 1,000 cuts happened. Naruto quickly activated his ribcage Susanoo just in time to block Hashirama's fist. The force of the impact still sent him hurtling through the air, his body crashing violently against several buildings before finally coming to a jarring halt in the center of the village, where the once vibrant festival grounds now lay in ruins. As Naruto stood in the midst of the devastated village, he couldn't help but feel a deep sense of sorrow. Konoha was now reduced to a haunting scene of destruction, with shattered buildings and scattered debris as far as the eye could see. Amidst the wreckage, the only remnants of the homes that once stood were the occasional charred walls and twisted metal frames. The air was thick with the stench of smoke and death, and the ground was littered with the remains of those who had lost their lives in the brutal. He surveyed the devastation. Naruto's gaze was drawn to the enormous footprints that marked the ground, left behind by Geto Mazo. Each step seemed to have left a deep, almost permanent imprint on the earth. Hashirama chased after him. His eyes moved around the familiar place, not quite the same but still familiar, but as he was getting closer to the center of his bellowed village, the carnage all around made him stop for a brief moment, and seeing how many people had perished sank in. Hashirama wondered if this would ever end. It's been so long since he left this world, yet wars seemed never to want to stop. People were still dying, and the fighting wasn't stopping. As he gracefully leaped down from the rooftop, Hashirama's eyes scanned the vast square clearing before him. In its center stood a once beautiful fountain adorned with a lively statue of children frolicking and splashing in its waters. But now, the statue was missing, leaving behind only fragments of its former glory. As his gaze followed the trail of destruction, he noticed the head of the child statue lying at Naruto's feet. And just a few feet away, the older girl's statue lay on the ground near Hashirama, her outstretched arm and broken hand still reaching for the missing child. Silence spread over the place. All they could hear was the water coming out of the broken fountain, spreading across the ground, and mixing with the blood. War, it's an ugly thing. All it does is destroy everything, and thousands of people pay for what few old men decide to do. But I figure you know about it more than I do. Hashirama didn't say anything for a moment as he strode forward. The blonde seemed to be keeping his guard down as if he weren't concerned, but the Hokage knew Naruto would never allow himself to make such a mistake. He watched as the wound on his chest slowly healed, but it wasn't Kyuubi's chakra that was healing him. His green eyes roamed around the place. He could see a man holding his daughter close, both dead. He could see a little boy who was still clutching a kunai between his hands, but his head was all but a pile of blood, bones, and brains. As a reanimated one, Hashirama couldn't sense the smell, and he was glad. The smell of blood was something he had never liked, despite tasting it so often in his life. As he looked back at Naruto. I got my first taste when I was 4 years old, he said with a grave look on his face. He could still remember the way he screamed. What happened? Naruto asked with a hint of sympathy, his eyes hidden by the shadow of the house behind him. The sun illuminated the battlefield behind Naruto. The blonde was covered in shadows while Hashirama's armor glittered red, and his dead eyes didn't look so dead for a moment. For a brief moment, he looked as alive as one could be. Madara's uncle attacked us. They said that he loved drinking the blood of his enemies. Father never explained why, but this man hated my mother, and one night, when the others were away and fighting, he sneaked into our bedrooms. I still remember waking up with my mother's screams in my ears. When I entered her room, I don't remember much, but I remember the way he screamed. The way he begged for mercy. That night, I learned I could grow trees. My mother died shortly because of her wounds. From that day on, I swore that I would put an end to war. Peace, that's what I wanted my entire life. Hashirama said with a look of shame and guilt seeping into his voice. His head slumped down, and he looked at his feet. And look where your ideology has led all of us, Naruto said bitterly, pointing at the carnage around them. A gust of wind passed through the square clearing, and the clothes of the dead people danced with the wind but still clinched into the dead bodies. Hashirama pinned the blonde a stern glare, but the latter wasn't bothered. He was a child no more. It's obvious that your plan didn't work. The 3 ninja wars are more than enough proof of that. Instead of taking control from them, you allowed them to still control the land, thinking it would work for your benefit. They have all the money, but look where it leads us. You allowed the daimyo to stay in power, and because of their greed, suffering has not ended, and it will never end. You imprisoned the Bijus, and all it led to was destroying more lives. Hashirama Senju. Your plan failed, and you know why. Hashirama fell silent, waiting for the blonde to answer his question. He looked a little intrigued. Because all the good in you blinds you to see the bad in everyone else. People are as greedy as they always have been. It will never change. Even before chakra, people still use swords to kill each other and destroy lives. The circle of violence will never end. The wheel has been spinning for thousands of years, and it has never stopped. Not once. Is that your dream? Stopping the wheel? Hashirama questioned with a calculating look. I'm not going to stop the wheel. I will break the wheel. And if people refuse your way of living? His eyes darkened, and for a moment, Hashirama felt like he was staring back at the god of death. People will live in my new world, or they will die in their old one, Naruto answered with a hard look. There wasn't a second of doubt. Hashirama knew the blonde meant every word he said. I'm afraid I have to stop you, Naruto. I have to protect my village. Hashirama narrowed his gaze as the blonde seemed unbothered and instead sheathed his sword. Would you have tried to stop me even if you weren't under Orochimaru's control? Yes. His answer was swift and without a moment of hesitation. Both raced forward, their kunai clashing. Naruto quickly had 3 kunai on his other hand before throwing them pricelessly at Hashirama, who quickly grew tree veins out of his body to block them, each one holding a blind paper bomb. A loud noise echoed through the place, followed by a blinding light. Their kunai clashed once again, clash after clash, until Naruto used his truth-seeking orb, which grew in size before coming down towards Hashirama, who jumped back before it could crush him. 5 Naruto appeared on the sides of the giant orb that shrank in its original size and quickly joined the other 5 orbs. Hashirama knew that one was the real Naruto as he slammed his hands on the ground. The ground cracked before bursting open as giant trees formed a massive golem-like creature with a dragon on its shoulder. It almost feels like fighting with Madara again, Hashirama said with a smile of longing as a Susanoo formed before him, with Naruto standing on his forehead. Naruto. Let me help you. Kurama's voice echoed in his ears as the blonde breathed a little heavily. He knew using the jutsu to talk to everyone would cost him a lot of chakra, but he hadn't anticipated that he would have to fight so many people before he fought Hashirama, and right now, the blonde knew he was a little tired. He needed to finish this fight soon, otherwise he would need to use his sage mode, and he would rather not use that right now and save it as a last resort. I appreciate it, Kurama, but no. I will win this by myself. Naruto answered determinedly. He heard the fox saying he was foolish, and perhaps he was, but he wanted to win this fight by himself and not put Kurama at risk. If Hashirama had captured the fox once, then he would do it again. Wood clone. Hashirama was suddenly in the company of 3 other Hashirama who quickly used their own jutsu. Wood style, wood dragon jutsu. Wood style, deep forest emergence. Wood style, deep forest bloom. The wooden dragons quickly wrapped around Susanoo, and the trees quickly wrapped around his leg, and the rest of his body, and the flowers opened up, letting out poison in the air. The Susanoo cracked and cracked until it broke apart like glass, and Hashirama jumped from the top of the golem, stretching out his hand with a sign forming on his palm. Prison. But the moment his palm touched Naruto's chest, he puffed out of his existence instead of absorbing his chakra, leaving behind the truth-seeking orbs still floating in the air. Wait. He wasn't the real one. Hashirama didn't have to process, as he was punctured in the stomach by a wooden branch that quickly grew inside his body like a parasite, bursting out from different places of his body. His chakra was all messed up, and he could hardly move. Wood style, growing parasites. Hashirama grinned in delight as Naruto kicked him in the face. The wooden clones quickly rushed after the blonde, but his Rinnegan activated once again, this time switching places with one of the clones while holding a truth-seeking orb. He then stabbed through one of the clones with it. The clone quickly turned into wood, but so did the other 2 wood clones, with the same wound on their bodies. Hashirama tried to move when a massive hand made of wood grabbed him, followed by 3 black rods on his stomach. He felt his body growing weaker and weaker. His chakra was running out, and despite producing 10 times faster, he didn't have enough as the giant wooden hand rose high in the air, and from deep within the ground rose a wooden-type enemy similar to Hashirama's golem, but this one seemed like a soldier. Guardian of the Gate. Sealed his body. Hashirama knew he had lost as the other giant hand started leaning closer and closer. Naruto didn't see it coming until the last second, and when he did, he only had time to form his Susanoo rib cage before a giant fist punched him. He screamed in pain as the rib cage was obliterated, and he smashed against the house. The taste of blood and dirt on his mouth as he felt the entire ceiling fall on him, Naruto breathed heavily, but as the dust cloud cleared away, Hashirama stood on top of a house across the street, the black rods no longer on his body, the wooden parasite had burned away, and his guardian of the gate was in pieces a few streets away. Naruto swallowed thickly as he stood up, knowing things just got complicated, and right now, he knew he needed to use his sage mode to survive. The blackness in his eyes made it clear he was also an Edo tensei. Beside Hashirama stood a fairly tall man. His hair grew to waist length, with shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face and covering most of his right eye. He wore crimson armor with numerous metal plates forming protective guards along his chest, waist, shoulders, and thighs. He was carrying an orange-brown, which had a long black chain running up it. His visible Sharingan made it clear who he was. "It's good to finally meet you in the real world, Naruto Uzumaki." He grimaced as he walked out of the debris of the building before looking up at them. Uchiha. Madara. Naruto didn't see it coming until the last second, and when he did, he only had time to form his Susanoo rib cage before a giant fist punched him. He screamed in pain as the rib cage was obliterated, and he smashed against the house. The taste of blood and dirt on his mouth as he felt the entire ceiling fall on him, Naruto breathed heavily, but as the dust cloud cleared away, Hashirama stood on top of a house across the street, the black rods no longer on his body, the wooden parasite had burned away, and his guardian of the gate was in pieces a few streets away. Naruto swallowed thickly as he stood up, knowing things just got complicated, and right now, he knew he needed to use his sage mode to survive. The blackness in his eyes made it clear he was also an Edo tensei. Beside Hashirama stood a fairly tall man. His hair grew to waist length, with shoulder-length bangs framing the sides of his face and covering most of his right eye. He wore crimson armor with numerous metal plates forming protective guards along his chest, waist, shoulders, and thighs. He was carrying an orange-brown, which had a long black chain running up it. His visible Sharingan made it clear who he was. "It's good to finally meet you in the real world, Naruto Uzumaki." He grimaced as he walked out of the debris of the building before looking up at them. Uchiha. Madara. Naruto seethed with anger as he looked up at him. "Why are you here? How are you even here? Because I'm sure Orochimaru wasn't the one to bring you back." "So, who did?" Naruto demanded as he made a hand sign with his hand. A seal on his body glowed red, and the blonde felt the rush of chakra inside him. "Naruto, are you sure about this? You will be out of the game if you do this, let me help." Kurama reminded him with concern, but Naruto wasn't in the mood to change his mind. "No. I do this is my own fight. I appreciate your help, Kurama, but this is my fight," Naruto answered with a final tone. There was no changing his mind. Kurama fell silent and decided to watch and see what happened. On the outside, Naruto's body was engulfed by orange sage chakra. He bit his lower lip as his body shook uncontrollably. It felt like an endless bolt of electricity was striking him nonstop. Like a hot knife deep into his gut, Naruto's eyes widened from the pain engulfing him. The pain was too much. He almost screamed, but he refused to give up. He had a job to do. Naruto Uzumaki. He looked up as Madara's Sharingan spun before turning into a Mangekyo Sharingan. Hashirama went into his sage. Despite only half his power, Naruto knew the man was still extremely powerful. "Who summoned me here is not important right now. I need to see if you are strong enough to survive this. Fate blessed you with these powers, now let's see if they are worth a damn in your hands," Madara said menacingly, looking down at him. Naruto breathed heavily as the final part of his sage mode was done. A burst of orange chakra engulfed him entirely. The ground around him shook violently, and tree veins burst from the ground, reaching for the skies. Naruto started changing. His skin turned pale like milk, a horn slowly grew out of the right side of his forehead, scales slowly formed on his body as if his skin was peeling away, the scales grew hard and almost unbreakable, his blonde hair burst into red flames, growing longer, reaching his shoulders, before turning back into normal hair, but instead of blonde, his hair stayed red like flames. The thorns stopped growing on the side of his forehead. It was a finger long, and as thick as 3 fingers put together. Naruto bit his lower lip hard as the pain around his body grew more intense. It felt like he was burning inside, and his organs felt like they were melting away as he breathed heavily. He tried to keep it inside, but he couldn't. He coughed blood. Slowly, the pain faded away, now much more bearable, and he could focus back on the 2 legendary shinobis before him. Naruto himself was radiating heat. His face was sweating profusely, And he breathed heavily, and every single breath felt like a stab in the throat. The thorn that had grown out of his forehead felt like a hot piece of metal, and the pain felt like nothing before. Naruto had known the Sage Mode would hurt, but he never imagined it would hurt this bad. For the first time, Madara looked caught off guard. He didn't know what kind of Sage Mode Naruto was using, but not Hashirama. The first Hokage looked shocked beyond belief, but his eyes showed a look of recognition. "What is this?" he wondered aloud before looking at his old friend. "Hashirama, do you know what this is?" "This Sage Mode. I saw Mito once use it against the Shinobi of Kumo, but how is this possible? This Sage Mode can only be achieved by pure Uzumaki members, and even they cannot achieve this that easily. In the entire history, only Mito, Roku, and Onaga Uzumaki achieved this form." Hashirama gasped, looking shocked but impressed at the same time. "It's called Red Blood Sage Mode. Right now I'm at my best." Naruto disappeared from view in a red flash. Madara quickly spun around, his kick making contact with Naruto's face, but he watched in shock as his leg started burning away as it made contact with Naruto's skin. Naruto grabbed Madara's leg before slamming him on the ground, but the blue Susanoo arm hit him in the face, sending him flying in the air, and Hashirama appeared behind him. "You cannot win!" Hashirama declared as he used his lion punch to hit Naruto straight in the back. The sound of bones breaking echoed in the air. Naruto puked out blood, but at that moment, 7 spikes made of Uzumaki chains burst out of his back, puncturing Hashirama. He gasped as his entire body burst into red flames, and his chakra was getting absorbed. Hashirama watched in shock as his own chakra started healing Naruto's destroyed back. The Uzumaki glared at him before disappearing with another red flash, appearing above Hashirama with a ball of fire. A big punch suddenly struck Naruto in the face, sending him flying, before colliding with the 4th Hokage's face on the mountain. The redhead watched as the lower part of his father's face engraved into the wall cracked, before breaking down, falling down below on top of the Hokage building where the missions were handed to shinobis of Konoha, the entire building broken down, letting out a massive dust cloud. Naruto seethed in pain. His right arm was twisted, the bones sticking out of his skin, and the pain felt like a trail of fire. "Naruto! Let me help!" Kurama screamed in his head once again, but the redhead ignored him as he grabbed his broken arm and put it back into its place. The chakra quickly worked on mending the broken bone, but Madara and Hashirama weren't about to let him do that as a massive Susanoo appeared before him. This one was 100 meters tall. He looked like a blue samurai with a long nose, holding a massive sword in his hands. Wood style, no way out. Large tree veins burst from the ground around him, grasping Naruto from every direction. His arms and legs were all tied, and he could no longer move. The veins started absorbing his chakra as Madara brought down his colossal sword right on Naruto. The entire mountaintop broke down. Hashirama watched in silence as it cracked before falling down in the form of large boulders, face after face. They all cracked and broke down, the boulders falling on the village below, causing a massive dust cloud to cover the entire mountain, what was left of it. As it cleared away, only Hashirama's face was still left on the mountain tops, and the other faces were gone, reduced to rubble below. Madara and Hashirama made no comment but couldn't help but feel this was too easy. His Sharingan activated, and he tried to look around when he saw him. "Ahahaha!" Naruto screamed as he gripped the remaining of his left arm, which was only a stump. Blood gushed out in torrents, and Hashirama looked at the young boy in sadness. The Sage Mode was gone. Naruto had lost his left arm, which was on the ground 2 feet behind him. "Naruto, give up. It's over," Hashirama claimed with a hint of sadness and resentment as he approached him, ready to end. It would be quick at the very least. As he stood over the redhead on his knees, the first Hokage brought up his kunai. There was no other way. "Hashirama, watch out!" His eyes widened in shock as he was slammed on the back by Naruto from behind. He tried to fight back, but his entire body went limp. "Why?" "Uzumaki seal, broken contract." Naruto screamed from his palm on Hashirama's back. Branches of ink made out of seals spread all over Hashirama's body. The first Hokage could no longer move, but he could still see, and all he could see were the fingers of his hands slowly cracking until they started falling apart. "How? What happened?" Hashirama gasped out as his legs started crumbling down into dust. Naruto smirked in satisfaction as he looked up at Madara, who seemed just as lost as his friend. You lost your arm. You didn't use any genjutsu. How do you still have your arm? Madara questioned with anger. He felt played. He felt the same way when Hashirama had managed to get the best of him with a wood clone. Something as simple as that had fooled him. Naruto smirked as he breathed heavily. Don't notice me genjutsu style D rank. That's all he said. Madara's eyes grew wide, and even Hashirama was left speechless. He definitely hadn't expected to fall for a genjutsu of that level. That was your mistake. You were expecting a powerful jutsu, some kind of jutsu you had never heard before, but you were allowed to get fooled by a genjutsu that cadets learned during the academy. The Sharingan can see through every other Sharingan genjutsu, and help you detect non-Sharingan genjutsu, but it simply never crossed your minds that I will use such a simple genjutsu, and you allowed yourself to get fooled, and this is second time for you, Madara. Hashirama fooled you with his wooden clone, despite being something you should have seen coming, and now you got fooled again. Naruto claimed with a growing smirk of satisfaction, and Madara glared down at him with fury. Hashirama remained quiet as he looked up at what was left of the mountains of the Hokages. His face was the only one left, and even his face had a crack that ran down his left cheek to the jawline. He could feel his body slowly crumbling down. He had lost. So this is it. You are powerful, Naruto Uzumaki. I'm not sure yet of the world you are trying to create. I was like you a long time ago. I thought that I could change things. What happened to my mother and my youngest brother would never happen again. Wars would never happen, and children would never have to grow up with the fear of going to war. That's what I always wanted, but looking at it now. 3 shinobi wars and Suna tried to invade Konoha. I can see that I failed my mission. In the end, I failed the children. I failed the future generations. I underestimated the greed people have. I thought their greed would be overruled by their fear of war, but I was wrong. I leave it all in your hands, Naruto Uzumaki. I can only hope that when it's all said and done, the world you created will be a better one. The last bit of Hashirama crumbled to dust, and a gust of wind blew over the place, carrying away Hashirama's ashes. Naruto breathed heavily as he looked up at Madara. Suddenly, Madara's sword descended upon him. His truth-seeking orbs quickly came to his aid, forming his own sword. Their swords clashed, causing the ground below Naruto to crack and break as the weight behind Madara's sword weighed down on him. His feet dug into the ground as he clenched his teeth. Naruto knew he needed to destroy Madara's Susanoo when he noticed something. His sage mode was running out, his horn was slowly sinking back inside his forehead, and the ends of his hair were slowly turning back to blonde. He needed to end this now. That Susanoo cannot protect you from this. Naruto disappeared into a red flash right before Madara, who was standing on top of his Susanoo. In Naruto's mouth, a glowing ball of fire was compressing itself, turning smaller and smaller until it turned into a ball of pure plasma. Fire-style, plasma cannon. Naruto breathed out a cannon of plasma that cut through everything in its way, carving a red line across the entire Konoha. Madara's perfect Susanoo was suddenly sliced in half, falling apart. Madara's right was all gone. Naruto knew he had won this fight when it happened. He screamed. His body could no longer handle it. The sage mode faded away as he screamed in pain, covering his face as he plummeted to the ground before smashing against a house. Ahahaha! Naruto thrashed around in pain. He was burning, and it was too much pain. Naruto screamed more, but at the back of his mind, he knew Madara was slowly making his way over to him. His right side was still recovering from the plasma attack, but he was still alive. Naruto could feel Kurama's chakra flowing through his body, but at this point, every move hurt a lot. He was out of options as his friend tried to heal his body, but all his muscles were damaged, and it would take weeks for them to heal and return to normal. Naruto stopped screaming as his throat grew hotter. His voice turned hoarse. His chin was against the concrete floor as he lay on his stomach. He looked up, and before him stood Madara, holding a sword in his hand. Naruto knew his truth-seeking orbs were coming to help him, but if they could only puncture Madara's body, he wouldn't be able to move despite being a reanimation. Goodbye, Naruto Uzumaki. Madara declared before bringing down his sword. He knew the truth-seeking orbs were near, but not near enough to save him. It was over. Flying Raijin. Flying Raijin. A seal on Madara's leg glowed white, and a seal on Naruto's back gleamed white as another Naruto touched Madara from behind, making them switch places. Suddenly, Madara was on the ground, lying on his stomach, and the real Naruto was in his place, holding the sword instead of him. Just as Madara was about to move and counter him, the truth-seeking orbs that had turned into rods punctured him in the back, all 6 of them. "It's over," Naruto declared amidst heavy breathing, his clone puffed out of existence. Naruto tried to regain his composure, but he was too exhausted, but at the very least, Madara was defeated. Finally, Naruto could allow himself to smile. He defeated 2 legendary shinobis, the only ones in shinobi history who came close to the power of the Sage of the 6 Paths. Naruto felt good. It felt good to stand over this man and this legend. He was better than him. He had outsmarted him. It felt good. Naruto liked this feeling, the feeling of being so powerful. No one could stand in his way, the only ones who could have died long ago. A smirk of smugness appeared on his face, earning a scoff from Madara. "Do not make that face, Uzumaki. Just like dear Hashirama. I was, too, only in 50% of my power. My reaction speed, my strength, my movement. Everything was cut down in half, but you managed to beat both of us, so I will admit that if we fought on our prime, 1-on-1. I'm not sure if I would have won, but I would have made sure you would have died from your wounds even if you won against me. So enjoy this little victory, because one day I will return. At my full strength, and when that day comes, I will complete my plan. I hope you are ready for me when I come back." Naruto watched as his entire body started falling apart, his face cracking and crumbling down into dust. "Wait, who reanimated you? Answer me. Now," Naruto demanded, grabbing Madara by his forehead. The man smirked in satisfaction, his Sharingan eyes looking back at him. "You." And he was no more. The truth-seeking orbs turned back to their forms and returned to Naruto's back, who stood there, not understanding what he meant by it. "Kurama, what is he talking about? How could I have summoned him?" Naruto questioned right away. He didn't even know how to use the reanimation jutsu, and he would rather die than use that jutsu. "Naruto, I don't think he meant that you summoned him. I think he was trying to say something else that only happened to start with the U word, but he was cut off because his body crumbled down to dust. At least that's how I see it," Kurama reasoned, still using his chakra to try and heal Naruto's wounds, but there were too many of them. Naruto thought deeply about it, but he couldn't help but feel that Kurama was wrong this one time. He quickly got rid of these thoughts. It didn't matter anymore. Hashirama and Madara were defeated. Now, it was Hiruzen's turn. As he walked out of the ruins of the house, he looked around, and for the first time since this war started, he could see how much destruction there was. Almost every building was in ruins. Usually, one could never see the wall from where he was standing due to the buildings, but they were all gone. He could see the wall, and what was left of it. Many of his sections had crumbled down to dust. Naruto could hear ravens cawing around him. He watched as one of them landed near a body, his beak turning red as he feasted on the flesh. At that moment, the feeling of triumph was gone. How could he feel triumphant? So many people were gone. They all were gone, they had their own lives, but they were all dead now, and their loved ones would mourn them. Naruto wondered once again. How much would this mountain of corpses grow? Naruto didn't know the answer to that, and perhaps he would have that answer once everything was done and the world truly changed. When that day came, Naruto was sure he would have that answer. Was it all worth it? Escaping his thoughts, Naruto looked back at the Hokage mountain. His father's face was gone, as were the faces of Hiruzen and Tobirama. Hashirama's face was the only one left, missing its left eye. It must have crumbled down during the fight. Naruto took a deep breath. He had one more thing left to do, and he would leave. He was already exhausted from all the fighting. He wasn't sure anymore if he could win against Jiraiya right now if they fought. He knew he needed to make him go away until he was done with Hiruzen. It's time to face the consequences, Sarutobi Hiruzen, Naruto thought as he disappeared into a red flash. What is happening up there? Is everyone dead? Oh gods, my daughter is still there. Please Raja, please be safe. Tanjo is a Chunin. He is still fighting fearlessly. Don't worry, Tanuki. Sasuke kept quiet and listened to what was said around him, despite the uncomfortable warmth in the air, the moisture, and the hundreds of villagers all cramped together. Sasuke felt the sweat trailing down his face. Once again, he wiped his forehead with his hand, but it did little to help him as he breathed heavily. There were so many people it felt like there wasn't enough oxygen for everyone. But unlike everyone else, Sasuke was keeping his head and trying not to freak out. He could taste metal on his lips but still held Tenten in his arms. She felt warm, too warm. Sasuke cursed under his breath, hoping the paper heel was doing its job, at the very least keeping her alive until a real medical shinobi took care of her. The dim light from the lanterns on the corners of the large square room was the only light source. Sasuke could hardly see beyond 1 meter, and the feeling of people whimpering and crying near him made his skin crawl. Many were sobbing, holding the limbs of the dead, and praying for them to survive. Sasuke looked away from such sights. "Please stay awake. Don't leave!" A woman cried near him, and Sasuke made the mistake of looking at said woman hugging a little boy against her chest, but Sasuke saw a familiar woman. Before him, leaning against the wall, was his mother, holding him, but when he was younger. Sasuke felt a lump forming in his throat, he felt the cold sweat on his forehead, and the metallic taste in his lips grew. "No, this is not real. My mother is not here. She's dead. I'm the one who is still alive," Sasuke reminded himself, closing his eyes, trying to not see. His eyes started hurting, and as he opened them up again, before him stood his father, looking down at him the same way he always did. "Itachi was able to do it on the first try," his father would say. Sasuke's eyes trailed down from his cold eyes, a huge red smile on his father's chest, from his shoulder bone to his waist, blood dripping down, and Sasuke breathed heavily, too heavily, yet he couldn't breathe. "I'm suffocating." Sasuke realized in horror that the hundreds of people cramped into this room. He needed to leave now. Tenten, still in his arms, tried to stand up when he heard a voice. "Are you going to run away again?" Sasuke's hair stood up. A cold chill made him freeze in place when he heard that voice from behind. No, behind me, is Sakura sleeping, not him," Sasuke told himself over and over again. Still, as he peered behind his shoulder, Sharingan eyes stared back at him, but not just any Sharingan, his entire face cloaked in darkness, but his eyes glowed red like rubies. Sasuke had seen this glow before that night. He had seen it. "I let you live that day, little brother. But you are not fun anymore," the glowing eyes said as one of them changed, his 3 tomes fused together, forming the Mangekyo Sharingan. Sasuke felt the cold in his bones, too cold. He couldn't move, his fingernails felt hard and painful against the flesh of his fingers, and his bones felt frozen. Sasuke wanted to run, but he couldn't move a finger. No. Mama. Papa. Goodbye, little brother." Sasuke screamed into the darkness when he felt his arms around his shoulder, trying to suffocate him. "No. Go away," Sasuke screamed, thrashing around. His hand hit something, and he heard a yelp of pain, but when he looked, he saw he was still in that square room with 100 survivors, and the one who had tried to suffocate him was Sakura, lying on her side, rubbing the part of her face he had hit, a bruise on her cheek. Sasuke looked to his left. His mother was gone, and the woman was still hugging the corpse of her son. He quickly looked away, trying to regain his composure. Sasuke swallowed thickly, realizing he had been dreaming, and all that had been a nightmare. Again. Sasuke was sure he had gotten used to them, but they had never lasted this long and felt so real. "Sasuke, are you okay?" He didn't know how to answer, but when he tried to move his arms to check on her, his arms felt the weight of something. He looked down and only now remembered that Tenten was still in his arms. His fingers brushed against her skin. It felt too warm, as if he was touching hot coal. Sasuke had never paid much attention to the medical hours back at the academy, but he knew this wasn't good news and meant that Tenten's wound was infected. After Naruto had given his speech to the world about his intentions, Sasuke carried Tenten to the Konoha hospital, thinking he could easily find someone to help her, but much to his horror, by the time he and Sakura reached the building, it was already packed with more people than Sasuke had ever seen, too many to count, but somehow, Sasuke managed to squeeze inside through the sea of people. He had started searching for a doctor, but no one was available. Everyone's hands were already full with the sea of wounded jonins and chunins. "Please help my daughter," Sasuke heard a woman scream, holding a pale-looking girl with a slash mark across her little face. The doctor was begging to glance at her before hurrying away. Sasuke knew he wouldn't return. People around him begged for help, and Sasuke tried again and again to find someone to help Tenten, but no luck. "I'm really sorry, but I need to save Jonin," a doctor told Sasuke when he begged for help for Tenten. "I have my hands full with an umbu. I'm sorry. This Chunin needs my help. You have to wait." Sasuke soon realized that he was out of luck. The doctors and nurses would give Tenten one look, but the moment they realized she was a genin, they would walk away and focus on someone else of a higher rank. But it was even worse with the civilians. They were all ignored, their cries ignored. A man tried to force a doctor to heal his dying wife, but the moment he tried, the doctor shoved him away, which threw the man across the entire hall. The doctors were all trained, they were shinobis, and the strength of a civilian without an unlocked chakra is nothing, just a grain of sand in front of a whole ocean of power. Sasuke felt his arms go numb from carrying Tenten around when Sakura appeared from a door to the side of the grand hall. "Sasuke, here!" she shouted, and he ran towards her. They entered a room with 20 hospital beds on each side. Only 2 were unequipped. "Here, bring her," a nurse shouted at them from across the room, and Sasuke wasted no time doing so, but when the nurse kneeled down to check on Tenten, she noticed she was a genin. "I'm sorry. I wasn't aware she was a genin," she mumbled, leaning back away from Tenten, and Sasuke clenched his teeth angrily. He was furious. "Help her, damn it. She is from Konoha. A shinobi of Konoha. Help her!" Sasuke shouted, his throat burning, but the woman shook her head, not listening. The door of their room burst open. 2 helpers ran inside carrying 2 jonins with stretchers. Sasuke could see that from their jonin uniforms. "Alinda, help these 2. The 2 shouted, and the nurse gave him a look. Sasuke put his arms under Tenten's back and carried her away from the bed. Sasuke watched as the 2 jonins were placed on the 2 beds, and he was once again carrying Tenten. He turned to leave when the nurse's voice spoke to him. "Take this. It won't do much, but it might help her with the pain," the nurse said with guilt, not meeting his eyes as she handed Sasuke a letter with a seal on it. "Thanks," Sasuke mumbled under his breath. Sasuke carefully deposited Tenten on the marble floor and made sure the wound on her stomach was facing up. He placed the letter on top of the wound. Tenten whimpered in pain as Sasuke made a hand sign. The letter on the paper glowed red. Red branches spread from the letter in every direction and then out of the paper's outline across Tenten's belly until they stopped. The branches glowed red brightly, so much that Sasuke looked away, and once the bright glow faded away, Tenten stopped whimpering in pain, but Sasuke reminded himself this seal was helping with the pain, not much else. After that happened, 1 hour later, they were ordered to go downstairs into the hospital bunker. Sasuke still remembered the screams, people pushing each other to go down the bunker as fast as possible. Since Sasuke, Sakura, and Tenten were all shinobi of the leaf, they were allowed to go down first, and only then were the civilians allowed, but they didn't have time for everyone. Sasuke couldn't see what had happened. He had been resting in one of the 10 rooms inside the bunker when it happened, so he couldn't see, but he heard their screams. The ground had shaken, and for a moment, Sasuke was certain this bunker would become their tomb. It didn't collapse, but it got much worse. Before the ground shook, they could all hear the cries of people outside begging to be let in, but after the ground stopped shaking, the cries were no more. Many people inside the bunker called them, asking if they were okay. Some even tried to walk out of the door to check, but an ANBU at the door had sealed the door shut and had told them they would stay inside for the time being. Just like that, Sasuke and everyone else in the 7th room of the bunker remained there for 4 more hours. The 3 jonins and the ANBU gave them just enough food after 4 hours passed, but the door remained sealed off. "Sasuke, will we ever get out of here?" Sakura whimpered weakly beside him, looking down at her knees. "Yes. I don't know what is happening outside, but we will get out of here," Sasuke answered determinedly, swallowing hard. His throat felt dry, and the only water source was the saliva in his mouth. "I can't die here, not in a place like this, and not yet. I need to know what Naruto meant by that," Sasuke thought determinedly, remembering the words he said to him before all hell broke loose. "You know." I could kill you right now. But you're lucky that Itachi wants you alive. Sasuke escaped his thoughts when he heard a sob near him. He turned his head slowly, and Sakura was hiding her face with her hands as she sobbed, tears running down her face and dripping down onto the cold stone floor. If I only was STR stronger, I could have helped more. Sakura cried out, her words muffled by her hands. Sasuke said nothing before looking down at Tenten, but as he reached down, touching her cheek, it wasn't the warmth that he felt, he was touching ice. Sasuke's eyes widened, moving his hand up just above her mouth, but there was no breathing. Hey, Tenten. Wake up. Sasuke said with a growing panic, and his voice only grew as he started pushing on her chest, hoping it would help her. Stand back. Let me check. One Jonin shouted, running up to them. He placed the girl on the cold, hard floor and started checking on her. Sasuke could do nothing but watch. He didn't know her that well, if at all, but he hoped she wouldn't die. Shikamaru. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, damn it. I failed again. Shikamaru grumbled with annoyance as the pile of rocks crumbled down, destroying his amazing castle. He sighed heavily before reaching down and grabbing the rocks. One after the other, he started making the same castle. He ignored everyone else's sound and focused on the castle. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, almost there, Naruto. Shikamaru watched in despair as his castle crumbled down. Again. He let out a resigned sigh before turning to look at Ino, who was looking around frantically. Shika, where is Naruto? Ino asked sickly with concern the moment her eyes met his. Shikamaru remained silent. He figured he couldn't try to make another castle right now, especially with Ino yelling in his ear, so he made the smart choice and turned around to face her. Choji was lying on his side near Ino. His snoring was a little annoying, but he wasn't the only one snoring in this place. Naruto. Huh. Shikamaru mumbled under his breath, looking deep in thoughts, and not giving an answer yet. Shika, where the hell is Naruto? Ino fretted, this time louder, her hands grabbing him by the shoulder and shaking it as if he were a toy. Enough, his imperious tone and cold look caught Ino off guard. She flinched as if she had been struck by him. Shikamaru had often been annoyed by her, even disappointed, but he had never looked at her this way. He seemed in pain and anger. Shikamaru then looked back at the pile of rocks on his lap and started placing them in a certain order. Shika, where's Naruto? Ino watched as the rock he held in his hand broke apart with the strength of his fingers. The tiny rocks slid out of his grasp and fell to the floor. Shika remained quiet, looking down at the rocks he had collected. Only after another castle crumbled did he decide to answer. Why are you asking? You heard him in your head, didn't you? I'm pretty sure that made it more than clear what his intentions are for the world. Shikamaru said with a defeated tone, ignoring the silent gasp from Ino as she closed her mouth with her hand. Ino had heard him. It had been the most vivid dream she had ever had, but she had hoped it was just a dream. You don't know what you are talking about? Ino said quietly, sounding defeated. Shikamaru's castle crumbled once again as he slowly turned his head to face her. Only now did Ino see the redness in his eyes and the slash scar left just above his right eye, just 3 inches lower, and he would be left without an eye. Do not lie to me, Ino. You are terrible at it when you are emotional. I asked around, and everyone who was sleeping or unconscious during the speech, they all said they dreamed his speech. All of them, so stop wasting my time. Shikamaru said with a final voice. Ino felt as if a dagger had just pierced her heart. No, she wouldn't give up on him. We have to do something, Shika. We can talk with him. Hell, you know him better than all of us. Well, it seems all I knew this whole time was a mask that he put on to play with me. This whole time, I thought he was my best friend, but he is just a liar. Shikamaru screamed in anger, his words echoing throughout the entire safe house. The safe houses were a group of houses built into the Hokage mountain just below the Hokage faces using seals and hard rock. They were kept clean and in good condition and would be used in times of emergency. The houses were split into houses for civilians and houses for shinobis. The houses for shinobis were mostly used by genins and chunins since those in jonin rank were ordered to fight the enemy and had the right to rest only if they were injured or no longer in condition to keep fighting. Hey, keep it down. One ordered Shikamaru, and his head slumped down, looking away from the blonde-haired girl. Instead, he looked down at the pile of rocks on his lap. Shika, please. We need to speak with him and do what? He interrupted her with a blank voice, not looking at her. Naruto attacked Asuma-sensei, Ino. I know what you are doing, thinking that you can change his mind by talking to him. Me and Asuma tried, and the reward we got was him stabbing Asuma in the stomach. He could have killed him, but Naruto did not care about us anymore. We were never that important to him. He was playing with us. Shikamaru said with bitterness before letting out a rueful laugh. He didn't know why, but he did. Ino gasped in shock. She looked around but couldn't see him anywhere. Where is he? In the hospital, but from all the noise we all heard half an hour ago, I take it there's probably no hospital left. We can only hope that he is still alive. Ino's shoulders slumped in despair, her mind returning to all the good times they had together, the way he smiled, the way he always made them laugh, the way he helped them get stronger. Was it all just a lie? No, it couldn't have been. Ino knew Naruto. She knew she could help him somehow if only she could talk with him. She would. She would change his mind. I need to talk with him. Shikamaru opened his mouth to retort when the ceiling door opened, revealing an ANBU mask. Everyone awake quickly stood up eagerly, hoping the fighting had ended. The war is over. All the sun and sound troops have been neutralized. Many cheered for victory, and the gloomy atmosphere disappeared. Many were in high spirits, some started hugging each other, but not Shikamaru. He didn't see much point in celebrating. Is the village alright, Mr. Anbu? One of the genins asked eagerly, with hope shining into his eyes. I'm afraid this is where I bring the bad news. Everyone visibly tensed up after hearing that. They all fell silent, waiting for him to say anything. From what we have seen since the fight ended, we have estimated that at least half of the village is destroyed. Naruto earlier. Where did Naruto go? Hiruzen wondered out loud amidst heavy breathing. Enma stood beside him in his monkey form. He looked at the village down below, what was left of it. He winced. The burning on his chest was only growing. One of Orochimaru's snakes had managed to bite him during the fight. He was surprised to see Naruto emerge victorious after the battle with Hashirama and Madara. Hiruzen still wasn't sure who summoned Madara since Orochimaru couldn't have summoned him. After Orochimaru was injured by Hashirama's attack, Jiraiya and Hiruzen took care of Tobirama. After sealing him away, they decided to rest, but Orochimaru was too exhausted to leave. His shinobis were nowhere to be seen, so Hiruzen figured they were all dead or captured by the enemy, most likely captured by Naruto. I don't know, but we have to be careful. A yellow flash and Naruto appeared right before them with his hand on Jiraiya's chest. Hiruzen's eyes widened as Jiraiya disappeared the moment Naruto touched him before turning to face him with a glint in his eyes. A black rod appeared on his palm. Hiruzen jumped back with Enma ready to fight, expecting Naruto to throw his black rod towards him, but his target was someone else. Yen-ma! Hiruzen shouted as he was pierced in the back, puffing out the moment the black rod punctured him. Hiruzen quickly jumped back, ready to use the Reaper Death Seal, when another yellow flash appeared, this time behind him. Didn't Tobirama tell you that Hiraishin seals never disappear as long as the host is still alive? Naruto spoke behind him, and his shoulder exploded in pain. Hiruzen screamed out, the black rod sticking out of his shoulder, and fell on his knees from the pain. He looked over his shoulder at Naruto, who looked down at him blankly. When did you put your Hiraishin seal on my back? Hiruzen asked weakly, trying to stand back up. He was a Hokage, and even if he was dying, he wouldn't lay down like a coward. You mean you don't remember? I placed it the moment I graduated and became a genin, and you congratulated me with a hug. Naruto answered casually, and Hiruzen gasped in shock, remembering when Naruto had run up to him and hugged him. Even back then, he was still plotting against them. So, you were always going to betray us? Hiruzen said bitterly, using a nearby destroyed wall to stand up. Naruto ignored him as he walked past Hiruzen without much care. He knew Jiraiya was too far away to get here in time. He had time for now. He walked up to Orochimaru's wounded body, lying on his stomach on the ground, with his head facing Naruto. Betrayal comes from the people that were your allies, Naruto replied as he stopped before Orochimaru and kneeled down, ready to seal his body, when Orochimaru opened his mouth wide. Another one rushed right at him, his fingers closing around Naruto's red Rinnegan. "You are finally mine, Rinnegan," Orochimaru shouted with glee as his nails slowly closed around Naruto's eyelids. Suddenly, the Rinnegan was no more. All he could see was a yellow flash. An explosion caused the debris to be yeeted into the air, and Orochimaru's screams echoed. Hiruzen looked away. Despite being one of the biggest criminals of Konoha, he still remembered Orochimaru when he had been young and innocent. Such a shame. The dust cloud faded away, revealing Orochimaru lying on his stomach with 3 black rods on his back, with Naruto standing before him, unscathed. "You are done," Naruto claimed with a final voice. With his feet on Orochimaru's back, the Sannin coughed blood from his mouth and breathed heavily. The blonde could see that the snake Sannin only had enough chakra to stay alive, but not for long. With a hand sign, he created a wooden stump just below Orochimaru's neck. His body was lifted as the wooden stump formed, appearing like an execution wooden stump. 2 branches curled around his wrist, and his head remained just beyond the stump, and Naruto slowly unsheathed his sword. "Do you have any last words, Orochimaru?" Naruto asked. He would give him that much even if he didn't deserve it. "And oh, stay away from me," the man screamed, struggling against the wooden veins around his wrist, but the 3 black rods made it impossible to use his chakra. For the first time, Orochimaru was afraid. "I am Orochimaru. I'm one of the legendary Sannins. I'm immortal." His screams faded away like the wind as Naruto brought down his sword. A burst of blood flew in the air as Orochimaru's head rolled away, and the body no longer moved. Hiruzen closed his eyes, murmuring a prayer under his breath, before looking back at Naruto. The blonde cleaned his blade with a napkin before turning to face him. "Naruto, why do this?" Hiruzen questioned amidst heavy breathing. Droplets of blood escaped his mouth. His left arm remained hanging down, limping. The black rod that had punctured it made it impossible to move. Naruto didn't answer him right away. Instead, he kneeled down, using his chains to seal the body. Once he was done, he turned to face him. Hiruzen Sarutobi wished Enma was with him right now. His old friend could get him away from this place. "You ask why?" Hiruzen. In his voice, the old Hokage knew his surrogate grandson was angry with him. He had seen the small looks of disappointment. That much was obvious, but he had never heard him talk like that. His voice, he was furious with him. His Rinnegan eyes were cold like ice as he slowly approached him. "Tell me, Sarutobi, do you know what it is like not knowing why everyone hates your guts? You were there. Shikamaru told me his father wanted to adopt me after the Kyuubi attack. I could have had a family, but you refused his offer. Instead, you dumped me into the orphanage and just hoped for the best. You visited me once in a while, but you didn't seem to care much. I know you are the Hokage, you had duties. I'm not saying you should have raised me, but why refuse every opportunity one had to be raised by a family instead of leaving me alone, and just praying that everything would be alright?" Naruto spoke with absolute loathing towards him. His eyes showed nothing but rage. The air itself felt heavier as a powerful gust of wind hit the old Hokage, his legs shaking slightly. Hiruzen couldn't help but look away. Naruto's childhood was one of his biggest regrets. He knew he should have done more. But instead, he had done the bare minimum. "When they kicked me out of the orphanage, you had another opportunity to fix what you did, but once again, you dumped me into an apartment, and just hoped that things would work themselves out." Naruto continued. Suddenly, he kicked him in the stomach before kicking his face. Hiruzen slammed against the tiles of the roof, his nose broken and bleeding heavily. He tried to fight back, but the black rod was messing up everything. His chakra felt disoriented, making it difficult to concentrate. "But the worst thing you did. You let my Uchiha family be killed. You had a whole year to mend things between the village and the clan. Kill Danzo for his obvious ploys, but no. You did nothing, and instead, you put all the responsibility on my big brother. On a 14-year-old boy because you and your small council couldn't figure out a way out of this one." Naruto spoke right before him. His Rinnegan eyes had turned red once again. Hiruzen wondered if Naruto would do to him what he did against Hashirama. "Can you answer? For once in your life, can you answer truthfully, with no lies, why you did nothing? You could have prevented all of this." Naruto demanded, his voice rising, causing the entire building, what was left of it, to shake. Your parents wouldn't have approved of this. For a moment, Naruto was sure he must have heard him wrong as a black rod grew from under his sleeve. What did you say? Naruto demanded with a low, threatening voice. Your parents, he coughed blood, some landing on Naruto's face. They wouldn't have wanted this, and you know it, Naruto. They would be ashamed to know their child killed the very same village they died trying to save. They died for you, for the entire village, and you will just spit in their sacrifice. The world won't just decide to completely change their way of living because you say so. This path you are walking is not going to bring you or anyone peace, and neither will bring a better world. In the end, you will be all alone. All the friends you made will abandon you. You will be in the same place you were when you were a child. Hiruzen coughed even more blood. My parents are dead, Sarutobi. They are the reason why I'm doing this world, this shinobi system. It brought so much suffering. I will make sure it will never happen again. His words widened Hiruzen's eyes. His blood went cold like ice. Naruto. What is your goal? Hiruzen demands with a raspy voice, but the blonde merely smirks. The world I'm creating has no room for shinobis. Naruto. You are wrong. Hashirama's way is the only way towards peace. He knew to create peace we must. Hiruzen's eyes widened when Naruto started laughing at his face as if he just said the best joke in the elemental nations. Hiruzen had never heard him laugh like that, and his laughter made his body shiver in fear. Once Naruto was done, he grabbed Hiruzen by the shoulder hard, causing him to wince before dragging, turning him to face the village and what was left of it. You dare tell me that Hashirama's way is the only way? Look at your village, Hiruzen. It's gone. Even if I had been on your side, this war against Suna and Sound would have still happened. People would have died by the thousands. You say Hashirama's way would bring justice, but tell me, Hiruzen, why did the 3 shinobi wars happen then? Tell me? Naruto demanded, letting go of his shoulder. But Hiruzen kept his mouth closed. For the first time, he had no real answer to this question. He had nothing more to say. I see that you have no answers. Well, at least we agree on something. What will it gain? Hiruzen asked slowly, turning to face Naruto, with his back facing the destroyed village. All this war. You know what this war you want will bring. No matter what you do, someone can only live so long before the passage of time takes them away. You cannot fix this world, Naruto. You think your power will force people, but it won't. When they realize that you are too powerful, your enemies will wait. And once you are gone, they will strike, and all your efforts for peace will be burned to ash. War will happen once more, and the cycle will start all over again. I'm old enough to know that much. People are greedy, desire power, and desire to be one step above the others. You will spend your whole life chasing after something that cannot exist. I understood that a long time ago. Jiraiya believes that true peace is possible, and maybe he is right. Maybe your way will bring true peace. But from what I have observed in all my years, greed and the desire for power will ruin everything as it has done since humanity has existed. Kingdoms before ours have existed, and now they are so forgotten that not even their ruins are left. They are gone. I will be gone too. Whatever is by your blade, or the poison in my system. Whichever it is, it will be today. I won't be there to see it, but I know enough about human nature to know that whatever peace you create will crumble down like ash when people stop believing in your way of living. Hiruzen said, breathing heavily. His legs turned wobbly, but he refused to fall on his knees. I am the Hokage of Konoha. I will die standing, never on my knees, Hiruzen thought determinedly, looking right at Naruto without fear. How will you cure the darkness in everyone's heart, Naruto? Do you really have a plan for that? Hiruzen asked as he coughed blood once again. Naruto looked at him before answering genuinely without a single lie. Hiruzen's eyes widened upon hearing his answer. His heartbeat grew once he heard Naruto's entire plan. No. You can't do, Hiruzen gasped, the words dying in his throat. He expected it to hurt, but it felt more like a bee stung. He looked down to see Naruto's sword on his chest, the blade sticking out of his back. His heart was no more. Everything slowly darkened around him. Goodbye. GG. Naruto said with genuine grief, a tear rolling down his face. Before pulling out the sword, drops of blood fell on his face, and the old man fell over the roof, landing on the ground of the village he loved so much. Good job, Naruto. You are a wonderful boy. Thank you, Naruto. I don't know what I did to deserve you. Naruto. I will protect this village with my life. That includes you. Gigi, you said the village is your family? Yes. Does that mean I'm your family too? Naruto asked hopefully, his big blue eyes full of innocence, looking up at the old man. Yes. You are my family. Hiruzen agreed with a bright smile, patting Naruto on the back before pulling him and giving him a big hug. Iruka, what makes one a shinobi? Oh, why are you asking that question, Naruto? We will come here for the next 7 years, sensei. I would like to know what I'm signing up for before I become a shinobi for the rest of my life. Iruka looked a little troubled for a moment. His hand reached up to the Konoha emblem, adjusting it, before looking back at Naruto. I'm not sure, Naruto. As a shinobi for 9 years now. I believe a shinobi is a different thing to different people. To the people out there, we are their defenders, we protect them. To our enemies, we are the enemy. What a shinobi is. A shinobi is someone who puts the will of his people on his shoulders, bears it, and fights for what is right. Iruka spoke with a hint of passion, but when he glanced back at Naruto, he was taken aback to see anger in the young man's eyes. But what is the right thing in this world of ours? What do you mean? If you are a shinobi, you are supposed to fulfill the Kage's orders without questioning. Failing to do so will brand you as a traitor. You say the shinobi should protect the little people out there, but what happens when we get missions that contradict this? Obey the Kage and follow the rules, but what if the Kage orders you to kill a group of innocents because a few of them are planning to conquer the village? Why shouldn't the innocent be spared? What if your mission needs you to kill someone who is the last hope for an entire town, and killing him dooms the entire town? What then? Who is in the right? The Kage or the people? Naruto questioned, with a look that Iruka had never seen on Naruto's face, a look of pure anger. He didn't understand why he was asking such questions, and the thought of doing such missions was the reason why he became a chunin and later a teacher. Iruka fell silent. He wanted to say something. He wanted to say something that would make the Kage look in a good light, but in the end, he said, I don't know. Naruto's eyes looked down at the body of the man he once loved more than anyone. He was gone, and his face was one of shock. He stared blankly at the dark sky above them, his eyes wide open, showing horror in them. Naruto could only guess what Gigi was thinking when he stabbed him in the heart. Naruto kneeled down and closed the man's eyes. I'm sure your wife is awaiting your return, he murmured under his breath before standing up. His eyes looked beyond the Hokage and at the collapsed buildings before him. Everywhere, the rubble made out the road that people used to walk on. Before him stood the entire Konoha, all in ruins. Naruto stepped forward, passing through the Hokage road, and continued walking. Their eyes were looking at him. Dark eyes stared back with fear at Naruto. They were unmoving. The empty eyes of a child stared back at him, his mouth left slightly open as if wanting to ask, What did I do wrong? Another girl hugged her father close, his arms hiding her head from the falling debris. It will be all right. You will be all right. Your daddy is here. Naruto could almost hear the man say. His footsteps echoed into the tomb that was this village. A crow's caw echoed in his ears. He watched as 3 of them landed on the back of one body. He was stuck between the open window and the fallen ceiling that had fallen on top of him, the crow nibbling at his skin 3 times. 1, 2, 3. Their beaks turned red. One dug into the eye, and blood dripped out as the crow's beak dug deep into the soft flesh of the face. More crows flew overhead, making circles around the village, some very far away. Black vultures soon joined them, landing on the massive feast before them. Naruto looked away from the crows, and his eyes looked at a black pile. For a moment, he didn't understand what he was looking at, but the smell of charred meat and bones. His stomach churned, and he felt something trying to come out from his throat, but he quickly swallowed back the disgusting taste. He walked closer, and the sight made his eyes widen. A group of people, all afraid, their eyes wide with fear, but still, using their bodies as shields to protect a baby that was beneath all the bodies. Why did this happen to us? My boy did nothing wrong. Naruto looked away, breathing heavily. He walked away when he felt a hand on his ankle. He felt his body freeze as he looked back. A dark face, resembling a skull, gripped his ankle with a charred arm, and screams of pain echoed from deep within his charred throat. Why? Why my family? Naruto flinched and backed away in fear. He tripped, falling on his back, and breathing heavily. When he noticed movement from the corner of his eyes, he snapped his eyes at the place, only to see burned bodies slowly moving away the rubble around them. Their hollow eye sockets looked back at him with rage as they all approached. And they are. Naruto felt the cold touch of the hands, all gripping his legs. Their hands protruded from the ground, grasping his back and legs. Naruto struggled, trying to fight back as more and more faces appeared on the ground around him, all staring at him. Soon, he found himself sitting in a sea of faces, all of them staring at him with rage and anger. Why us? What did we do? You were always a devil. We all knew it. Naruto. I let you live, and you killed me. Naruto glanced up at Gigi, dressed in his robes, only to find his face gone and his hollow eyes staring down at him. Naruto. He breathed heavily. As he tried to stand up, more hands emerged from the ground, reaching toward him. The smell of burned and rotten meat made him want to vomit. Stay away! Naruto shouted, fear dripping from his quivering voice, as they grabbed his arms and did not let him move. Naruto. He tried to crawl away, but he watched as his body started sinking into the ground. They were burying him alive. No. Let me go! Naruto! He gasped loudly as his face burned. He reached up and touched the right side of his cheek, which burned like fire. He looked forward, and before him stood Fu, who appeared worried, her hand drawn back as if she had just slapped someone. Naruto, are you all right? Say something! She shouted right at his face, sick with concern. She shook his shoulders, and he slowly nodded his head. I'm fine, Naruto said unsurely in a quiet voice. Fu knew he wasn't being sincere. She wished he would have told her what was bothering him, but she knew this wasn't the place to ask that. What now? Should we take Danzo's head? She questioned him, aware of his desire to exact revenge for Shursui. I'm afraid it cannot be done today, Naruto said in a defeated voice, but his anger was lacking as he slowly formed a Rasengan with his right hand. She watched as it quickly faded away within seconds. I have almost no chakra left to fight anyone. Even someone like Kakashi can defeat me right now, Naruto said as he breathed heavily. Danzo might not die today, but he will not live for long, he added, and Fu nodded in understanding before bringing out her wings, ready to take flight. Suddenly, her wings grew large enough to wrap around them, protecting them completely from a barrage of kunais and shurikens, all of which bounced off. Naruto clenched his teeth in anger when he noticed a bright light all around them. Boom! Danzo grinned as all the weapons they had thrown exploded simultaneously, unleashing a torrent of explosives. Do not stop. Genjutsu Squad, Acid Squad, and Fire Squad. 5A and BU opened their mouths widely, emitting sound waves towards the ball of green wings that had encircled Fu and Naruto, as Danzo gave the command. The Acid Squad released bursts of acid from their mouths towards the wings, and the Fire Squad released a barrage of fireballs, causing the acid to increase the temperature, and the air itself to glow yellow. Naruto, use the Flying Raijin! Fu shouted, knowing she needed to counterattack. She used her chakra to keep up the defense, but the acid was slowly eating away her wings. It's not working, my kunais are not responding, Naruto quickly told her as he made the hand sign, but nothing happened. He quickly realized that Danzo must have activated an anti-seal jutsu to make sure he couldn't escape from this place by just teleporting away. Outside, Danzo narrowed his gaze, wondering what the so-called conqueror of the world would do against these odds. He was accompanied by 300 ANBUs. He knew the girl was the Jinchuriki of the Seven Tails, but Danzo knew his ANBUs could handle her. Suddenly, he saw the veins inside the wings glow gold one after the other. Retreat! Danzo shouted the order before backing away just in time as a burst of wind threw everything into the air, spreading the wings wide and high. Before them stood the Seven Tails in her full form, with 3 sets of wings and a long tail, but Danzo couldn't see where Naruto was. He doubted the girl had killed him accidentally. He's inside the mouth, Danzo realized as he unsheathed the most powerful sword of Konoha. He had hoped he wouldn't have to reveal this weapon so soon, but Konoha depended on him. He would avenge this place, and do what Lord Tobirama would have done in his place. Lord Tobirama, watch over me. I ask for your service once more, dear friend, Danzo murmured under his breath as he put his palm on the sword's sharp side before gripping it firmly. Blood dripped out, and a sharp pain engulfed his hand. Danzo winced as he dragged his palm across the entire blade, turning it red, and the ANBUs watched as the blood slowly sank into the blade. Come forth, Ryobu, Danzo shouted as a strange wind engulfed his blade. The wind glowed as if it were alive, a green crystal on the sword's pommel glowed, and the wind roared with life. The wind appeared like a hawk with its wings spread. The seven tails roared in anger, and a giant fireball formed above her horns before unleashing itself right at Danzo, who stood in one place without moving. Divine wind! Danzo shouted as he slashed forward, cutting through the fireball before hitting the seven tails across the entire body. The creature let out a yelp of pain, almost falling down, but the wings quickly started flapping, keeping her in the sky. Danzo smirked when a slash mark formed on her armor from the attack. Despite being the seven tails and the third strongest bijou, his attacks were able to damage her armor. He knew it was only a matter of time before he won this fight. Assist Lord Danzo. His loyal ANBUs shouted as they all prepared to fight alongside him. Do not move, you fools. Her armor cannot be damaged by normal means. Even Tsunade herself would have a problem breaking it. Unless you are tired of your life, stand back. For now, just observe. Danzo shouted at his troops before running towards the fully formed Jinchuriki. If she didn't want to attack, then he would. As a tornado formed around the bijou, her wings continued to flap until he could no longer see them, only a blue or green hue. Danzo quickly jumped away, avoiding a tornado coming from above to consume him. He found it difficult to keep his eyes open when he saw the giant tail rushing towards him. Is that all? Danzo thought as he placed the sword in front of him. The tail struck the sword, propelling him across the area before colliding with a wall. Danzo ignored the pain as wind blades all came rushing towards him. Divine Storm! Danzo shouted as he stabbed forward with his sword, creating a green glow in the air itself, before dragging the blade until he formed a green circle around himself, as if the sword's power had wounded the space itself. A tornado formed around him. The debris of the fallen houses flew into the air before raining down like meteors, and the wind slashes of the seven tails all changed their trajectory. Instead, they all flew into the air before smashing against the ground below. Danzo smirked in victory as the tip of his sword glowed white. Wind cannon! Danzo shouted as he brought his sword forward, launching a wind attack through the air. Seven Tails quickly sidestepped, but not fast enough, as the wind cannon slashed through her skin. Red blood burst out, and the seven tails let out a mighty roar, sending a wind shockwave that sent the ANBUs flying once again, but not Danzo as he stood on his place, stabbing the ground with his sword, keeping himself in one place. He expected the seven tails to rush towards him after getting injured, and he would use his ultimate attack to cut through her wings. Without her wings, she would be powerless to run away, but Danzo looked alarmed as a massive black ball suddenly formed above her horns on the top of her head. He knew what that attack meant. He remembered the fourth Hokage had used his seals to make one disappear during the Kyuubi attack before exploding far away. An explosive big enough to obliterate half of Konoha. Leave nothing but a giant crater behind. No. I will not let you destroy more of Konoha. Danzo promised determinedly as he used all his chakra on the sword, causing it to change color and turn yellowish as a red ball formed inside the bijou bomb. You shall die! The seven tails shouted before launching the bomb directly towards Danzo. Divine Beast of the Wind! Danzo roared before launching a wind attack shaped like a hawk, which collided with the bijou bomb in midair. Instantly, a shock wave spread throughout Konoha and beyond. Every building left standing was thrown into the air before smashing down against the ground. The bijou bomb and the hawk wind attack were still clashing in midair, and neither was allowing the other to win. I should make it stronger if that thing explodes here. Konoha will be gone, Danzo realized before doing the one thing he needed to do to save Konoha. Look at me, Hiruzen. I hope you are watching me, Danzo thought as he aimed the sword at his own stomach before bringing it forward. Danzo coughed blood as the blade pierced through his stomach. The Wind Hawk let out a majestic roar before growing as large as the bijou bomb. Danzo watched as the two started shaking before ascending high into the sky. Danzo did not feel a sense of relief as the two soared to such a height that they resembled a pair of stars. Until the bijou bomb and the Wind Hawk exploded. A bright light suddenly enveloped hundreds of miles of land and forest, as if a second star had suddenly formed. The sound echoed for hundreds of miles like a colossal cry of war, and the shockwave came down on everything on the land like a bomb. Danzo coughed blood as he pushed away the piece of rock that had fallen on him. As he stood up, his eyes widened. He had expected the shockwave to have destroyed everything and for nothing to be left but a whole desert of destroyed trees and houses. But as he looked around, he noticed the village appeared the same as it had before the bijou attack. Someone protected this place from the shockwave, Danzo concluded, before quickly looking upwards, expecting to see the dam-tailed beast, but the sky was empty, and she was nowhere to be seen. Danzo cursed under his breath, knowing he had let them escape. "Forgive me, Lord Tobrama. The village will be avenged another day," Danzo thought when his stomach exploded in pain. A scream of pain escaped his mouth as he fell to the ground with his stomach. "Lord Danzo! Medic, help him!" His loyal ANBUs shouted as they all ran towards him, and Danzo tried to stand up in a kneeling position as 3 ANBUs started working on the wound on his stomach he had caused to strengthen his wind attack. "Stop it! This wound cannot be healed. When blood is sacrificed to Ryobu, nothing can heal the wounds caused by this sword," Danzo told them as he focused deeply, knowing he would need to use one of the eyes to escape death. "Izanagi." Danzo peered his eyes open. The wounds on his body all disappeared, but as he looked down at his bandaged arm, the eye on his palm closed itself forever. "Lord Danzo, what should we do now? Should we follow them?" "No, there's no point. Take care of any survivor you find, and let everyone who is still alive know that the war is over," Danzo ordered, and his loyal ANBUs spread out. Once he was alone, Danzo walked forward, ignoring the bodies everywhere around the destroyed village. After a few minutes of walking, he reached the site where the Hokage building used to stand. All that remained was a heap of debris, and atop this debris stood Hiruzen Sarutobi. Danzo stared down at his old friend. There was nothing but silence there. Danzo had nothing left to say to him except one thing. "We will see each other in hell, Hiruzen," he murmured under his breath before walking away and calling for an ANBU. Ensure the safety of his body during the burial, and prevent any attempts to damage it, Danzo instructed the ANBU. They might not have been proper friends for a long time, and he might have disagreed with how Hiruzen does things, but he deserved a proper burial, worthy of a Hokage. Shikamaru. The war is over. All the Sun and Sound troops have been neutralized. Many cheered for victory, and the gloomy atmosphere disappeared. Many were in high spirits, some started hugging each other, but not Shikamaru. He didn't see much point in celebrating. "Is the village all right, Mr. ANBU?" one of the genins asked eagerly, with hope shining in his eyes. "I'm afraid this is where I bring the bad news." After hearing that, everyone visibly tensed up. They all fell silent, waiting for him to say anything. "From what we have seen since the fight ended, we have estimated that at least half of the village is destroyed." Shikamaru drew in a sharp breath, and he could see the look of shock in everyone around him. They formed a line and left after the ANBU opened the door. Shikamaru stepped outside, and for a brief moment, he didn't recognize where he was. Where were all the buildings? Where did they all go? But as he saw what remained of the wall in the distance, he understood that this desolate wasteland was Konoha. Is this really Konoha? Where is my family? Is the Hokage all right? How can we ever rebuild this? Shikamaru remained silent as they all descended from the hidden rooms inside the mountain to the ground. He remained numb, and Ino, left with her mouth wide open, felt the same way. Soon, they reached the ground, and everyone scattered around, trying to find their loved ones. It hit Shikamaru like a brick. All of it was truly gone. And his knees gave in. "Shikamaru, please don't cry. It will be all right," Ino pleaded with him, attempting to assist him in standing up, but Shika was so overcome with emotion that he could barely hear her. Within 3 hours, his best friend had betrayed them all and attacked Asuma, leaving the village in ruins. Why? Why Naruto? Shikamaru screamed to the heavens above, almost expecting an answer, but none came. It was all gone. Hidden place. Where is Lord Orochimaru? Why hasn't he come back yet? I heard he died in Konoha. Don't be ridiculous, Lord Orochimaru cannot die. As the test subjects discussed with one another, they all stopped when they heard footsteps inside the base. When the door opened, all 30 of them stopped. Someone walked in. Who are you? One inquired with a quivering voice as the man closed the door behind him before looking straight at them. Kabuto! Why are you here? Where is Lord Orochimaru? One demanded with a huff, letting out air through his nose and glaring at the silver-haired ninja. Orochimaru is dead. Kabuto announced the news with a gleam in his eyes, pushing his glasses slightly upwards. Soijetsu, did you gather everyone in this base? I did. Why do you need them here now? Soijetsu asked with a cocked eyebrow, a sword over his shoulder. I don't like them. They are worthless, but the blood within all of you is something I desire. That's something I want. Kabuto expressed his excitement as he made a hand gesture. All test subjects, including Soijetsu, screamed in pain as they were electrocuted until they all fell on the ground, not moving anymore. What will you do to us? One asked painfully, struggling to speak. In this world, you either are born special, or you take from those who are special. Is this really Konoha? Konohamaru wondered as he looked around. He wasn't sure what he was seeing anymore. This place ruins everywhere. He felt like he was walking through a graveyard. Ruins were everywhere. The once familiar streets were now tangled with debris, and the air was thick with dust and the acrid smell of smoke. He felt like he was walking through a nightmare. Other people moved around him, Shinobi, their faces grim and determined as they searched desperately through the rubble for any sign of life. But every time they pulled out a body, it was cold and lifeless. He watched as a fellow shinobi gripped a massive piece of fallen rock, half sunken into the ground and stained with dark splatters of blood. Konohamaru stood in silent horror as the rock was lifted, revealing a grotesque sight, a mangled mess of blood, skin, bones, and organs. The sight was so visceral, so raw, that it barely seemed real. Was that a person? He wondered, his mind struggling to comprehend the scene before him. He couldn't tell, it didn't look like anything human anymore. Just then, a firm hand rested on his shoulder. Startled, Konohamaru looked up to see a jonin standing beside him, his face etched with sorrow and exhaustion. The man's mouth was moving, forming words that seemed distant and muffled as if coming from underwater. His gaze drifted back to the mutilated remains for a moment before the jonin gently turned him away. Another shinobi produced a body bag from a seal on his shoulder, and they started collecting what was left. Konohamaru began to walk aimlessly. He didn't know where he was going, his feet just moved on their own. Soon, he reached the main crossroads of the village, near where the Hokage's office once stood, a proud symbol of their strength and unity. Now, it has been reduced to rubble and ash. The area was filled with people, all moving with a haunted emptiness as they sifted through the debris. Konohamaru stared numbly at the carnage before him. Body parts were scattered amid the wreckage. The sheer scale of the devastation was overwhelming. So much blood, he thought. He knew that the human body carried about 5 liters of blood, but seeing it pooled and smeared across the ground was something else entirely. The earth itself seemed to bleed, turning dark red under the fading light. His brown eyes drifted downward, catching sight of something near his feet. Lying on the ground was a severed hand, eerily pale against the dirt and debris. A simple ring adorned the index finger, its metallic surface glinting faintly. The sight sent a cold chill down his spine, rooting him to the spot. Konohamaru! The voice pierced through the haze. Konohamaru turned toward the sound, his eyes meeting Moegi's frantic gaze. She was sprinting toward him, her face flushed and streaked with dirt and tears. She skidded to a stop in front of him, doubling over as she tried to catch her breath. Moegi? He uttered, his voice barely more than a whisper. There was a numbness in his tone. Konohamaru, I can't find Udon, she cried, her eyes wide with panic. She grabbed his shoulders, her fingers digging in as if he might slip away. Please, tell me you know where he is. His heart sank. He realized with a jolt that he hadn't seen Udon at the safe location on the mountain or anywhere else since the attack. I don't know, he said softly, the words tasting bitter on his tongue. It felt like admitting defeat. Moegi's hopeful expression crumbled, her eyes welling up with tears. Is he? Her voice broke as she swallowed hard, unable to finish the sentence. Saying it out loud would make it too real. He is not dead, Konohamaru shouted suddenly, the force of his own voice surprising him as much as it did her. Moegi flinched, stepping back, and guilt immediately gnawed at him. He hadn't meant to scare her. Taking a deep breath, he softened his tone. I'm sorry. I know he's alive. He has to be. Without waiting for a response, he grabbed her hand. We just have to check the safe bunkers around the village first. I'm sure he's in one of them, he said, injecting as much confidence into his voice as he could muster. He flashed a hopeful smile, and after a moment, Moegi nodded, clutching his hand tightly. They took off at a run, their voices ringing out through the shattered streets. Udon! They called. Udon! Where are you? The fight is over. Their pleas echoed off the remnants of buildings, carried away by the wind. They stopped every shinobi they encountered, describing Udon's glasses, the shy smile, the way he always sniffled when he was nervous. But each person shook their head, eyes filled with pity or exhaustion. Hours blurred together as they combed through the wreckage, their desperation mounting with each passing moment. Just as the sun began to dip toward the horizon, casting long shadows over the ruins, they noticed movement near one of the larger bunkers. The heavy doors creaked open, and survivors began to emerge. Medical shinobi rushed forward to assist, and the area buzzed with a flicker of life amidst the devastation. He must be there, Konohamaru exclaimed, a surge of hope propelling him forward. He nearly dragged Moegi along as they sprinted toward the bunker. They stood on tiptoe, scanning the faces of those filing out dirty, tired but alive. Konohamaru's heart pounded in his chest. Each face that wasn't Udon's was chipped away at his optimism. He craned his neck, eyes darting frantically. Any moment now, he'd see that familiar face, maybe a wave or a shy smile. But as the flow of people dwindled, reality began to sink in. The last survivor stepped out, a wounded man leaning heavily on a medic, and the bunker doors closed with a resonating thud. He's still alive, Konohamaru whispered, his voice barely audible over the distant sounds of the village's aftermath. He must be. Moegi's eyes shimmered with unshed tears. Maybe he was taken to another bunker, she suggested, her voice trembling. Yes. Konohamaru seized on the idea. There are others. We just have to keep looking. They raced to the next bunker, and then the next, their legs growing heavy, breaths ragged. At each one, hope flared anew only to be extinguished. The village seemed endless in its ruin, a labyrinth of loss. Udon! Konohamaru's voice was hoarse now, his throat raw from shouting. The sky had turned a deep indigo, stars beginning to prick through the veil of night. Moegi stumbled beside him, exhaustion evident in every step. Do you think, Moegi began tentatively, that maybe he got out of the village? That he escaped before things got worse? Konohamaru stared ahead, his gaze unfocused. Udon's smart. He could have found a safe place. Maybe he's waiting for us to find him. He clung to the possibility like a lifeline. Soon, they approached the last bunker. A crowd had gathered around it, survivors being treated for wounds, families desperately searching for loved ones, medics rushing back and forth. This bunker was located in what used to be the eastern section of the village. Unlike the rest of Konoha, this area was mostly undamaged. Though some buildings had collapsed, it seemed almost untouched compared to the devastation elsewhere. It might even serve as a temporary refuge until the village could be rebuilt. Konohamaru and Moegi hurried toward a man holding a clipboard thick with pages. A sizable crowd had formed around him, and 3 shinobi stood nearby to prevent anyone from overwhelming him. As they drew closer, the murmur of anxious voices grew louder. Please, my son's name is Grooker. Is he on the list? An elderly woman begged, her voice quivering with desperation. I'm really sorry, ma'am, but he's not, the man replied sincerely after scanning his pages. Konohamaru watched as the woman's face crumpled, tears streaming down her cheeks. A man, perhaps her husband, wrapped an arm around her shoulders, guiding her away from the crowd. A cold knot formed in Konohamaru's stomach. The sight of the grieving woman made the reality of their situation sink in even deeper. He felt his hope waver but clenched his fists, refusing to let it falter entirely. Stepping forward, he found himself face to face with the man holding the clipboard. The official looked at him with a weary, sympathetic expression. "Who are you searching for?" he asked gently. "Udan, I see. He's my age," Konohamaru said, his voice barely above a whisper. The words felt heavy. The man nodded and began flipping through the pages. Each turn seemed to take an eternity. Konohamaru's heart pounded in his chest, the suspense almost unbearable. Beside him, Moegi clutched her hands together, her knuckles white. After several agonizing minutes, the man looked up, his eyes filled with regret. "I'm very sorry, but his name isn't on the list." A numbness spread through Konohamaru's body. He wanted to ask the man to check again, to look one more time, but he knew it wouldn't make a difference. The truth was staring them in the face. With a heavy heart, he turned away. The sounds of the crowd faded into the background, a distant hum he could barely register. Moegi sank to her knees beside him, tears streaming silently down her face, dripping onto the dusty ground. Konohamaru sat down next to her. It felt as if someone had driven a cold blade into his heart. "If this is a dream, I want it to end," he thought bitterly. Reaching out, he gently pulled Moegi to her feet. They walked away together, either knowing where they were going but unable to stay in that place. As they wandered through the ruined streets, Konohamaru tried to block out the grim sights surrounding them: the bodies lying still, the wreckage of homes, the lingering smell of smoke. This part of the village hadn't been cleared yet. Even with chakra and jutsu to aid the efforts, it could take months to recover all the bodies and debris. They walked in silence for what felt like hours. Their feet ached, and exhaustion weighed heavily on them both. Eventually, they came upon a house with stone steps leading up to it. Miraculously, the house was still standing, though the roof had collapsed inward and cracks ran along the walls. Deciding to rest, they sat down on the steps. Moegi leaned her head on Konohamaru's shoulder, her quiet sobs the only sound breaking the eerie stillness. He stared straight ahead, his eyes burning with unshed tears. But he refused to cry. He felt he needed to be strong for both of them. Konohamaru wasn't sure how long they had been sitting in front of that broken house. Time felt distorted: seconds, minutes, or hours. "Konohamaru!" Both he and Moegi turned toward the sound, their hearts leaping at the familiar voice. Relief washed over them, Irika, running toward them. "Irika-sensei!" They cried in unison, scrambling to their feet and rushing toward him. They clung to his legs, their small bodies trembling. Irika knelt down, wrapping his arms around them. "I'm so glad you two are all right," Irika said. His smile, though genuine, couldn't mask the exhaustion etched into his face. Konohamaru pulled back slightly, looking up at his sensei with wide, pleading eyes. "Sensei, do you know where Udan is?" Irika hesitated, his face faltering. "You don't know, Konohamaru. But I'm sure he's around here somewhere. We'll find him." "He's not!" Moegi's voice cracked. "We searched everywhere." Her outburst made Irika's heart sink even further, and he sighed, knowing there was little comfort he could offer. Irika placed a gentle hand on Moegi's shoulder, then looked between the two of them, his face somber. "Konohamaru, Moegi, listen to me. We will find him. The search teams are doing everything they can. Sooner or later they'll find him." His words felt hollow, even to himself. He wanted to promise them that Udan was safe, that their friend was waiting for them, but he couldn't. He didn't have the answers they so desperately needed. And yet, he had more to tell them. "Konohamaru," Irika said softly, his tone changing. He knelt fully now, lowering himself to Konohamaru's eye level. His hands gently rested on the boy's shoulders, steadying him. "What is it, sensei?" he asked, his voice small. "Please don't tell me Udan is dead. Please." Irika took a deep breath, steadying himself. "Konohamaru, I'm so sorry, but I need to tell you something." His voice wavered, his eyes full of pain. "What is it?" Konohamaru's voice was barely a whisper now, his breath caught in his throat. "Konohamaru," Irika began. "Your grandfather, Hiruzen Sarutobi. He's dead." He couldn't breathe. His vision blurred, the world around him dissolving into nothingness. His mind screamed in denial, but no sound came from his lips. He was frozen. Moegi gasped, her hand flying to her mouth, tears spilling over her cheeks. But Konohamaru. He couldn't cry. He couldn't speak. He couldn't do anything but stand there, staring at Irika in disbelief, the words echoing in his mind over and over again. Grandfather is dead. His world had just fallen apart. Sasuke 1 week later. Sasuke never thought he would ever live to see such a powerful village like Konoha be brought down to this level. The entire thing was shinobis were trying their hardest to keep things in control, but it was a losing battle. The whole village was closed off. For now, they were trying to rebuild, but despite the Earth users working non-stop, he knew the worst was that only the village could not accept any more missions, and all businesses were shut down and destroyed. This meant that there was no income coming towards the village right now. They were using Konoha's money in its treasury, and he heard from some people that the small council had already contacted the fire daimyo about giving them funds so they could pass this. Still didn't know how many people died, but they were too many. They had estimated that at least 2,000 civilians had lost their lives in this war, and around 200 shinobis were dead, not counting the children training in the academy. Konoha was falling apart, and they were not ready to defend themselves if a foreign country decided to start an attack. Even a smaller village like Land of Wood could become a danger to them. But Sasuke paid little attention to Konoha. Since that day, Kakashi-sensei has been a mess. The man rarely spoke a word to them, and his habit of being late was gone. Sakura still felt guilty about what had happened to Tenten, but Sasuke told her there was nothing she could do about it, and that blaming herself would not help anyone. Instead, she should use that guilt as anger and turn that anger into a desire to become more powerful. Sasuke was never a good friend of the other Konoha teams, but he knew their names. From what he knew, Team 9 was hit the hardest by Naruto's betrayal. According to Shikamaru, Asuma was still alive and recovering, but Sasuke couldn't remember him looking so depressed. Sakura told him that Shikamaru and Naruto were best friends and that Ino was his lover or something. He wasn't really sure, but still, Naruto's betrayal had hit the two when it came to other teams. He heard rumors that Hinata was training. Niji, despite losing his eyesight in both eyes, was training under someone called the Elder of the Hyuga clan. Sasuke didn't know who that was and didn't really care. Today, as Sasuke worked alongside other shinobi to clear the debris from the village, a kunai embedded itself in the ground near his feet. Attached to it was a small note, the paper fluttering in the breeze. Sasuke pulled it free, and his eyes scanned the familiar handwriting. Meet me on the western side of the village, near the water bridge. 11 o'clock tonight. Don't tell anyone. He didn't need to wonder who had sent it. He knew the handwriting well enough. Naruto had promised to tell him the truth after the Chunin exams, and Sasuke hadn't forgotten. Whatever that truth was, he intended to find out. Sighing, Sasuke gazed down at the artificial river running through what remained of the village. Despite the destruction, the water still flowed. Large chunks of debris had fallen into the river, disrupting its path, but the current pushed on, dragging the wreckage downstream. The water bridge, like so much else, was in ruins, its remains scattered into the water, carried away by the flow. As night fell, Sasuke sat on the edge of what used to be the water bridge, his legs dangling over the side. The air was cool, and the quiet felt almost suffocating. He didn't flinch when he heard footsteps approaching from behind. I see you listen to me, Naruto said, his tone casual, as if they were simply meeting for a friendly chat and not standing in the ruins of Konoha. Sasuke stood up, facing Naruto fully now. His eyes narrowed as he took in Naruto's appearance, dark bags under his eyes, a gauntness that hadn't been there before. Naruto looked lighter, almost like he'd lost weight in a matter of days. Did he lose kilograms in just a week? Sasuke wondered, but he didn't ask. There were far more pressing questions weighing on his mind. How do you have Sharingan? Sasuke's voice was sharp. Naruto's response was casual, almost indifferent. I don't really know, Sasuke. All I know is that my father, Minato Namikaze, had Uchiha blood in him. Sasuke's eyes widened in disbelief. Wait, your father was the fourth Hokage? Yes. Naruto's calm tone made it sound like it was no big deal. If you're truly his son, then why are you abandoning Konoha? Isn't your home? Sasuke's question was laced with confusion, but as soon as the words left his mouth, Naruto's cold glare cut through him like a blade. Naruto's gaze darkened, and Sasuke involuntarily took a step back, nearly losing his balance by the edge of the artificial river. His heart pounded in his chest as fear briefly flickered in his eyes. Konoha was never my home, Naruto said, his voice hard and unyielding. Konoha was simply a stepping stone. A stepping stone? Sasuke repeated, his brow furrowing in confusion. Yes, Naruto confirmed, his voice dripping with disdain. This place served its purpose in my plan. It had its role, but it's no longer part of it. Konoha is done for. Done? Sasuke echoed. The word felt wrong. Never cared for Konoha, not the way others did. To him, it was just a village, a place. Yet hearing those words from Naruto stirred something in him. Yes, Naruto continued, his tone matter-of-fact. This village is crumbling. Without outside help, it will collapse. The treasury can only feed the people for 3 more months. That's where I come in. Sasuke's fists clenched tightly, the anger simmering inside him now threatening to boil over. What is that supposed to mean? His voice trembled with barely contained rage. That's not important right now, Sasuke, Naruto said dismissively, waving the question away like it was a fly. What? Tell me. What will you do? Haven't you done enough? Sasuke's voice rose, raw with accusation. He didn't know where the emotion came from, wasn't supposed to care about Konoha. But he did. He could still feel the blood on his hands, still hear the cries of families mourning their dead. Sasuke, you seem to forget that the Sand Village was attacking Konoha. Even if I hadn't been here, people would still have died. Don't sell me that bullshit, Naruto. Sasuke spat. His anger flared, his Sharingan flashing briefly. I know you could have done something, anything to stop it. Then, as if a veil lifted from his mind, the pieces clicked into place. His eyes widened with a sudden realization. I see it now. I understand why you did all this, why this village is in ruins. Naruto's expression barely changed, but his eyes flickered with curiosity. What reason is that, Sasuke? Your hatred, Sasuke said, his voice low and accusatory. I never knew you well, but I remember my mother telling me about you, about how you had no parents, how the people of this village hated you. Sasuke's voice grew sharper, more certain. Is that it? You destroyed this village because of your childhood, because of your hatred for everyone here. For a moment, Sasuke thought he had struck a nerve. But much to his surprise, Naruto simply shook his head, a tired sigh escaping his lips. Sasuke, Naruto began, his voice calmer than before, tell me, what do you know about the Uchiha massacre? Sasuke blinked, caught off guard by the sudden shift. The Uchiha massacre? What did that have to do with anything? Itachi killed, Sasuke started, but the words burned in his throat. His anger surged like wildfire. He butchered my entire clan. Everyone knows that. And they found you there, so why are you even asking? You're only half right. Itachi did kill many of the Uchiha, but you don't know the full story. Sasuke glared at him, confusion and fury twisting inside him. The full story? What the hell are you talking about, Naruto? The truth about the Uchiha massacre, Naruto said. It's time you knew what really happened. Sasuke stared blankly at the water below his feet, his eyes wide with disbelief and growing anger just underneath the surface. Naruto remained near but didn't say anything and waited for him to come to a realization on his own. This is not possible. Sasuke muttered under his breath in clear disbelief. He swallowed deeply, trying to calm himself, but he just couldn't. In the moving water, he could see them. He could see their faces, his parents, and Itachi. They all were there. Things that he used to not think much about now made more sense. Suddenly he remembered his brother's tears before using his Mangekyo to make him fall. Is this possible? Konoha, it was all Konoha's fault from the beginning. Sasuke breathed heavily, trying to calm himself but failing. Konoha ordered Itachi to destroy our family, Sasuke. Naruto's voice cut through the haze like a sharp blade, calm but cold. You asked why this village is suffering, why there is so much death. Well, now you have your answer. But don't mistake me, I am not doing this out of revenge alone. Konoha's collapse is part of a much larger plan. But Sasuke wasn't listening. He was still staring at the water, his mind racing, the images flashing faster, memories, truths, lies. His Sharingan spun violently, its tomo fusing into a six-pointed star, the Mangekyo burning crimson in his eyes. Blood dripped down his cheeks, but he didn't care. The pain was nothing. Where is Itachi? Sasuke's voice was low and dangerous, each word laced with venom. He stood abruptly, finally facing Naruto, his glare piercing. He jabbed a finger into Naruto's chest, the hatred clear in his eyes. I don't believe you, Naruto. I want to hear it from him. I want to hear the truth from Itachi himself. Naruto's expression didn't change. He met Sasuke's glare without flinching, his face calm, almost indifferent. I'm afraid that's not possible right now. What? Sasuke roared, his Mangekyo flashing with fury. I demand to meet him. Now. You can't demand anything from me, Sasuke. Naruto's voice was steady, unbothered by Sasuke's outburst. But I understand your need to know the truth. It's admirable, really. You want to meet Itachi? You will. But first, you have to do something for me. Sasuke's fists clenched. What do you want? He spat, the words barely containing his rage. Naruto handed him an envelope, his demeanor cool and in control. Sasuke hesitated for a second before snatching it from his hand. There's someone I need you to bring to me. His name is Yukimaru. He's in an old Orochimaru lab in IWA. Sasuke's eyes narrowed, suspicion creeping in. And why should I do this for you? Because inside that envelope, Naruto continued, ignoring Sasuke's skepticism, you'll find everything you need. A photo of Yukimaru, the details of the lab, and where you can find me afterward. Bring him to me, and you'll get your meeting with Itachi. Sasuke's mind raced with questions, doubts, and frustration, but he knew Naruto wasn't lying. This is a promise, Sasuke said, his voice dropping dangerously low. If you turn your back on your word, I'll kill you. His Mangekyo flared, burning with the intensity of his threat. Naruto smirked faintly. There's no need for that, Sasuke. Right now, I'm your best chance at the truth. And your best chance at survival. He turned and began walking away, leaving Sasuke standing alone with his thoughts. As Naruto's footsteps faded into the distance, Sasuke remained still, his mind spiraling. The image of Itachi floated to the forefront, not the cold, ruthless killer he had grown to hate, but the brother he had once admired. The kind, protective Itachi. Could it really be true? Sasuke looked down at the envelope in his hand, his grip tightening. He ripped it open, pulling out a small photo of a boy Yukimaru. The kid looked about Sasuke's age, maybe younger. What does Naruto want with him? Sasuke wondered, though it hardly mattered now. The path was clear. Sasuke stood there for a moment longer, staring at the photograph before slipping it back into the envelope. He had no time for questions, no time for doubts. The truth was waiting, and he would find Ito one way or another. Itachi. Sasuke thought, his eyes hardening with resolve. If it's true, if everything I believed has been a lie. His fist clenched once again, and without another thought, he turned and began walking. It was time to leave. The wind whispered against Naruto's face, as the full moon bathed the cobbled road leading to the gates of Konoha in pale light. The walls were now in ruins, crumbled away. Only the gate remained standing. The guards? Asleep. Naruto's eyes lingered on the gate for a moment before he turned, casting his gaze back toward the village. His senses pricked as a figure emerged from the shadows, 3 meters away. Ino, he said quietly, his voice barely carried by the breeze. I see you found my letter. The moon's soft glow illuminated her as she stepped forward out of the shadow of the trees. Her blonde hair, usually tied back, was loose, tossed slightly by the wind. But what struck Naruto most was her eyes, once bright, full of life. Now they were dull, shadowed with exhaustion, and swollen from crying. Redness in the whites of her eyes. What do you want, Naruto? Ino's voice was empty and hollow, like she was a ghost drifting through the night. Where are the guards? Did you kill them too? No. Naruto's reply was soft, but there was an unmistakable sadness beneath his calm tone. They're just sleeping. They'll wake up soon. Ino's blank expression didn't waver. So why are you here? You said you wanted to talk? Well, here I am. Let's talk. For a moment, Naruto didn't respond. Instead, his eyes shifted past her to the tree line. "Come out, Shikamaru," he called, his voice firm but unthreatening. "I know you're there." For a second, there was only silence. Then, with a heavy rustle, Shikamaru dropped from a branch, landing beside Ino. His eyes were red with rage. His fists were clenched tightly at his sides, his whole body trembling with the intensity of his emotions. "Shikamaru," Naruto began, but the words barely left his mouth before Shikamaru charged. With a flash of movement, Shikamaru pulled out a kunai and lunged at Naruto. Blood splattered onto his face as the kunai pierced through the palm of his left hand, which he had raised just in time to block the strike. Pain shot through his arm, sharp and burning, but Naruto's expression remained calm. Shikamaru's teeth ground together as he tried to push the kunai deeper. His hand trembled, the blade refusing to move any further. Naruto's fingers closed around the bloody blade, gripping it tightly despite the pain, and with a swift tug, he yanked the kunai free from Shikamaru's grasp. Shikamaru stumbled back. He quickly jumped back, trying to gain distance, but Naruto wasn't chasing after him. He watched as Naruto slowly pulled the kunai from his hand, the metal slick with blood, and let it fall to the ground with a dull clatter. Naruto hadn't even tried to fight back. "Why?" Shikamaru's voice was ragged, hoarse from the weight of his fury and disbelief. His chest heaved as he struggled to catch his breath. "Why do this, Naruto? We were friends." His voice cracked, his composure shattered. "You betrayed the village. You betrayed all of us. You nearly killed Asuma-sensei. Because of your actions, the village is in ruins. How do you feel no remorse?" Shikamaru's voice rose to a scream, raw and desperate. His fists clenched, trembling with the overwhelming urge to strike. "Hundreds are dead because of you. People are suffering. You call this peace? This isn't peace, Naruto. This is hell." Naruto stood calmly, his face unreadable as he listened to Shikamaru's words. There was no visible reaction, no flicker of emotion. "I don't think my answer will bring you any comfort, Shikamaru," Naruto said, his voice quiet but resolute. "I wanted you both here to say goodbye." "Goodbye." Ino's voice trembled, the word barely escaping her lips as she choked on her emotions. Naruto nodded, his expression softening just a fraction. "Yes. Our paths are not the same anymore. I'm leaving. For what it's worth, the time we spent together. It was one of the happiest moments of my life. Being part of Team 9, being with you meant more to me than I can say. But that's over now." "Why not?" Ino screamed, her voice thick with sobs as tears streamed down her face. "You said it yourself, Naruto. You were happy with us. What changed?" Naruto's eyes darkened, the warmth that once flickered in them replaced by cold conviction. "What changed is that I see the world for what it is. As long as things stay the way they are, there will always be another war, more bloodshed. Chakra has been part of humanity's existence for over 3,000 years. It's been over a millennium since the clan wars began, and we've had countless chances for peace, but it never lasts. The Shinobi Wars proved that people will never truly understand each other, not for long. Peace, as you imagine it, is just a dream. True peace can't exist unless someone is willing to shoulder the burden of doing what's necessary," Naruto continued, his voice cold as steel. "I know it's cruel. I know it's harsh. But it has to be done." Shikamaru's eyes narrowed, calculating. "And what is this grand plan of yours, Naruto? You say peace will never come, yet here you stand claiming you'll bring it. What will you do that others before you couldn't? How will you achieve this so-called peace?" His voice dripped with skepticism as he stepped closer. Naruto met his gaze unwavering. "The One Life plan will bring peace. It's the only way." He then explained his plan in full, every detail. As Naruto spoke, Ino's face paled, her tears drying as she stared at him in disbelief. Shikamaru's expression, however, was different. His mind raced, analyzing every word. When Naruto finished, Shikamaru scoffed. "So that's your plan? You've lost it, Naruto. You've gone mad. This will never work. Ever." Naruto's face remained calm, his resolve unshaken. "Now that you know, you can do whatever you wish with that information." "You're not going to kill us to keep us quiet?" Shikamaru asked, disbelief and suspicion creeping into his voice. "Never." Naruto's reply was immediate. He stepped forward, and both Shikamaru and Ino flinched instinctively. Naruto stopped, his expression softening as he reached into his pouch, pulling out a scroll and tossing it toward Shikamaru. "What is this?" Shikamaru asked, catching it but hesitating to open it. "It's not a trap," Naruto said simply. He turned ready to leave, but Ino's choked voice stopped him in his tracks. "Naruto," her voice was barely above a whisper, filled with hurt and desperation. "Did I mean nothing to you?" Naruto froze, his back still to her. There was a long silence before he finally spoke, his voice quieter than before. "You did, Ino. But this is the end. It has to be this way." He turned around, his eyes meeting hers. He could see the tears streaming down her face, the pain etched into every feature. For a moment, something inside him twisted painfully, but he forced it down. He had known this day would come. He couldn't apologize for something he believed in, something he knew was necessary. He couldn't tell her he regretted his choices because he didn't. Ino deserved to move on, to let go of him. One day, all of this will end. Naruto's voice softened as he teleported in front of them, the sudden flash of movement startling them both, but they didn't react. They couldn't. "Good luck," he said, his voice filled with a strange, bittersweet sincerity. "We'll see each other again." He tapped their chests lightly, and seals formed where his fingers touched. In the next instant, Naruto vanished in a yellow flash, leaving nothing behind but silence. Outside Konoha, Naruto appeared before his loyal followers, who were already waiting for him. Pakura knelt before him, her voice steady and filled with respect. "My lord, what are your orders?" The others Gaara, Fuka, Karen, and Rasha did the same, bowing to one knee, their eyes filled with loyalty. Naruto gestured for them to rise. "Stand. There's no need to bow." They obeyed, standing to attention as Naruto spoke again. "Our next objective is to end the bloody rebellion in Kirigakure. But first, we have a stop to make." The group exchanged confused glances. "Where are we going, my lord?" Rashi asked, his brow furrowing in curiosity. Naruto's gaze was distant, his voice calm but firm. "Tanzaka quarters." "Why?" Naruto's eyes hardened. "The last Senju is there." Thanks a ton for watching, Shinobi Squad. I hope you had as much fun as I did putting this epic what if together. Make sure to smash that like button, subscribe, and hit the bell icon so you never miss a single twist in the story. Drop your thoughts, theories, or even wild ideas in the comments. I read every single one. And hey, if you're craving more awesome Naruto content, go check out the other videos on the channel. I've got plenty of heat waiting for you. Until next time, stay sharp, stay awesome, and remember, even a shadow clone needs love. Peace out, Shinobi.